Body, what's going on? Happy Saturday. Uh, it's another day. And we are back. Happy to be, up and at 'em. Appreciate being here with y'all once again. It's one of those interesting days going up to 70 something, 74 degrees on the East Coast over here, but it's gloomy and it might rain. But it is what it is, man. Make the best of it. Enjoy yourselves. And if you're not working today, definitely enjoy that. Any day off from work is great. If you have to work, make the best of it. Hopefully you get out early. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I gotta say, man, this NBA playoffs has been pretty interesting. I've been watching this. I think this is the first time I've watched so much NBA playoff basketball. I mean, I haven't watched this much in like maybe 6, 7 years. Usually, like I've said in the past, I avoid some of this stuff. If my Knicks ain't in it, I don't really care to watch anybody else. But for whatever reason, this year I decided to watch, and it's been pretty good. But now that I've seen enough games, there's been a lot of blowouts, there's been a lot of one-sided things. So I wish I would have watched some of those other series that I avoided, like when the NBA was in the bubble, the basketball was incredible. I missed all of that. So it is what it is. Anyway, thank y'all for tuning in. Salute to the chat. Tricky Nicky, I see you. Walter Blackman, Jr., Fabian Williams, John from Still Nick Fans. What up, bro? Angel Torres. D is balling. What's going on, brother? Always appreciate you, man. Delano Steele Jr., what's happening? Oh. Yeah, I do that for DSJ because for those y'all that don't know, DSJ is an R&B crooner, man. So he gets it. He gets it. Kaiju's Update TV, what's good? Mark Butler, what's going on? Infamous New King, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, man. There's a lot going on, a lot to talk about. Of course, I want to do a little bit of a deep dive today into RJ Barrett, but there's other stuff going on with the Knicks or around the NBA, the draft coming up. I'm not going to touch too much on the draft stuff. We can sprinkle it in here and there, but tomorrow we got a really good show for you guys. 12 o'clock. It's going to be our NBA draft special part 2. Brought to you by us, and Mr. D Poetic, aka D is Ballin', and featuring my man Prophet from Feet Sports. That's going to be another dope show. I'm really excited for that. So if you guys want to see how we break down or get a little deeper into the conversation about the Knicks and their pick at 11 and also possible the pick of 42, then again, who knows? They may trade the pick. They may trade up. They may trade down. So we'll talk about some scenarios with regards to that too. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that show tomorrow, guys. Almighty Finesse, what's going on? Good to see you. JJ, my guy. Yeah, so why don't we get into everything, a little bit. But first, let's hit the intro. You know what I mean? Let's get that out the way. Yes, sir. We are back. Big Shiesty's in the building. What's going on, Big Shiesty? Kaiju, I will tell you, is there a chance? Yes, there is. If you want to see what we think about that, tune into tomorrow's show, 12 p.m. noon. We're going to kind of get into all that. And I personally I'm going to get into Kai Sato because he's an interesting player. And I have a some stuff I want to talk about in regards to him. So definitely tune in tomorrow at 12 noon. But don't leave the show today. We still talking some good stuff. There's some Knicks stuff, and you should hear about it because just in case, Kai Sato might wind up on the Knicks, so you might want to know about what's going on with the Knicks. So don't leave. El Servy's in the building. What's going on, El Servy? My guy, big task at hand. What's going on? Good to see you. Let me put this in the chat. And also, let me just say this so that everyone knows. Appreciate you guys as always, man. So hopefully everybody's doing good, man. With so much negative stuff that's been in the news lately, once again trying to bring some positive, take our mind off things because the tragedy and stuff that's taking place is still pretty raw for a lot of people, and it's tough to not allow that to affect your everyday life because it's horrible. So prayers and peace to all the families involved, and also prayers and peace to everyone else who may be directly or indirectly affected by what has been portrayed in the news, what we've seen going on, and it's just horrible. Keith Turner, what's going on? Good to see you, man. Yeah. So tough time, man. Tough time. But you know what? Let's try to continue to focus on the positive. Be there for each other, build each other up, talk about our teams, talk about the stuff that we get excited for. It's not to diminish or take away from all the negative stuff that has happened and how it's affected people, but it's just to get our minds off things and try to keep things in the best perspective as possible. You know what I mean? There'll be plenty of time for us to continue to reflect on the negative that goes on in our everyday life. So, but that being said, oh yeah, go Rangers. Yeah, man. Listen, I don't know. Hey, I don't know. Rangers, it's tough. Now that but in fairness, let's look at it for what it is, guys. And I'm not saying I've been big into hockey in recent years. I kind of follow the Rangers sporadically, just to see where they're at. But I honestly don't follow. I used to be much bigger involved into hockey when I was younger. Also, I used to play hockey on, sometimes when you play a video game, it kind of helps you get invested in the real thing. So I used to play hockey on my PlayStation and all that stuff. And around that time, it just so happens the Rangers were really good with Mark Richter and, Mark Messier. So Mike Richter and Mark Messier. And damn it, man, I can't even remember. There was my favorite player was on that team. Brian Leach. Was that it? I know it's Leach, but was it Brian Leach? Yeah. So yeah, I used to be big into them back then. And I kind of tailed off over the years. But from what I hear, this year they're a very young team. They've got a lot of good times ahead of them. They've been overachieving, which is great. That shows the type of team that the Stones they got. They're a good team, and they're young. So for New York Rangers fans, guys should be really happy because they look like they got a bright future ahead of them, and they could be a real deal for a while, many years to come, maybe. So salute to movies and stuff. What's going on? Appreciate you. That's a good point. That's a good point. But hmm. Hold on one sec. I'm gonna come back to this point, movies and stuff, because that is a good point. Um, oh wow, that's horrible, Keith. I'm really sorry to hear that. That's horrible news, man. I can't imagine. I don't even want to think about that. But definitely sorry to hear that. Wow, that's just unbelievable. Wow. Prayers to him and the rest of the family, and like I said, everybody involved, everybody who's indirectly or directly affected. Prayers to you as well for being around this gentleman and watching him go through all that and dealing with that. That's the worst. I can't imagine. Yeah, man. Give him the entire Nick Nation's prayers. Uh, that's horrible. Um, Visions, what's going on? Salute to you, brother. Thank you for tuning in. So let's do this. Why don't we just kind of talk about what do you guys think? What do you think the expectations are for this Nick team going forward in the next year? Like, what would you like to see from this team? Forget about the personnel. Forget about who's here and who could be here. What do you want from this team? And be realistic. Don't tell me you want a championship, because you know that ain't happening. Be realistic about what you'd like to see this team be next year, um, because that's going to help with our conversation about RJ. Um, so just think about that. Salute to Pudge Nice. What's going on, Pudge? Good to see you. What up, Worldwide L? What's going on, brother? Great show last night. You, Hardwill, and joined by Anthony D. You got your good topic, good conversation. You got your heated moments where the passion comes out, but it was really good. It was really good, man. Um, that's the thing. Like, that's what I do like about your show, because you guys can go back and forth and get real heated and passionate, but that love that you guys got for each other always keeps it respectful. Um, I'm a different breed, so I can't get as passionate about that stuff. But I like to hear it sometimes from others. So, um, what's going on, brother? How you doing, man? Um, Listen, if you guys haven't already, first off, if you haven't already, definitely subscribe to For the Love of the Game. Um, they got a great show. It gives you a little bit of everything, as I've said in the past. They definitely, can talk about anything, and they do. And then you get the passion from it too. So definitely go support Worldwide L, Hardwill, For the Love of the Game. But I also want you to support Yankees Morning Brew with my man Project Nerd, aka also known as Heck Tor, because he chops it up every morning, Monday through Friday, I believe, at 11 a.m. About the Yankees and other stuff going around in baseball. But it's good content, and you guys really need to check it out and support, man, because, I've seen a lot of stuff that, a lot of these people that talk about sports don't always have that infectious attitude, don't really necessarily know as much about the game as they, try to portray. But Heck understands, and he's a Yankee fan, and he gets it. So I'm a Met fan, and that's me showing love to a Yankee fan. So come on, guys. If I'm telling you that, then it must be something real. Anyway, um, let's see. Yes, that's it. That's what it is. It's called uh, Knights of Deegan, Yankees Morning Brew. It's on YouTube. That's right, Pudge Nice. Let it be known. Don't ever forget. And quietly as kept, my man, the polar bear Pete is getting busy out here, folks. Don't sleep on Pete Alonso, all right? I know the Yankees got the bombers and the bashers over there. We got our bomber. I mean, maybe he may be a lone wolf, but he's doing his thing. So let's give him his props. That's right, JJ. That's right. I gotta let it be known, man. There's a lot, not enough people sticking up for my Mets. I gotta let it be known. Tricky Nicky, go Tigers. Yeah. Tough crowd, bro. But go Tigers. Anyway, yeah, so that's what I want you guys to think about. Like what Shaw Powers in the building. What's going on, Shaw? Appreciate you. Salute. What do y'all expect from this Knicks team next year? Real expectations, realistic expectations. Take everything to account. Knicks don't have a lot of money. Okay, they got their contracts aren't bad, but they've still used up a lot of their cap. They've got some dead weight on the team that didn't do anything for us this past year, but those guys may be coming back healthy. If you like them or not, I don't know. That's up to you. You got a coach who is stubborn, who has his own principles and lives and dies by those principles. Apparently, according to what Mark Berman said earlier in the season, he said that Tibbs regrets not playing some of these young guys more throughout the season. In particular, I think he means Obi and obviously Quickly, but I think he means more because Quickly played. I think he means using Quickly more in than he used them as far as being the point guard, the facilitator. So I don't know. I mean, I haven't heard that Tibbs actually said that. That's what Mark Berman said that Tibbs said. But I mean, I would agree. So, and then the other thing is like, what do we do with who we got now? Like this whole Julius Randle situation. Can we fix the situation? Can we make Julius happy? Can Julius go back to what he was 2 years ago? And who is the real Julius? Is it the Julius from 2 years ago, or was last year's Julius more of the real Julius? Like, did Julius just have an incredible 1 year? We don't know. It's all interesting. I don't know. E. Gibson, what's going on? Ron Sarmiento, good to see you. So that's the thing, guys. I'm just like what are your realistic expectations for what these Knicks will be next year? And that's a very true point. Very true point. Heck, whether you agree or disagree with who Mark Berman is. Remember, there's always been a Mark Berman. Mark Berman's been around forever, but you know what I mean? As far as the Knicks go, there's always been a Mark Berman. It was Peter Vesey for many years. Whether you loved or hated Peter Vesey, he gave you some news that maybe was true and some wasn't so true, but it was controversial, and he always covered the Knicks, and people loved and hated him. I don't know how many people loved him, but people hated him too. Then after Peter Vesey came Frank Isola. Same guy, gave you the same information, handled it the same way. You loved and hated Frank Isola. And now you got Mark Berman. Because like there's other guys who cover the Knicks, like Ian Begley and others, but they're not as controversial or as, disliked as the guys I just mentioned. Peter Vesey was disliked. Frank Isola was disliked. Mark Berman, some people dislike him. I think he's starting to warm up to more people. Maybe he's changed a little bit. I mean, he's definitely making himself more available to the fans. He's going on all these different podcasts that he's never done that before, but he's doing it. He's frequenting some podcasts like, CT's podcast, The Streets is Buzzing. He was just recently on Nothing But Knicks with Sim. So he's doing more and more of that, and I think he's trying to endear himself more to the fans. So good for him, you know. And hopefully, maybe that's helped him, because the thing about Mark Berman is his bedside manner can be a little, but you know what? He does ask the questions that sometimes as Knicks fans we want to ask. He can be annoying, but I think he doesn't. You know, that's for effect, because to be that way, you kind of understand what you're getting. So it sets it up that when a player comes to the podium or is doing a press conference, when Mark Berman's about to ask a question, you know he might hit you with some real. So that's always a chance. Um, oh, look at my guy, man. This dude, man, you've been missing in action. Where you been, brother? My guy, the ghetto intellect. What's happening, GI? Good to see you, bro. Um, yeah, I gotta find my man G Man. You know, our Giants are doing some things, and I haven't seen him in a minute. Got to chop it up with him. Um, yeah, man. So all that being said, uh, Mark Berman did say that Tibbs feels like, or has alluded to the fact that he feels like he should have played the young guys more. So what I want to say to you guys is, when we have this conversation about RJ, take all that into account. Think about all of that, because that may change, one, how you look at RJ and how he played this past year, where his development is, where he's going as a player. It also may change your perspective on how you look at these New York Knicks. Because one thing we can see and say is that the Knicks did start to play better when they started to incorporate some of these young guys with more minutes. Whether or not, I'm not saying that means that they were better than the starters. I'm just saying when you got to see more of the young guys incorporated, they got to help push the pace a little bit. We're still one of the worst teams in the league at pushing the pace, but that helped. And I'll never forget that game against the Clippers where Tibbs at one point had RJ, Cam, Grimes, Deuce all out there at the same time. That team was running, man, and they were playing some tough defense on them Clippers. And them Clippers lit it up in that first half, and then the second half they got locked down. So I'm just saying, these guys can play when they're healthy, and you give them some time to get out there. And the other thing is, one of the narratives that was brought up throughout the season was the fact that Tibbs sees these guys in practice, and if he doesn't see what he likes, it's hard for him to put these guys on the court. Like, it doesn't warrant them being on the court if they're not doing it in practice. I get it, but the other side of it is, if you don't give them little chances and little opportunities to show something, you are not necessarily helping their confidence. I'm not saying you just go throw the keys to everybody, but you got to sprinkle people in. And Tibbs did a horrible job, if you ask me, of sprinkling people into the rotation in and out, so we could see what they can really do. And I think that is a big part of what we noticed and why we had a lot of issues with his rotations. Let me see. Get my guy Marvin.
Morning, Ron. Morning.
I'm good. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing great, man. Just wanted to stop by and give a shout out to the panel in the chat with you for a minute. How you doing?
Hey, man, I'm doing good, man. Always good. Can't complain, bro. Can't complain. Um, so yeah, I think this is interesting, okay, because I was talking about Mark Berman and what he said about Tibbs and how he felt that possibly he should have used the young players a little bit more throughout the season. But now I want to get into what Mark Berman said about RJ, because he was on Nothing But Knicks with Sim and the guys and Gal. And he did mention that he feels like RJ is not a superstar and won't ever be a superstar. He might become an all-star at some point, but he feels like RJ's defense is not that good. He feels that RJ is not a good shooter, and the way in which he was describing how he felt about RJ, he kind of made me feel like he doesn't think RJ will ever be that type of shooter, because he just, players have certain skills, and I don't think he feels like RJ has that skill. Um, so this is, this is interesting to me, and I wanted to really talk about it because I think that RJ is a very controversial topic for our Knicks and our Knicks fans. We love RJ. Say what you will, he's been the Knicks baby for a minute. Let me get my other guys up in here, Don P, and get my guy Word YL up in here. So, look at this.
Salute, guys.
Ooh,
Salute,
we getting
guys.
all-star panel early. Look at this. Look at this.
Top of
Oh
the morning,
man.
fellas.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me just drop this this gentleman in here as well. Look at this. What is going on? Yeah. So
Yeah,
I just want to.
talk.
Yeah. Do you hear like a little beeping, like a SOS? Is somebody stuck in a gas chamber? What's happening, folks?
Somebody got a. There you go. Somebody got a echo on their mic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's these balling.
Oh yeah. I think there might be feedback. You know what? Jump out D and come back in. Maybe it's just a connection.
Yeah.
And once again, like I gotta think of myself in a different light here. I meant no disrespect when I made that little gas chamber reference. No disrespect to anybody whose family's been affected by things that have happened in the past. Maybe it's not the best reference. I apologize. I was meant to say something like a dungeon or you trapped in a cellar or something. Wrong choice of words. Okay, sorry, guys. All right. So, what's good? Supreme System Low. What up, Chop Low? Kareem Grant's in the building. My man Chuck. Salute. Vaughn Allen, what's going on? Mark Butler. I feel like I just said that. Jay Boogie in the building. What's going on? Great show last night with you and CT. That was great job, man. Great job. I watched as much of that as I could. I was going back and forth between you guys and Worldwide L and Hard Will and Anthony. So definitely good show. Savage, what's going on? So let me get my guy back in here. All right. So here's the thing, guys. Well, first off, you know what? Let me do this. Just, man, is this going to sway you guys if I do this? I'll do it anyway. Whatever. Let me see if I got it. Yeah, I got it. So let's take a look at this. For those, don't sleep. For those who forgot. Okay, this is my man's right here. All right, this is my man's R Jizzle. You know what I mean? This is what he does. This is prime RJ right here. This is the guy that we fell in love with, that we said, you know what, maybe they should give him the keys. Look how he finds Mitch, setting others up. Oh, watch yourself. Oh, look, little baby jumper. We talked about RJ not having that last year. This year he worked on it a little bit. It wasn't as consistent as we'd like. Oh, kick out to RJ for three. That's the RJ we saw the year before when he shot 41% from three. Last year, it wasn't the case. Look, finding Mitch again. We don't see any Knicks on the team do this. The swinging this around. Oh, nice pass right, RJ to Mitch once again. Who else is doing this is what I'm asking. RJ finding Kemba in the corner. Splash. Let's see here. Kick out to RJ. Look, oh, watch yourself. Right to the rim with the right hand. He got no right hand, I heard. Little dribble penetration right here. Left hand. This is what you expect from RJ. This is the best I've seen RJ in any moment. He's showing you everything right here. Oh, step back. Oh, Jimmy. Bang. Like RJ had everything going and flowing at this moment. This is the best you're going to see RJ. And he can do this. Like everything. Just the rim looked like a big old huge bucket, as Jordan used to say. Oh, look at that pass. Dump off to Taj. Okay, we got a little break here. Obi, I'm sure he's kicking it out to RJ for 3. Splash. RJ's pushing the break. This is what I like to see. I like RJ in transition. Straight to the hoop. Here, what does he do? A little 3 from the middle. Bang. RJ doing a little switcheroo, little pick flow. Right back to Taj. Now, that was a great play, guys. You know, you don't see a lot of Knicks players doing this on the team. Right here, setting it up. Step up 3. Bang. RJ was really feeling himself in this game. And that's it. That's what I'm talking about, guys. So I wanted you to take a look at the best of RJ right there and think about the fact is, so from what Berman was saying, you know, RJ's one, we can all see that RJ's defense has regressed. That's clear. Now, I was giving him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, saying that part of his defense regressing was the fact that now, you know, he's being used more on the offensive end, carrying more of the offensive load, being asked to do more as far as facilitating and doing and helping other guys get open. And I feel like I don't know enough about RJ to know exactly how he thinks, but I feel like he's a very focused player. And I think when we saw RJ playing defense coming into the season, RJ was really focused on playing defense. His offense was struggling, but he was playing really good defense the first month of the season. Since that month of the season, he started to get more into the offensive game. And as he got more into offense, his defense got lax. And I was watching him. I'll be honest. I seen RJ do some matador defense on the wing. I seen people burn him on the baseline. So his defense definitely has regressed. And then on the offensive side, one, you could say that he still needs to work on finishing. He struggles at the basket. There's a lot of times he goes to the free throw line that those shots could have went in. Or he doesn't draw fouls all the time because he's not as aggressive when he needs to be. 2, we also know that he's still a poor free throw shooter. He finished the season, I think, 71% from the line, but he had a stretch where he was shooting in the 60s consistently. Like his free throw shooting was horrible. He's got to work on that. And then I would say the other thing he needs to work on is kind of building into a mid-range game, because even though this is a 3-point league now, RJ can shoot the 3 when he's going okay, it happens. But when you're too reliant on that, takes you out of the game, and his focus starts to waver a little bit. He needs to work on getting the 2-point. Look, I don't care what anybody says about today's NBA. You better get yourself a 2-point game to keep yourself out of ruts. Okay, you can't just shoot 10 threes in a game and then think, oh, well, one's going to go and I'm going to get hot. Then we look at the end box score. You got like 6 points and you're 2 for 10 from 3. Come on, man. Like what this? I think today's NBA, the whole Steph Curry thing and the Warriors and all this stuff, people have gotten away from what's smart basketball. It's okay to shoot more threes and up the pace and spread it out, and it gives you more lane penetration. Doesn't mean as a player shouldn't keep a 2-point shot in your arsenal. When you're not going right, shoot a 2. Get yourself going again. Anyway, I know that was long-winded, guys, but I just want to put that out there because I'm a big purist. I love Glenn Rice and Mark Price and all these guys who used to shoot 2s back in the day. I missed that part of the game. I missed the Dwayne Wade era. You know, the last Mohican is probably DeMar DeRozan, maybe Devin Booker, you know, but guys like that, a dime a dozen. So anyway, let me move it around, get everybody else's take on stuff. First off, shout out to you guys. Thank you for joining. Marvin, Don P, Worldwide LD is balling. Appreciate y'all.
Without.
So let me get to my guy Marvin, because you jumped in. I know you don't have as much time. What do you think about the fact that, you know, RJ, what Berman said as far as RJ's game and how it's kind of regressed in certain areas? Do you think that we've seen the best of RJ?
Well, first I want to give a shout out to the panel members. Morning, guys.
You too,
Also,
Marlon. Please.
Good morning,
I
man.
just wanted to say, I don't know exactly what he's looking at, Ron. I thought regression means that you decline and progression means that you excel.
Mm-hmm.
Well, RJ's rookie year, he averaged 14.3. Last year, he averaged 17.6. This year, he averaged 20. Now, his field goal percentage, it's not very off from what it was. Now his free throw percentage it was 71.4. His 3-point percentage, which in this year he shot more threes than ever. He shot 34% from three, but 40% from the field. I don't see very much progression. I think what Berman might be missing is that you see a player in his third year and you think, okay, is he at his ceiling? Is he getting close to his ceiling? RJ's just 21 years old. He's still a kid. He's still young. His ceiling is still sky high. He progressed 3 points per game per year. And I think the progression coming in next year will be even higher. I think you guys just got to give him time. I think he was taking more shots this year than ever. He shot 17 times a game this year. He shot at 40% clip. Now, you know, they call the elite of the elite the 40, 50, 90 club. He hadn't reached that due to his free throw percentage at 71, but he did shoot 40% from the field, 34% from three, which is a ways off from the 50. But he's in his third year at 21 years old. So I just believe just working with him and him constantly working in the offseason, getting better in that mid-range game, as you said, Ron, and, you know, taking more threes that are more on the floor of the offense, I think he get a whole lot better. But as far as immigration, as far as defense, and I agree with you on that too, Ron, if you get more responsibility on offense, sometimes it can affect you defensively. And I think that might have been the case. And then with all of the ups and downs of the season, you know, things going this, and then he was injured a little bit here and there too. But as far as regression, I don't see that at all. Him being 21, raising his average every year that he's been in the league, I think next year he should move on up to about 24 to 20, 23 to 25. And if he gets that, then where's the regression? Now, your field goal percentage means a lot in that case because you don't want to average 25 a game while shooting 31% from the field. But I think his mid-range game will cover that. And if he back off of the three a little bit, then his field goal percentage will go up even more. So I don't see the regression. I just see a work in progress, and I really believe that he can get a whole lot better.
Okay. I mean, listen, I those are all good points. I agree with that as well. I'm looking at it from all angles, from all sides. I think Berman might have been a little harsh, but I think he was trying to keep it real, like to really say what, you know, he wasn't trying to sugarcoat anything. This is how he feels. Okay. Let me go to Worldwide L. What's going on, L? What do you think about RJ? You know, do you think that he's regressed and we've seen the best of him? Can he kind of turn it around, or I know he's 21, but you know, what do you think?
No, we haven't seen the best of him yet. He still got more to go, you know. And the defense, that just go to show you how hard it is to be a two-way player in the league, you know. It's very, very, very hard. That's why it's not a lot of two-way players. I don't care what nobody says. Not a lot of two-way players in the NBA. It's very hard to do that. So for the guys that do, excuse me, I'm still getting over the COVID, so my voice is a little twisted, you know.
Oh man, brother, I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, it had me down all week.
Wow,
I was down all week.
I'm glad you look okay, man. I'm glad. I hope you're feeling better.
Yeah, I feel better. That's why we was able to do the show last night, because I feel better. You know, it comes to, you know, you still, it takes a little bit of, it saps something out of you. You don't know what it saps out of you.
Yo, can it takes a little, man, did it take your breath away a little bit, man? Nah,
my wife did. It took hers. You know, she had the chest pains and all that. The thing with this one is so highly contagious. Like my daughter got it, my grandson got it. He's 1 year old. My granddaughter, because I was around them. We were all together last Friday. I was around them. They all got sick. They sick right now.
Wow. Well, I hope all of y'all. Oh, my fault. Go ahead, Don P. What were you saying?
No, that was me. I was just saying prayers.
Oh, my fault, Marvin.
Prayers are for.
Yeah. I hope all of y'all are on a fast, speedy road to recovery. And once again, I hope, because the only thing I worry about with this stuff, I mean, is one, I don't want to get it. I don't want anybody to get it. But you don't want any lasting effects either, man, because they don't know enough about this stuff. So I hope everything's good. It's out of here, and you guys are all great.
You know, the funny part is that I lost my taste bud. So to me, as a chef, you know,
wow,
I'm like, I know you ain't gonna take away God's gift from me. Like, don't do me like that.
Take away the gift.
Don't do me like that. But it started coming back. Yesterday was my best day. So I was able to for the first time be hungry. You know, I didn't have an appetite. Yesterday was the first day that I had an appetite. Like I got hungry. So all is well.
Well, I'm wishing you the best, you and your family, brother.
Definitely appreciate it, fellas. Yeah, so they go to show you how hard it is to be a two-way player in this league. So you give him an off season to really work on that. I think he'll come back better. And it was his first time having to play the other team's best player too. So you now you get to go back and you get to study film. You get to study they tendencies, and you get to work on what you need to do as a defender if that's what you're going to. Because he has the tools to defend them. He's strong. He can move with them guys. So as long as you got them things and he got determination to be a good player. So as long as he got that inside of him, he'll be all right. I feel we haven't seen the best of him. The best is still yet to come. It's about surrounding him with the more better players. Because I asked Harwell that question last night. We could say Tibbs is in the win now thing, but he doesn't have win now players. See, that's the thing where you can't say win now. He doesn't have win now players on this team. Yeah, he coaches to win. All coaches supposed to coach to win. You tell me a coach in the NBA who doesn't coach to win, he's fired right now. That's why they get fired. So you have to coach to win. You play the cards that you're dealt, and Tibbs has played these cards. Are these players worthy of being championship team? No, they're not. We can't kid ourselves, So they have to surround RJ with them kind of personnel and players that's going to make him better as well as make the team better. So I don't think that we've seen the best of him yet. Not at 21 years old, and he's where he's supposed to be in his third year, going into his fourth season. Now the defense is going to be more aware of what he's going to be doing. He's going to see a lot of double team, which he saw towards the end of the season when Randy wasn't out there. So he saw double teams. You saw how he reacted when Miami came back after he scored. How much he scored against Miami that game? 46?
46, yeah.
46, right? So we saw his response. We saw what they did to him. They tried to take the ball out of his head, and good thing the surrounding cast responded. I think we won that game, didn't we? Didn't we win that game?
We did.
Against Miami. We won that game, right? So that's what you want to see, how he reacts to that. Unfortunately, you can't have it in Randall's hand because he doesn't make the same kind of decisions. So there's things that they have to work on as a whole. But no, we haven't seen the best of RJ. He's our star. He's our star. And I want people to stop getting hard on for other players on other teams.
Yeah.
Stop getting hard on for other players on other teams. Stop. Because
I hear you.
It doesn't work.
I hear you.
It doesn't work.
Salute in the chat once again to my guy, Keyshawn. Salute to It's Me. I think I already said salute to Vaughn Allen, but if I didn't, salute to Vaughn Allen. I see a couple other names. Just want to give them shout outs. E. Gibson, I think I got you, but if I didn't, salute to you. Shaw Legacy, Francisco Carrillo, Jonathan Green, appreciate you. Thank you. So let me get to Don P, and then I'll get to Diaz Balling. So Don P.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? I gotta talk a little bit loud because I got the fan blowing.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I'm trying to stay cool in these summer days. But I may sound like I'm going all over the place, but bear with me.
Mm-hmm.
I want y'all to think about somebody who's RJ size, right? His whole career. I'm talking about length, weight, a naturally big body, strong, and who's the antithesis of him. I always said that I like RJ's mind, his mental. I like his intangibles. I always question his talent and his potential. Now, the antithesis to him, and it's easy, J.R. Smith. Look at J.R. Smith. Ultra talented, athletic, can shoot from then anywhere. He could shoot from anywhere, but he could never put it together mentally.
I see what you're saying.
He could never put it together mentally. So when I said RJ lacks talent, like I see the highlights that you're showing me, that's good. And that I think that comes from him putting the work in the gym and getting his practice on. So it's not that I'm against him. I'm rooting for him. I just think that he's not as talented as his peers. I feel like he has to work 5 times harder than the next person to get to where he's at. So when you compare him to people like Jimmy Butler, yeah, Jimmy Butler came into the league and he wasn't offensively gifted at all by no stretch. But when he first came in the league, he was the best. I think after Kawhi Leonard, he was like the best defender, wing defender. After him, it was Iman Shumpert. You know what I mean? So,
right.
So speaking, RJ just naturally doesn't have any of those tools, but his strength. That's all he had coming into the league was his strength. He could do a little bit of everything. Like somebody said to me, I think yesterday, he's a jack of all trades, master of none. But right now, there's something he's not doing everything well right now. Everything that he's doing is at barely at an average pace. Even when he scores his 30 points, 20 points per game, it's not in an efficient manner. And I get it, he's young. But my question is he going to get better? How can he get better? And when the scouting report is on him and people really start to take him serious, is he going to get worse? Is his numbers going to get worse or better? That's the question that I have for RJ. But I'm rooting for him, though. I am. So, yeah, that's just my 2 cents on that.
Okay. No, man, I hear you. Look, that's everybody who spoke so far. Everything y'all saying is all fair. This is all makeups of what your vision is, how you see RJ and what he's done. And I can't fault any opinions that have already been said about what you think about RJ. D, what's going on, brother?
Yo, what's going on, Ron? How are you?
Good. What you think about all this? I know you got an opinion.
You know I got perspectives. No, but first of all, before we get into all that, peace to Ron, peace to John, peace to Jose, peace to the Still Nick family. Guys, make sure tomorrow you tune in at 12 o'clock. We're going to have part 2 of our draft show. We're going to be going over first round trade scenarios or who to get, second round who to get or trade scenarios and stuff like that. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that. Number 2, peace to the panel, peace to Marvin. I hope all is well with you. Don P, I never met you. So nice to meet you. Hope everything's peace. L, how you? How's everything? I hope the show's going well and all that. And I hope you get it better as well. I hope everybody's peace. I see your questions. Let me preface something first before I answer your questions.
I got you.
RJ, before I answer, I have to put some things into proper perspective. Number 1 is that this is a big year for RJ. And I don't want to get on 2 sides of whether he does have a ceiling or whether he's met it or is a mistake to build around him. I think none of us are fortune tellers, but we're good gamblers. And so we can bet on things, but that doesn't mean that we know the future. 4th years are very important years for NBA players. You know why? Because it's when their rookie contract expires and they're working for their second contract.
Right.
So you'll see a lot of guys go ahead and pick up their play in their 4th year because they're banking in for the money and they want the extension of a second contract and also to play into a 3rd as well. So RJ does have a lot of proof, and I could show you endless amount of players. In their 4th year, they picked it up. Giannis Antetokounmpo is one of them. I chopped up his name. That's okay. He's one of them. Stephen Curry is another one. Tracy McGrady is another. I can go down the list. In the 4th year, you see an explosion in points per game and production. So I'm willing to give RJ the chance. Here's the issue. RJ is an infamous slow starter. He started slow in his first year at Duke. Yep. He started slow in his first 3 years in the league. So here's my concern for him. And this is a real general concern for him. Because, you know, I still develop players this year and I coach for years. I care about players instinctively. So I always think what's best for them, right? Here's my concern. If he gets off to a slow start, he is going to get barbecued. Especially if we get off to like maybe a 4-10 start, 5-11, something like that, and he's not playing well, and he's shooting under 40%, under 35% from 3, and under 75% for the free throw line, he's going to get barbecued. He will replace Julius Randle in the nonsense of foolishness that will go on in the Knicks fandom. So that's something to look out for. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. I was like, where else that coming from? So that's something to consider. But so I mean, the jury's still out on him. Big year for him. I forgot who it was, and forgive me for forgetting. But earlier on, they said I didn't like the fact that he went out to Canada and he didn't stay here, and that point stuck to me because this is a big year, and you're coming back with the same guys. Okay, there it was movies and stuff. Okay, thanks for that, Ron. Damn, Ron, got that quick, bro.
You
know, that's a great point. It's a big year. I'd rather him. You know, I hope Nick Nurse does a good job of maybe limiting his minutes. Best case scenario in Canada, not to overexhaust him, because I could see him playing 35, 40 minutes this year. And he's going to need every second of durability, stability, agility, you name it, he's going to need it this season in order to play for his big contract and for us to be convinced if he's somebody to build around and if he's somebody that has met his ceiling. Now, to get to your questions, has RJ hit his ceiling? If I'm a betting guy, I'm going to say, what is your definition of that ceiling? Because if I say he's going to get more efficient, yeah, I think that there's a possibility is absolutely he can get more efficient. But I know he won't get more athletic. And I know he won't be able to jump higher. And I know he won't be able to run faster.
Right.
So athletically, physically, has he met his ceiling? I think we've seen it. As far as his game, his thing, he still has a whole bunch of dribble packages with the right and left hand he still has to develop. He still has to develop his footwork to get better. He still has to develop him being able to read the game. It's very big for him. How many times last year? You show all that footage, Ron, right? You show all those good footage, right? But I could also show you the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde of that
right.
footage as well. And you be shaking your head like, what in the F? So
right. That's why, just not to cut you off, I just wanted to show that to me, just letting you guys know, I've watched RJ all year. That was the best I've seen RJ as far as efficiency and doing everything on the court. He's had good games, but that was his best overall game. Now continue. My fault.
No. You're all good. And I get it. You know, you're on Team RJ. I'm with it. But, you know, there isn't. But, you know, there's another side. And the other side is that he has some atrocious shooting nights. The other side of that is that there were many times throughout the season he was barreling into traffic with his head down, flipping up shots from the left side, hoping for a foul call. And that happened a lot. So, you know, you take the good with the bad and, you know, you decide, he has to decide whether, you know, he's going to take that extra leap or not. So he's got a lot to improve. There's a whole world, but that doesn't mean that he's going to do it. Let me see. Because I could go ahead and show you footage from Duke year 1, year 2, year 1. I mean, I'm sorry, year 1, year 2, year 3. And I could show you there ain't much of a difference to his game. It's just that what helped him last year and why his points per game went up was because he averaged 20 points, right?
Right.
But how many shots did he take?
Right.
Right. So when he got the keys like that, and I was one of the first to break it in January when he got the keys, he was able to be more of a focal point of the offense as far as him finding his way to get his shots. RJ realized it's not as easy as you think it is. And when teams start zeroing in on you, you need a bag. And RJ doesn't have much of a bag. And that's something that he's going to have to get better with this year. So to answer that, to answer your questions, it's really based on this year, whether he has met his ceiling and whether it would be a mistake or not to build around him. And so, you know, that's that for find out. And please, for the love of God, let me please stop hearing he's 21 years old. Okay. Kevin Knox is 22 years old. You saw how that worked out. Anthony Bennett, when he left the league, was 21, 22 years old. And he was a first overall draft pick. And I could bring examples like that all day. age, I could see the prospect of age being the thing because you have more years to work with that person, and I get that. But I also keep in mind that the average lifespan of an NBA player is 4.1,
Right.
meaning that that's a rookie contract length type of thing. So there's a lot of guys that don't stay too long. So it's not about age, it's about development. It's about how he's going to matriculate mentally, physically, and emotionally, most important. Because when you have the ball in your hand on any organization, that is a heavy burden to carry. You're accountable for yourself. You're accountable for a team, your image, and the whole nine. And I'm not saying RJ doesn't have the intangibles to take care of that, but also delivering on the court consistently every night that equals 2 wins. I don't care if he averages 25 points a game and you only got 20 wins and you're in your 4th year. That doesn't translate. You see how that's gone with De'Aaron Fox and others as well. So you want to make sure that if you do develop and you do these things correctly, right? Is it a case where you're just really good on bad teams, or you're just a 2nd, 3rd, 4th cog on a good team?
Right.
And that's the question that RJ is going to answer this year. My bad for taking too long. I just wanted to get in depth with that.
No, man, appreciate you. Listen, everybody's takes have been great. Thank you for giving me your opinion about RJ in this situation. This is the dialogue we need to have because, we the Knicks fans, and this is our guy, and we got to be realistic of not only about him, but our team in general, what we got going on. The narrative of that, New York fans in general overvalue their talent. Especially when it comes to the Knicks. And that's probably because as Knicks fans, we haven't had a lot. We've struggled to have a consistent good team. And so when we get players, and we're in a situation where we've never experienced before. I've been a Knicks fan, for I would say, I don't know, maybe 25, 30 years, something like that. And I've never seen us really be a part of a youth movement like this. We've had young players in the past, the Clee Anthony Earlys and all that. Yeah, but that wasn't the movement. You know what I mean? So, yeah, we in much better shape with regards to that now. But we've never done this. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot to take in. I have a little bit more on my take about RJ. I'm gonna get into. First, I just want to say once again another shout out to the chat. Kanal Ban Lauya. What's good? Julian Blum, good to see you. CMAC _, what's going on, bro? 914's finest, appreciate you. East Blue Drew in the chat. 10BX, what's going on? And I think I already mentioned Kareem Grant, but if I didn't, I'm giving you another shout out. So this is what I think. And I've said this, I've been saying it since last year. I'm going to say it again because I still feel like there's something about RJ's makeup that makes me feel that this is still a true statement. RJ's 21 years old. He's going to be 22 this year, this basketball year. I said by the time RJ is 23 years old, he will be a star in this league. Superstar is another level. I mean, here's a question. Damian Lillard is a superstar. What is CJ McCollum? What do you guys think? Is CJ McCollum a superstar or a star?
I think he's a compliment to Dame. I'll consider him more of a solid starter. I mean,
I don't believe
so what's a star?
A star to me is a player who can dominate the basketball game at any moment in time. And I've seen CJ do that in Portland. And I've also witnessed CJ do that now that he's in New Orleans. And some might say that CJ, I mean, did I say? Yeah, New Orleans, right? He's on New Orleans?
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I'm bugging. I was like,
your memory serving you correct.
I'm like, wait, did CJ move? Yeah, so my whole thing, some might say that if it wasn't for CJ, New Orleans wouldn't have been in the position they were in going down the stretch because I thought that team was garbage. It's a little harsh, but you know what I mean? They weren't playing well prior to the trade. And like once they got infused with McCollum, and it seems like the team took on a different mindset. So that's what I mean. Like someone who can take over and affect the game in a consistent manner. Because when CJ's hot, this dude can run the whole game hot and, put up 30 points or even 20 points, but in effective, dominant manner. So I think to me, that's a star. Not a superstar, but a star.
And I agree with you, Ron. I believe a star in this league is a player who averages 23, 20, 22, but gets in the first round and gets knocked out. Superstar is a guy who averages 25, 26, elevates his team to the NBA Finals, and scores big numbers. And I believe that is a big difference in stars and superstars. And in CJ McCollum's case, I don't believe he's a superstar yet. I don't believe him being a superstar has actually been put up on him either. Even in him coming over to New Orleans, they didn't look for him to be the be all on their team. And you got to have that inside of you. And I've heard a couple of times on the panel here about, RJ's just, his makeup. I mean, is that coach driven? Is that due to the organization? Did they give him enough rings? And I understand to B's statement about hearing the 21-year-old thing. One thing I say to that, B's, is this. I look at the age, but I look at the production of that player at that age. And you look at RJ, and you look at him at 18, at 19 to 21, 19, 20 to 21, each year he's progressed. The other players that you mentioned, look at their numbers, see where they were at 21 years old, and then compare them that way. I don't just compare the age alone. I compare the production as far as, what you're putting on the floor. Now, I understand he took more shots, but that was due to the flow of the offense. But I believe him taking more shots builds him to a better level anyway. But as far as superstars and stars, I think, the superstar level is something that's, it's rare age, You're looking at Durant, Steph Curry, you're looking at top of the top. And then you look at CJ, does he compare with Durant and Steph Curry? And I think we all can agree that he doesn't.
I got you. And I understand that. That makes sense. I mean, probably a little bit of your definition of what a superstar is might be, it could be skewed depending on the player, because Damian Lillard to me is a superstar, but he's never really progressed that far in the playoffs or got people to the finals and stuff like that. But I think we can all agree that he's a superstar. And someone put in the chat, and I was actually going to mention that. I don't want to deviate too far because that might draw another question out of it. But I think Jimmy Butler is a superstar.
I agree. I think Jimmy Butler is as well.
Yeah. And I think he was viewed as a star for many years, but he's a superstar. That dude is a monster.
And that's what I was referring to, Ron, about one player putting the team on his back and taking them to another level.
Right.
Yeah.
The only thing I disagree with Marvin Tate is the points. I don't believe that you should at 23 points a game.
Yeah.
Solidifies you as a star. You don't even have to score 20 points to be an all-star in this league, as long as you have an impact on the game. And if these players have an impact on the game and they have an impact, and they impact results and their team winning, then they will be a star, because you can impact the game in many shapes and forms besides scoring. So I don't believe that scoring 23 points make you a star, because it's a league. Like somebody put up Bradley Beal, he averages 30. And to me, he doesn't make his team better. But yet he'll be an all-star because he averaged 30 points a game, but he doesn't make the players around him better. So how can he be a star if he doesn't make if his production on the court doesn't transition over to wins? How is he a star? See, that's the thing we have to realize. Like these players that you calling stars and superstars, when you got a Kevin Durant, his play transition to wins. So any given night he's good for 30 wins a season. Him by himself, he'll take you to 30. You can't say the same about Bradley Beal.
Right.
See the difference?
Right.
You can't say the same. But yet Bradley Beal will lead the league in scoring.
Right.
But can't even win 30 games by himself.
And you know what, L, to your point, that's the reason why I look at Bradley Beal as a star and not a superstar.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
So, and look, I asked the question because I think that's subjective. And I actually do like your definition, Ron, because I think that in a general sense, that pretty much puts it into play. But some people might consider how many all-stars they make. Elle just brought up a great point about maybe contribution of that doesn't equal impact. So like a Draymond Green, for example. Draymond Green doesn't have the greatest numbers on the planet, but he's on an all-star team every year.
That's a good one, D. That's a good one. He doesn't even what he averages. What he averaged? 12, 10? What do you
If
average?
If that, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's subjective and how you view that. But to get back, because Marvin had mentioned something about what do you call it, about the age thing, Marvin, that's only on your premise of that your production will go up every year you get older, and that doesn't happen for a lot of players. And that, so if somebody's produced for their first 3 years, there are things that can happen that can drop their production. And for at least for me, that doesn't have to do anything with age. That has to do with how you've developed and grown and evolved in your overall game. And some guys, it takes them 1 to 2 years. Some guys, it takes them 3 to 4 years. Some guys, like a Kyle Lowry or Chauncey Billups, for example, it takes them 5 to 6 years. So it's different. So I wouldn't base it on that. I would base it on what it is that you're seeing, right? So if you look at the stats, yeah, RJ's gone up on production every year, right? But when I watched the film, I asked a question, and I asked anybody to sit in a film room with me and show me, if I show you Duke videos and I show you year 3 videos, show me how much has really changed and show me how much has really evolved. And I base it on that, because once you do that and you put wrinkles in your game and you make yourself more of a creative what's the word I'm looking for? A self-creative weapon on the basketball court, I think everything else will carry along. So, you have to see it from all sides.
Yeah. So you saying his year 1 in Duke into his year 3 in the NBA is what you comparing to? You
No,
saying nothing changed?
no. What I'm saying his game, like how he operates. When he goes left, his moves to the right, him getting to his dribble pull up, him using his pivot. Like, it looks almost just about the same from year 1 Duke to year 3 Nick. So,
Right.
so that's what I'm RJ is just an example. That goes for every player. And you really see how is it they matriculated and evolved as going through the game. For example, if you watch Luka Doncic in Europe and you see him this year just in these playoffs alone, you can see a lot of development as to how he gets into the lanes, as to he's making certain reads and stuff of that nature. So I think it's really based upon more things that you can't see. I think the numbers are a reflection of that, but the development is based on those things you don't see, as far as what was the work they put in, did they do it in game time and simulation and stuff like that. And so we have to see if RJ is going to do that, because I could drop a video at any time and show you. Oh shit, wait, hold on. Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. And I could show you. I thought I knocked it out, and I could show it. And I can show you that. Damn, I forgot my point. That thing threw me off.
It's okay. I'll
It's
jump
all right.
in.
It's all right, D.
No, but I see.
Can I say something? Can I say something? Can I say something?
Go ahead. Because I'm gonna talk for a minute. Go ahead.
So D, I wanted to ask. All right, so year 3, this is what you look at. This is what you want to look at. You want to see You want to see the players' IQ, because technically the game's supposed to slow down for them players at that in year 3. So that's what you want to see. His offensive game may not have changed, but you want to see him work on a couple of things. You want to see him work on the mid-range, like Ron said. I want to see him work on that mid-range, because if he get that mid-range, boy, he'll be a dangerous player. Because that mid-range, that's a shot that the good players make, and they take and make the superstars we talking about and the all-stars. They take and make the mid-range. That's part of their game, of being able to make the mid-range, because the defense will give them the mid-range, right? So I want to see in that year 3 how the game has slowed down, making the right reads. If he's still making the same mistakes that he was making in his rookie season and making in the year 3, then we have a problem. Him finishing around the basket, I think that's something that'll improve as you keep on taking those shots. So that'll improve with reps. I just want to see him, how his basketball IQ. Like you said, sometimes he'll go to the basket and he'll drive and he'll get blocked when he should have made the pass. And there's times where he make the pass, right there, he makes the pass. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes he makes the pass, he makes the right read, and that's part of his strength, and that's part of his chemistry with Mitch, is they have something going on. So you just want to see the IQ aspect of the development, because it's supposed to slow down. And these guys, year 3, the superstars, the game slowed down. It's no more, because he realized he could bully his way to the basket. We know that about his game. He can bully. So now you have to take your bully and you got to mix it up a little bit. You know what I mean? Now you got to entwine it with something else and add a little piece to your game. So you want to see that in year number 4. You know, because now you know that he can pretty much take over a game. So now you want to see how his IQ level, how that has risen from year 3 to year 4.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could beg the question that is his bully game really as efficient as people put it out to be? Because he only did shoot 56% at the rim this year.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Can I ask that, Tom? Does RJ have to be a star to stay on our team though?
No.
No.
Say that again.
But he said, does RJ have to be a star to stay on our team? No, he doesn't have to be. But if he's not a star, then his efficiency level has to improve. Like, he's got to give us something solid every night, because we still look at him as a key piece of this team. And when you're a team devoid of true transitional talent, it doesn't matter who you are. You're everybody's game is going to be under a microscope. So whatever RJ does do is going to be highlighted even more, because we don't have that A1. You know what I mean? So yeah, he could be on the team and still be a good factor, but we can't, like, I would say,
throw bags at him and build teams around him.
I was just going to say that. Like, he might get close to the max. He's going to have to do something crazy this year to show he deserves the max, but then that's it. Like, he can't get the super max. He should not. If he don't improve his game after this next contract, if he's with the Knicks that we give him, he'll never get a super max here, because it's not worth it. His type of game, he needs to show a high level of improvement. So what I was going to say is, to John's point, he said, I identify through the Warriors team. Curry is a superstar. Thompson is a star. Green is a solid NBA starter. I agree with everything. However, I would say that Draymond Green is also a star, because if you take Draymond Green, we've already seen it. You saw it towards the regular season, towards the end. You saw it in certain games this year when Draymond was hurt. You saw it in the playoffs when he got himself thrown out. If Draymond's not on this team, this Warriors team is not making the finals. Not only is he their biggest defensive presence, he makes them all better.
He runs their offense.
He runs the offense. So that is what gives him that star quality. Is he a superstar? No, because I just think that even though he does so much intangible wise, I can't throw him the superstar bone. But he's a high level star when it comes to his value and what he does for the team.
Ron, before you go any further, I just wanted to ask the panel. I just wanted to ask the panel a question, guys. Is your development more based on your coaches making sure you get developed, or are you putting forth the effort on the floor? And I want to ask each one of the panel members.
All right, wait. You know what? Hold that. Let me see. I wish I could bookmark a verbal question, because I don't want to forget it. Everybody heard that?
Yeah, got it.
All right, somebody remember that. Let me bring GI in here. What up, GI? How you doing, boss?
What's up? I saw this panel. Too many great minds. I had to get up here.
Hey, man, it's been a minute, man. I'm happy to see you. More fire, rhythm beats. Boy.
Yeah. Hey, L over there. Listen, I gotta come.
You know I'm having fun with you, GI. You know I'm having fun.
You know me and L always come in trolling each other. I said, if Clay is trash, right? I said, because Clay, somebody, I think the comment was, Steph's a superstar, Clay's a star, and Draymond is a starter, right? And y'all cleaned up the Draymond piece. If Clay is trash or not a superstar, then I feel bad for the Knicks forever, because we probably never had a player like of Klay Thompson's ability. Like on the wing, I can't think of another wing that we've had with the ability of Klay Thompson. But I see the crew. Yeah,
I'm having fun with him, GI. Like he is. I like Klay Thompson game. I'm just having fun with you. But yeah, I have no problem. He is, and he played prior to the injury. He was a good little defender too prior to the injury. So he was the glue guy. He was the person that defended the other team's best player for the Warriors. It sure enough wasn't Steph. We all know he's not that kind of defender. So it was Clay who had to get in there and guard the LeBrons and all them guys. You know, when Draymond had his hands full down on the boards and things of that nature.
Right. Right. Well, all right. Let me get this out before I forget. So, my point about RJ that I was trying to make is I said that by the time he's 23, I think he's going to be a star in the league. I still feel like he can still do that. This is what I think is going to happen next year. Like I'm not, like I said, I said this before. I am not going to be jumping out the window this year saying the Knicks are going to win 50 games and all this crap. Do I think the Knicks are going to be better next year? Yes. I think even if the Knicks were to make no moves next year, they'll be a better team because I think they learned from the stupidness that happened this year. I think whether or not Tibbs has learned anything, I think the front office has learned something. And I think they're going to be having conversations with Tibbs about his usage of certain guys and how he should try to incorporate other guys. And plus, I mean, listen, just facts is a fact. If Tibbs is the guy, like, you got to earn it in practice. Well, a lot of these guys played a year under Tibbs. So just by being there, they've earned more time next year. So that's how it works. So I just feel like the Knicks are going to be better regardless. Now, once they make any moves and change things around, I think that'll definitely help them going forward. And maybe they'll have smarter basketball players on the court who can make better decisions so you can avoid these pitfalls that they had, these big mental lapses on defense, struggles on offense, and all that crap. I think one of the worst things that happened to RJ this year, which I know he was going for it, he wanted to average 20 points per game, is that even though I like the fact that Tibbs started to allow RJ to bring the ball up the court more, to operate in the middle of the court so he could see the floor and make better decisions, as I think that's how you're supposed to use RJ. The way the Knicks offense is situated, because the Knicks are devoid of certain talent and their offensive schemes aren't the best, you turn RJ into a volume shooter, which is bad because RJ is not a very efficient scorer to begin with, and you made him less efficient because he was taking even more shots. I think next year, going to this new year, the Knicks team, the roster construction will be a little different. Hopefully it'll be better put together. And so I don't think RJ is going to be that same level of volume scorer because I don't think he'll have to be. And if the Knicks are smart, they won't allow him to be because it's not efficient. The other thing is, with regards to RJ, I think he did. People were, asking if he improved in any areas. I don't think he really did. I'm not saying he didn't work on his game, but if you look at it, RJ went from averaging 30%, 30+%. I don't remember what the amount was. It was 34, 35, 2 years ago. And then not this past year, but the year before, he shot 41% from three. So that's an improvement. Right. Last year, he dropped down to 34%, 35% around there.
Which is still a very good three-point shooter, by the way.
Right. It's not bad, but it's a regression.
It's league average, and it's a regression, right?
It's a regression. So, obviously, maybe he had worked, because we know he worked on his three-point shooting coming into the season. He worked on his form shooting from the free throw, because that year that he shot 41% from three, he also was a pretty damn good free throw shooter. His form had improved. He might have regressed a little bit because he thought he worked on that. And he improved on it, so he started to focus on other aspects of his game that he thought he needed to work on.
Which he needs.
And which he does, but I think he needs to continue to focus on that stuff that he was focusing on before. You can never stop practicing shooting, because when you're not a gifted shooter, there's guys who can wake up and shoot out. Like, even them, they practice like crazy, like Steph Curry. We see all types of stuff he does. The practice never stops. So RJ needs to continue to work on all of that stuff. And I wanted to talk about the Team Canada stuff, because to me, I think it's interesting. And I agree with you guys that RJ should focus on working with the team. Like, if we're trying to say, because of what's going on and whether it's right or not, people are talking like this is RJ's team, then if I'm RJ, I'm like, what? I got to be there with these guys. I got to start, people admire my work ethic and how I think about the game and how I keep my head, tuned into what's going on, how I handle them. Then you got to orchestrate practice, get everybody together, show them how you work, and have them working like how you work.
But Tibbs called him out. But that's a problem though. Tibbs called him out this year. He said, RJ, stop doing the extra work.
I agree. But the thing that I say about this is, like, I agree that he should be doing that. I think that's his next level where he should be going. But on the flip side, I think the other thing is, remember, this Knicks team has dysfunction. And there's guys like Julius and all these, they do their own thing. And RJ sees that. So RJ is like, look, you guys want to do this. You want to do things your way. I want to get better. So I'm going to go in the gym. I'm going to do my thing. I got to get on Team Canada. Last year in Team Canada, I was supposed to be the man, and it didn't finish the way I wanted to. So maybe RJ's thinking, I got to focus on Team Canada and really show guys that I'm working to be better, and I'm going to take Team Canada to the next level. Because I don't, because that could be his mentality. Maybe he's saying he is the face of Team Canada. Outside of Wiggins and these other guys, like it was RJ really last year. This year they have a much better roster. But maybe he's like, I got to show that I'm the man, so I got to go over there and focus. And then once I get that done, I'll come back and focus on the Knicks. So he could be thinking that. I don't know.
The question I have, though, is, and the concern as it relates to RJ, Ron, is this. This is what I came in to cook on. If RJ doesn't improve the things he needs to improve, and all the RJ fans, all the Knick haters, will the narrative be at the end of the day that the Knicks failed RJ? In this case, though, I believe RJ is the only other player next to Patrick Ewing that was drafted high to this organization that was given the absolute opportunity to flourish. Now, they did move him around, put him in bad positions, but at the end of the day, RJ has played hella minutes, and if any of the rookies in the Knicks history was to complain about anything but Patrick Ewing, did I get time on the floor? And RJ got on that floor, and I can tell you what, I know I only sit in the boardroom, but you give me time in that boardroom, just like y'all gave me time on this panel, I'm going to respectfully find a way to show you how intelligent I am. That's my game. RJ has been given time on a basketball floor in front of the biggest stage. He's had every opportunity to show whether he's a max player or not. If he gets it or not, I believe in my mind it's on RJ.
Listen, I mean, you're not wrong to feel that way. I agree with those sentiments. RJ has definitely had a chance to shine, but I am going to say RJ didn't start off the season that way. RJ was the fourth option behind Julius, Kemba, and Fournier. And he was brought into this season not necessarily knowing what his role was going to be. He had to figure out how he was going to fit in, how he was going to acquiesce and pick his spots, because the Knicks were trying to build something differently. And obviously, if you bring new players here, you want to get those guys involved and get them comfortable. So even if people say, well, no, RJ's usage rates were this, it's fine. That's okay if you say that that's your argument for RJ was still getting his usage. I'm telling you that if you bring in guys like Evan Fournier and Kemba Walker from other teams that weren't on this team, and they have been at big factors of those teams, you bring them into the Knicks, you want to get them acclimated. You're touting them as big pieces that you brought in, so you're gonna run the offense and try to get those guys off. So it doesn't matter what you say. Julius is number one. Those two guys, you're gonna try to get them incorporated, and RJ's gonna have to find his way. As the season progressed, and we saw that Kemba had issues on defense, then the benching, then Fournier struggled. RJ started to elevate and get more of a role. Still had good usage, but I'm just saying he was being used differently. So all that plays into account as to what you're getting from RJ, and you obviously saw the regression in defense because he's been asked to do more in offense. Not saying that that's a cop-out.
That's not an excuse.
No, I was saying that's not a cop-out. Like he should still be working on both levels. But the other thing I was going to tell you is, and this is the biggest thing that we never going to be able to really wholeheartedly say this, but we know it. This Knicks team has not had a true point guard. As much as Emmanuel quickly has improved and showed what he can do towards the end of the season, that was towards the end of the season. Early in the season, we weren't getting that from him. He was struggling on offense, and we were getting a healthy dose of an inconsistent Kemba, a benched Kemba, and then Burks, who's not a point guard. So if the Knicks had a point guard, everything could look differently. RJ could be playing better. He could be in better spots. He wouldn't have to do as much. Julius could be better. So I'm just saying, like, the Knicks really need to focus on getting somebody here who can facilitate, and then we can go throw out all the excuses. Then we say, okay, now they got a facilitator, and this is still happening. You got a guy setting you up, and you're still inefficient. You still can't pick your spots. You're still a volume shooter. Then you can say that. But the Knicks need to get somebody who can do that, and then we can see where this game of theirs can go. Because right now it's too. I can't really see it with the way I should. Like even with Julius, as much as I got mad at how Julius played last year, he still finished with decent numbers, Julius fashion. But we know about his mental and all the other stuff. But think about all the mistakes Julius made in the fourth quarters of games or in big possessions, the turnovers. When instead of, I always use this conversational piece. In the past, Julius warranted the double team because he was just that good. Now teams are double teaming just to get him flustered because they know he's going to turn over the ball. There's a difference. This is what I'm trying to talk about. That's what we need to change. Get the ball out of Julius's hands, and let's see where we can go with it. Let's see how much we can progress if we have the right people with the ball. All right. So I'm sorry.
But Ron, let me address a couple of things with that because I gotta go. I gotta go too, Ron. You know I'm on the run.
Yeah, I got you.
That's a whole administration thing. That's not just a player thing. That's front office, not constructed a roster, right?
That's where I was going with it.
Right.
I was going with it. Yeah.
Right. The coaching staff and not implementing player roles correctly and identities, and using the depth in your bench, and being able to adaptable to different game situations. You know what I'm saying? I mean, look at for example, Spoelstra. They paid Duncan Robinson 5 years, $90 million. That boy not even playing games, and when he does, he's playing 4, 7, 8 minutes. It's about adapting. It's about, okay, this is not working. Let me go somewhere else. First of all, Gi, what's up? How are you? How's everything? Okay, he's not there, no doubt. He said something that was a question to Marvin. What he said about. Is it on the organization or is it on the player that are responsible for the development?
Yes,
right?
That's what I wanted to.
Right? Am I correct in that question?
Yes.
Okay, cool. It's both. It's both. When you run an organization, right? And if anybody that's the CEO or owner of their establishments, you will know that you are responsible from A to Z on how your organization runs. And that includes staff development, just like player development. So you have a responsibility to make sure that your staff or your players are getting better in order for your business to continue running and evolve and get better. But it's also on the player too, because they have to go out in the summer and they have to work on the things they have to work on. They have to get into contact with different NBA players and different NBA trainers, and they have to evolve their games as well. So let me ask you a question. Well, most of us are parents here, right? How many times you got to tell your kids what to do?
See, that's not another thing. It's like it's a two-way. It's like you gotta. The teachers have to teach, but the students also gotta want to learn.
True.
You
follow that. So it's like the front office, and we touched on it last night, and Harwell and AD didn't know where I was going with it. It was, if you have this team and you draft all these players, and the good point that somebody made last night was bringing in Fournier, and how much faith do you have in Arjun when you brought in Fournier, and then you move your star player out of position to have him play another position? What does that say? So that whole thing, the whole situation with the Knicks is just a debacle. The whole organization right now it's a tragedy because you don't know where we're going. We don't have no sense of direction of where this team is going.
Yeah.
The players on this team is not winners. So what direction on this team are we going? And that'll be determined. That'll tell you how much RJ will succeed. You know, how what kind of, you don't bring in players like you brought in Cam and you brought in Fournier, right? And these all guys play the same position as RJ. So you bring in Obi, he plays the same position as Randall. You understand what I'm saying? So you have all these players on this team that play the same position, including the backups. You have Grimes, you have OIQ, you have all these players who all play the same position. Where are we going as a franchise? In order, and unless we have the answer for that, we won't even have the answer on RJ until we know where this
well, L, that's a great point. That's a great point because that's the question that's been asked for 20 years now.
I said like last night, I said I blame myself too, because they said, AD asked me the question, would I have a problem with them firing the front office this season? I said no, but that's the problem. That's part of the problem. Us as the fans, we don't us as a fans, we want to win now. So they tried to give us a win now team. But that's not the answer of how to build a proper franchise. That's not the answer to build a winner. You know, we have to pump our brakes as fans. And like I said in the beginning of the show, stop getting a hard on for other team player. Stop.
Grow your own.
Focus on our own. There you go. Like they say, mind your business. Mind your business.
So the answer is
doing in their house. Worry about what you doing in your own house. Don't worry about what the next door neighbor doing in their house. It doesn't concern you. Focus on what you need to do. You know.
Right.
Yeah. So to answer your analogy real quick, and I'll say this, and I promise I'm gone. When you said teachers teach, but students have to learn. My question to you, El, and I'll leave you with this, and the panel and everybody with this: have the teachers been teaching? If not, I cannot hold accountability to the students wanting to learn. One has to come before two.
I mean we don't know.
To that point, that's the reason I brought. That's the reason I brought the question up, because the question at hand was, is it possible that an organization or a coaching staff can hamper the development of RJ? That's why I asked that question to the panel. Because if he's handcuffed, then we can look at him as not being developed. Well, then you look at it in a wider sense, he's being handcuffed by his own organization. So is it his fault? We don't know.
Well, I'm gonna say I think he was being a little handcuffed early in the season. The way they were trying to incorporate the roster and use everybody, and they weren't really using RJ in the best of situations. But I will say that of anybody on this Knicks team, RJ and Julius get the full support of Tibbs, and he definitely tries to build up and cultivate those two guys. Because like I've said this before, people, because people go with the narrative that, guys on Tibbs's teams have improved. That's true. The stars on Tibbs's teams, whoever they were, he saw what they had, and he improved. Like the Joakim Noahs, the Derrick Roses, Luol Deng, certain guys, Cat on Minnesota, in this case in the Knicks, RJ, Julius. He's very good at building those guys up and realizing what he can do to help them, reach their next level of potential. I think the problem with the Knicks is that offensively, the schemes and the stuff that we run aren't the greatest. So what may have worked with those Bulls teams in the past and stuff, not necessarily working in today's game and with the players and how the game is being played. So that's why it's affecting Tibbs. His offense is limited. So he can't, as much as he might help with their development and certain things, he's got them working on what they're doing. The game itself on the court, it's not run the way it is in the way for the Knicks to be successful. And I also feel like Tibbs may know how to deal with those guys. He doesn't know how to deal with the younger guys who may not have already shown who they can really be on the court. He has a hard time developing unknowns.
Yeah.
So that's what I say.
I hear you.
Would that be true, Ron, or would that just be a case of him not trying? Because does he put the effort in for the young guys? Because I think he can. I think he just so hard set on himself that he believes that I'm just going to run it this way and that's it.
No. I think what Tibbs has a certain way of doing things, and his way of doing things is come to practice, work on certain things. My core guys, this is what we're going to do. My bench guys, this is what we're going to do. My rookies, this is what I want you guys to work on. And when whatever he's got them working on, they're on the side. He's forgot all about those guys because he got to worry about the game plan and how to institute his principles with the starters and the bench. And I think that is a problem. It's the connection between him doing what he's got to do with the starters and the bench and getting back into those young guys' heads and minds and understanding how to reach them and get the best out of them. I think he has a problem with unknown guys. Stars, he can do it. I don't care. You could be 18 years old. If you LeBron James coming into the league the way LeBron did, Tibbs is going to make LeBron better. He might not have to do that much because LeBron was just that good, but he'll figure out a way to use LeBron. It's just the guys who don't have that off the wall, in your face talent, he struggles with getting the best out of them because to me, he sees those guys as, well, you know what? how much am I going to really play you? I got these other guys I got to worry about. So work on some drills, work on this, and I'll take another look at you in practice. You know, we'll use you here and there. He's not focused on those guys. And I said this before during the season when we were watching the frustration of a lot of Knicks fans, like how come Deuce and Grimes and all this stuff. This is before he started playing Grimes. Why aren't these guys playing? I said one of the things that I don't like that Tibbs does not do, and I think this is his downfall as an NBA coach in today's game, he does not go over and teach on the court to his guys in a constructive manner. He may tell you if you're messing up, yo, what the hell are you doing? He may scream at you and tell you, you're supposed to do this. But where is my arm around your shoulder?
Yeah, it's not a fruitful teaching moment.
Right.
Right.
Understand. Today's NBA, these guys are sensitive. First off, this is not the 90s. These NBA players are sensitive. They're all friends. You know, there's no enemies. Like, you know how it is. So you got to coddle these guys. You got to, you're not stroking their ego. You're playing to their emotional development. We're in a different day and age. And these young guys, you're destroying them before they get on the damn court. Obi was finished for most of the year because he couldn't get out of his mind thinking he's going to keep messing up. And he said it towards the end of the season, that not press conference, but the media was talking to him, and he mentioned, like, I was thinking I didn't want to do anything wrong. And who put that in his head? Tibbs. Because Tibbs gave him that, if you do something wrong, you're getting out. You bench. You're not going to play.
Yeah.
I want to expound on a point that you made previously about I agree with you on the whole point guard thing. We haven't had a true point guard since forever. And I think that, when that happens, naturally a team, the offense is naturally just going to be disorganized. You're going to have a lot of ISO plays with players who shouldn't even be running ISOs in the first place, which creates, just efficiency problems. So with that said, we can't go after point guards who's has a score first mentality. We need somebody who can facilitate. We do, and we need for Tibbs to trust in that point guard to do his thing, not run ISO plays. Because with Derrick Rose in his MVP form, there wasn't a lot of pick and rolls with him either. It was just get the ball to Derrick Rose, let him do his thing, and we're gonna win and die with him. And everybody else is gonna play defense. Ronnie Brewer, Lou Aldine, Carlos Boozer is not much of a defender, but he get buckets too. But Joakim Noah, they always playing defense while Derrick Rose was doing his thing. And I feel like I agree with you, Ron. That way of coaching is outdated, and I'm not gonna sit there and completely crush Tibbs because I wanted Tibbs on the team. I like the fact that he coaches defense more than anything. I was blindsided by the fact that, he wasn't really into young players. And if we really want to build organically and build some type of foundation, then, Tibbs is going to have to change, or he's not right for this regime.
He's 66 years old, brother.
He ain't changing. But D, see, we talked about it last night on the show, right, D? He's always every coach is going to be in the win now. They're going to be in the win now mode, or you're going to get fired. So his problem is he gets stuck in a moment, right? Where you're playing Randall too many minutes and you got him out there 38, 40 minutes and he's sucking. Same thing for RJ. I don't care who the player is. If you having a bad game like D talked about, if you inefficient, you shouldn't be out there on the floor. You should push somebody else's button who may be more efficient than he is tonight, because all NBA players don't have it night in and night out. That's a known fact. Right. No one is scoring 20 points every single night. Even LeBron doesn't even do that. So it's nice they're gonna have nights off where it ain't just a night. And it's up to the coach to realize that. And that's the problem Tibbs don't do. He's so stuck in his ways that he don't call on other players when he should be calling on them. Because there's plenty of nights where Obi should have stayed out there. There's plenty of nights where he should have gave Grimes some more minutes, or call McBride in the game when he see the point guards and Kimba and Fournier was getting cooked on by no-name guards. So some of these players that was cooking this season had no business even in the NBA, but yet they had the biggest nights of their career against the Knicks. Go figure that, So it's more than this. He has to get out of that way. Do the team play for him? Yes, they do play for him, but he has to get out of that mentality of playing these guys so many minutes and it's not efficient minutes. That's the problem that we have with this team. It's not efficient minutes. So even though you playing RJ and like D said and Ron said he took a lot of shots. Why? Because that's what Tibbs got him out there to do, to take the shots. And to his credit, there's no one else on the team that can do what he's doing. So that's another bad front office, bringing in these guys who not good IQ players. That's front office too.
And to your take right there, Worldwide, is it true to the fact that sometimes we as fans don't see that Tibbs did play the younger players and he just didn't play the younger players that we wanted to see? Because he actually did play some young players. And I don't know if it was to our liking enough.
That's the problem that everybody has with him. You know, they say, "Oh, play the youth," but this team is a young team. He didn't play the players the way we wanted him to play the players, right?
Yes.
Us as fans. But see, that's the problem. Everybody keep mixing the two questions, the two narratives together. They not. He played the players. He just didn't play them the way we wanted them to play.
Right.
Yeah,
But
that's
the problem. It's not that he didn't play the young guys. He played the young guys. He just ain't playing the way we want him. You know, he played McBride. McBride was one of his guys, right? He may not have played McBride in NBA minutes, but McBride was one of the players on this team this year who had the most time to develop that came in as rookies because they sent them down to the G League to go get playing time when he wasn't playing here. So when guys like Grimes and Sims were sitting on the bench, McBride was in the G League development. So he gave him the opportunity to develop. You know, he just didn't play him the way we wanted him to play. But that boy was playing. He was playing the whole season. But they kept sending him down to the G League, you know. So I just think
I'll say this real quick. Well, first of all, I really got to go. It's just I just wanted to get this in before I left. Tomorrow, make sure you check out me, Ron, and Big Prof for Feed Sports. We're gonna be on the 12th tomorrow. We're gonna do part 2 of the draft.
You ain't been on the show in a minute. I ain't checking out nothing. You ain't been on the show in a minute, man. You ain't been on the show.
Okay.
You ain't been on the show in a minute.
Okay. That's how you gonna do that, L? Oh, okay.
You know I don't do it like that.
Okay.
I'm coming through, boy.
Because I'm busy at the time that y'all on. So okay.
I know God shows more than enough love. You know what I mean? And I know when I don't see a certain individual, like if I don't see GI, I know me and GI love ain't gonna never change. You know what I'm saying? That's my dude. So just because I don't see it on me, I know that he support me from afar. I know certain guys they support from afar because the time difference and other shows may be going on at the time. You know what I'm saying? So I know it's kind of hard. You know, I know it's kind of hard for us guys. But just know that the love don't never change, baby.
Right.
I gotta ruffle some feathers.
Yeah, it's all good. So, so just check that out, and I'll leave you guys with this question. If you guys are saying that about Tibbs, about him playing the young guys as we wanted to, and Marvin alluded to something of that nature as well, why would he, at the end of the season, declare in front of a national media that he should have played the young guys earlier in the season? so obviously there was an issue.
Yeah.
He didn't give them the time he's supposed to have gave them. That was the issue. The issue was he didn't play them when he's supposed to have played them. He played them, messed up.
So Tibbs didn't play the young guys.
Yeah. You know what? I think what really slapped him in the face, it wasn't even
stay peace.
D.
Take
See
care,
you tomorrow,
D.
brother.
Oh yeah.
I think what really slapped Tibbs in the face, and he must have been like, damn. It wasn't the fact that Quickly was getting busy. It was that Obi was getting busy. He was like, damn, what? Why is this guy shooting threes more efficiently? He's taking more and more threes, and he's hitting these threes. Like, what? Damn. He must have been like, oh, shoot. I was trying to keep this young boy down, man. I don't know what happened here. Listen,
you know what's crazy going on? What? The whole Obi thing, right? So, he's just as polarizing as RJ to a degree. It's no middle ground with Obi. Mm-hmm. Either a lot of us love him or a lot of people want to see him gone. They still think he's trash. But my thing to that is, y'all remember what would Amari Stoudemire be had he never had Steve Nash? I'm talking about pre-injury. Amari Stoudemire. He couldn't shoot a jumper. You see what I mean? Like that's why my thing is with Tibbs. It's like you got a player, he actually has talent on the team. Quickly has been a little bit worse as far as shooting goes, but he's known to be a shooter. We know he's gonna step back up on that, when it comes to shooting. RJ, as far as like we already explained, he's a jack of all trades. These are all young dudes I'm talking about. Obi Toppin, he's probably one of the fastest power forwards in the game right now. Like I'm talking about on the fast break.
Right.
Can nobody really stop him? He can move without the ball. He can cut. He can do all of that. He doesn't really need the ball in ISO situations to be effective. In fact, I mean, if anything, that's his weak point. But as far as the whole big situation goes, like he has to find some type of offensive coordinator or something because just the plays that he's running is not benefiting his players at all. It's not.
Yeah.
Just giving the ball to Obi. I mean, not Obi. Just giving the ball to Randall and letting him do his thing, or giving the ball to RJ and letting him do his thing. It's just not cutting out. It's not efficient basketball at all.
And before you go, Ryan, I just wanted to give a shout out to Jay Boogie in the chat. Put an interesting line in, and this is to the development on the team. What he writes is, "What teachers have we ever had? That's why we don't learn. We don't have no leaders. We just bring vets that come in here to just get a check. It's almost like we're a hotel at rest." How do you guys take that take?
I mean, that's yeah. I mean, he's not wrong.
Yeah, because that's to the development of the players. In other words, including the players on the team and the coaches and whatnot. I don't blame. I've been real hard on Tibbs ever since he left Chicago, but his coaching philosophy works in a sense. But I'm agreeing with the other guys on the panel. He just needs an offensive-minded coach alongside him because he's a brilliant defensive coach. And I think if he wasn't so set in his ways and he would listen, that it would be a great thing. But who's to say that he's going to listen to an offensive coordinator on his team?
True.
Yeah.
True.
We talked about that. We talked about that too. I think Nice had brought it up. I said, "What's the purpose? He has the plays. The offensive coordinator run the plays, but Tibbs just won't call the plays. He goes back to the same one. One is ISO Randall, or yeah. So even if he had the plays in his hand, he doesn't call the plays. So what different? It doesn't even make any difference. So we can have an offensive.
I was gonna say that's why you know what, the front office, they got to use all of the ammunition they got. They got to say, look, Tibbs, for the most part, you got the same team you had the year before when we made the 4th place and made the playoffs. So I know, of course, they lost 2 really good defensive players, but still, for the most part, you had the same team. And we played worse. We saw a lot of dysfunction. We lost a lot of leads. And offensively, we struggled because the thing with the Knicks this year is you saw points where their defense was actually pretty good. It was top 10 in the league at one point, but they had problems scoring. Then on the flip side, then they were scoring and they wasn't stopping nobody. So I'm saying, like,
I thought the defense more than anything suffered this season. I thought that we allowed teams to score and certain players score that shouldn't have been scoring, and teams beating us, the Orlando Magics and things of that nature. Should we say we don't have to go any further than them?
Yeah, I think we're in a situation where they need to probably go to Tibbs and say, look at us, look at where we're at in the league, look at our pace. We're in the bottom 5 of the league in pace. They might be bottom 3, I think. Look at our 3-point percentage, our 2-point percentage, all the numbers, free throw percentage. We're struggling in every aspect.
Ron, why did it change? Why did we stop? Why in the beginning of the season when we came out and the ball was moving and we was in top 5 in pace, top 5 in scoring? Why did it change? I still, that's the part of the season I never understood why it changed. Because we stopped it, because we wasn't making threes the way we were supposed to be making threes, or as consistent as we was. You went and you changed the way the flow of the game. The team, we was a winning team. We was a winning team playing that way. We was able to go up and down the court. Yeah, you might miss a 3, but then you get a chance in the other team. It's a fast-paced game. Why did he change? Why did the team change from that? Why? I don't understand. I still don't. That's one of the most questions I can't answer on what happened to this team.
Well, I got
You know,
an
why
answer
did they
for you.
change?
I think hold on, I got an answer for you, but I think Don P. Go ahead, bro. I think what are you gonna say?
Yeah, you see, and that's the thing. Like that's where I kind of give a little bit pity to Tom Thibodeau. When we made a 4 seed, and you know we was getting buckets or whatever, it was pretty much our defense turning into offense. We was getting a lot of stops. We was getting a whole lot of stops. So when you take out players like I forgot the dude name, the two who's basically a DN3 player, and when you take people like him out at the perimeter or whatever, and add in Evan Fournier and Kemba Walker, you know that offense turning defense into offense, that goes to a stop altogether. I mean, we didn't really have a lot of offense when we made the 4 seed to begin with, besides Derrick Rose doing his thing and Julius Randle surprising even Knicks fans with doing his thing. So it's like, now that the scouting report is on Julius Randle, they know what he can do now. Like they kind of, I won't say they shut him down, but they really slowed him down for sure. Derrick Rose is injured, and we're not getting no more stops. So, I mean, everything adds up at the end of the day.
But you know, Don P, when you playing a fast-paced game, your defense is gonna lack off, because that's one of the main things when you playing a run and gun style. You have to be in tremendous shape. So you know you got to have the personnel to be in tremendous shape, right? So you need these guys to be in shape, because as fast as they go down there and score, they got to turn right back around and come back there and be on defense the same way.
Agreed.
So you need to have that kind of energy, right? So that's why you have to know what kind of team you're going to be going into the season. You can't be up and down the way how this team was. It was too inconsistent. You didn't know. We don't have no identity. That's why I'm gonna keep on saying it. We need to find an identity for this team. We need to start from the ground and go forward, because you say you want to be a run and gun team, right? But then you start off in a run and gun offense the beginning of the season, but then you stopped because you're so in love with defense. So then you stop doing that. And then you try to focus on defense and then grinding out in the ISO ball to Randall. Then you say, oh, this is not working. And then you changed again in the middle of the season. It was too much inconsistency. That's what leads to losing. That's what leads to a losing record. I feel like if it had been one way and you just wrote that through the whole season, then we would have had a better idea on what this team was going to be moving forward. But because we didn't have that, we don't know what this team is. I don't even know what this team is going to. I don't know. Ron, I have no idea what this team is going to be next year. I have no idea. And I'm keeping it a buck. I can't even say this team is a playoff team. I can't say nothing about this team. I don't know what this team is going to put out on this floor next season. That's bad.
I hear
That's
you.
bad. That's bad. Where are we going? What are we going to do? We're going to be a defensive team. We're going to be an offensive team. What are we going to do? Are we going to be a team?
Yeah, I guess in our case, it's gonna have to be a lot of some addition by subtraction. We don't have to get rid of some players.
You add,
sure.
and they add Don P. They add the wrong players. You know, we talked about it like they want to move up in the draft, right? To get what's the guy name? Kate Ivory. What's the guy name?
Jaden Ivey. Yeah.
Right, he's not a point guard. So you bring in another 2 guard, and you got all these 2 guards, all these shooters on the team. So you're moving up. So again, you adding the wrong piece to the puzzle.
But
I agree
where are
with
we
you
going?
100%.
I was
Where are we going? And I'm not saying he's not a good player. I'm not saying he's not a good player. The problem is you don't have you see, I got the Jets behind me. I'm gonna support the Jets, right? They finally got it right. So when they went out there and they drafted and they had all these top players, it's not that they got the best players at the position, but they got the best players of guys of positions that they needed. So every player that they drafted was a player of need. And that player is able to come in right away and contribute to a team and help them move forward. Now you need an offensive lineman. You went and got the best offensive lineman. You needed a defensive end. You went and got the best defensive end. You needed a corner. You went and got the best corner. You needed a wide receiver. You went and got the best wide receiver. You see, the Knicks don't do that. So if you're moving up to number 7 and you're going to get another 2 guard, what that says about RJ.
Right.
What that say about Cam.
I
and what
agree.
that say, you just paid this guy $80 million. What that say about him?
Right.
So
although I will say it's easier in football because at least there's no lottery. If you stink, you get into you get the ability to draft the top player because you stunk.
You stink. Yeah. But you got to draft right. So you got to draft right. You can't keep stacking offensive linemen the same. You can't keep stacking a guard, or you can't keep getting linebackers every draft, or getting a running back, and you just drafted a running back last year.
Right,
you know, you gotta
right.
add, and that's what the Knicks is messing up at. They adding the same kind of players, the
Let me
team,
ask you a
and
question,
that's
Warlock.
gonna make it.
All right, so I believe most likely we will lose Mitch. There's a lot of teams out there that's desperate for a center right now, and I don't see any center who's that much better than Mitch. I really don't. I like Mitch, but I think we're gonna lose him. This draft, what would you do?
Well, all right, hold on. Before you answer that, L, and I'll give you a little bit more time to think about it. Let me just say what's up once again to the chat. Hit that like button, show your love. Appreciate y'all. A-Train, what's good? Shout out to Mark Butler, who I had put up on the screen. That was an interesting point. You're right. RJ still has to work on, no matter who the coach is, no matter who his teammates are, he got to work on being able to get to the rim, knock down his layups, and hit his free throws. So you're right about that, Mark Butler. Salute to A-Train. Salute to Howard Smith, Eddie F., Harlem Girl, The Smoking Nick, D Coolest 718, Thunny Music, Hinton Murphy, what's going on? Amal Fuller, Lakeisha Fisher, Gentrified Intellect, that's Ghetto Intellect's little cousin. No, I'm just joking. I don't know that. Good to see y'all. Appreciate y'all. And also salute to my man. I think I said it, but if I didn't, Parrish Douglas, salute to you as well, brother. So yeah, man, what do you think about that question, L?
Say the question again. Repeat the question. I'm in the zone. That's why I have my camera
My
on.
bad, my bad.
I'm in that early morning wake and bake now, baby.
I said,
Tricky. I gotta answer Tricky Nicky. Tricky Nicky, the dog, he right here, but he's a winner now. Tricky Nicky,
Hey.
boy, a winner now. That boy, a winner now. Tricky Nicky,
he real with it.
He a winner now. He right here.
Yeah, for those of y'all
dog.
that don't know, Worldwide L has a championship, dog. He is in all types of competitions, and he is a winner now. Like he said, he real with it.
He's a winner now.
Yeah,
Don P. I'm sorry, Don P. Yeah.
Nah, I told you that I believe that we are gonna lose Mitch. So what would you do in the draft? Would you draft for need, or would you draft for somebody?
I gotta go point guard. I gotta go position of need, and everyone knows we've been needing a point guard for I don't know the last decade and 2, 3, 4, 5, 10,000 decades. So I'm gonna go point guard because I feel you could get a center out there. So I'm gonna go point guard. I'm gonna make that my sole position of need. I don't care who it is. Go and get a point guard. Don't add nobody else before you add another point guard. And then you can fill in. There's some serviceable centers out there that you can fill in. You know what I mean? That you could, because if they would have went out there and gave Drummond the money, he would have fit in on this team. He would have been a serviceable center for $5 million. So it's other centers out there that you can get that's serviceable. Yeah, you're gonna miss Mitch. He is one of our draft picks. Again, you're gonna lose another draft pick that you drafted, and he's gonna go off to be on a better team more than likely. So I don't want to see them lose Mitch because that's our draft pick.
But here's the question: what if there's no point guard that's at 11 when the Knicks draft that they feel?
I was going to ask that. Yeah.
If there's no point guard at number 11,
yeah,
that's not worthy to be in that 11 spot. Yeah.
Because honestly, in my mind, I think the Knicks should draft the best overall talent, and then if there's a point guard that they like, that might be a little bit more of a project, if you will, but has skills and could translate quicker to the type of point guard you could use on your team. I would try to draft that in the second round with my 42 pick. But that's me.
That's a good one because you have to have
there's guys out there that I like.
Yeah, whoever you add to this team, if it's the best player in the draft, the question is the best player in the draft available? Is he better than the guys that's already on this team?
And I think that in some cases, it depends on who's available, though.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Because this is where you gotta really put your front office hat on. You gotta start making moves. They have to start doing something. You know what I mean? Either you're gonna build draft capital or you're gonna start freeing up some money to go off some free agents. You know, because are you adding players that's better than the players on this team? You know, that's what you want to add. So if it's a better player, if it's a player in the draft that's going to be better than players on this team, then yeah, you go ahead and make that pick. But if it doesn't, if you're going to draft a McBride or at number 11, is he better than the players? Is he better than the IQ?
And to that worldwide and DP, I wanted to address that also. So is it predicated or is it necessary to make this pick in necessity of your coach? Because we all just talked about who Tibbs plays. Should you use that pick to get a veteran point guard to make sure you satisfy Tibbs? Because it's been said before, Tibbs is struggling with this team because he's not getting the players that he really wants. So is it best to bring in a young player, or is it best to bring in a veteran point guard?
Movies and stuff. I did talk about the center position. I did.
Had you asked me that last
I talked
week?
about it being other players that the Knicks could go out there and get. I said that movies and stuff. There's other serviceable centers out there. So, and I talked about why you're losing another draft pick, Mitch being not draft pick. I just said that on movies and stuff. But no.
Yeah, had you asked me that last week, I would have told you trade the pick because it's a weak draft. I played into the narrative that it was a weak draft, but I don't think so. I don't think there's necessarily a lot of superstar potential talent coming out the draft, but I think there's a lot of solid players coming out the draft, even all the way to the pick we got right now at the 11th. So with that said, I would say, like, if it was just any other center, I would have been like, you know what, it is what it is. Get Matthew. I don't know to say the shooting guard's name or whatever, but Jalen Duren, man, his floor is Andre Drummond. At his highest ceiling is projected to be Dwight Howard. He's just as big as Dwight Howard in his rookie year, just as athletic.
So this the answer, Don P. Right? Let me ask you.
Yeah.
Now I hear everybody talking about Jericho Sims right now. So if you lose Mitch, this is according to everybody else who wanted to see Jericho Sims and said Jericho Sims was the next thing or whatever. I don't see it in him. But for everyone who's been saying it all year long, so you should be okay.
What you said? You
should be okay for Jericho Sims. Everybody was talking about how much they wanted Jericho Sims to play, and this guy's so athletic, and this, that, and the third. I feel like he's still lacking a couple of things. Will he be a serviceable center in this league? Yeah, he'll be a serviceable. I don't think it's right now. I think he got like another year to grow some more. But you already got a center, so everybody was talking about Jericho Sims. So why would you want to go out there and get another center if you can afford to lose Mitch, right?
Because I feel like Jericho Sims at his best will be a great backup center. He will be a great backup center.
I agree. I'm just saying what the fans were saying all year long about Jericho Sims. Everybody was head over heels for him. I wasn't. I wasn't. Is he all right? Will he be a serviceable center? Yeah, he could be a serviceable center.
But worldwide, is it? I'm sorry. Is it okay?
I don't think he's a starter.
Is it okay, considering the production you got out of the center position, to address that point guard position and try to develop Sims? Meaning this: how much production did you get out of the center position? And if you lose Mitch, can you replace him? Now, I know it's not real popular with Noel and Sims, and then address a veteran point guard, which would really run that full offense. Because with Mitch, your point production, as far as plays run for the center, were not very high. So you would be the same boat with Sims and Noel, but you would receive a top point guard.
Yeah, I mean, when you lose Mitch, you losing from that center position of how the Knicks play is you losing the defensive anchor. And you've seen it at times when Mitch had to go help out Fournier and help out all these guys, RJ, Randall, all these guys, man, just being beat. So that's what you're gonna miss when you're gonna lose a guy like Mitch. We don't get a lot of points from the center position, but when you do, it's always gonna be a plus because they not out there for that. It's a lot of scoring that's done on the other guys on the team that they really heavy on scoring. As far as in the center, we don't rely on our center. So that's what you got to look at them bringing in the center because they're not gonna have they don't use a stretch five on the Knicks. So you can't go and say, all right, go and get a stretch five. So you have to have a player that's going to be able to be a defensive center. So that's what you got to look at. Somebody that's going to be able to replace Mitch.
Yes.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that.
You said something about losing Mitch's production. Mitch provided us with rebounds and defense at the paint.
Defense,
At
yeah,
the
you
very,
missed that. You're gonna miss that.
Yeah.
and that's why I put Jalen Duren's ticket in the hat because he already has an NBA ready body. Coming out of the draft, he's only 18 years old, and he's already adept at rebounding and defense. I mean, he's better than Mitch was in his rookie year. He's not better than Mitch right now, obviously, but I feel like in about 2-3 years, I feel like he may be able to surpass Mitch. But he could give us, I would say, a little less than the production of what Mitch is giving us, but it'll be at a way cheaper price than 15 mil per year. We can use that 15 mil on a serviceable point guard who we need right now, as opposed to overpaying for a center other than Mitch.
Right. That I mean, and before I forget, I did want to say that as much as I think that the Knicks need a facilitating point guard to really help and get the best out of this team, the NBA is changing a lot, and you're not seeing a lot of these players being used at the point guard position. In some teams they have them, in some teams the shooting guard is facilitating, some teams the small forward, the power forward. It depends on the team. Look at the Warriors. As much as Steph Curry is the point guard, he does some facilitating, but a lot of the game runs through Draymond Green. Look at Miami. As much as you have Kyle Lowry out there doing things, you see a lot of their game runs through Bam. Bam helps set everybody up. So what I would say is, if the Knicks somehow get one of these guys to fall to them, or even if they trade up and I don't see it, but say they trade up to like 7, because I think that might be the highest they could get up to, because I don't see how it could, work any other way, but maybe Portland. If they get up to 7 and say Jaden Ivey fell to 7 and the Knicks drafted Jaden Ivey, is that horrible? No, it's not. But you got to say to yourself, now that I got Jaden Ivey, I need to go get myself somebody like a Jeremy Sochan, however you want to say his name. But he don't have to be him, because maybe you wasted your pick and traded up and used it. Now you don't got that pick. But you got to get a guy like that who is a person who can facilitate on the court, that can help. Because maybe what you're not getting from Jaden Ivey, you need to get from another smart player on the court, someone who can help move the ball around. You just need guys who can move the ball around. And let me tell you, if you get Jaden Ivey, you put him on this Knicks team, and you get rid of, now I don't hate to say this once again, if you get rid of Julius and you allow Obi to start, Obi moves the ball. So you're going to get ball movement just by that change alone. And if you can get another guy in here, it doesn't have to be drafted, but if you get somebody else from around the league who is a good passer, who knows how to move the ball around, you'll get better ball movement. And then not only do you get better ball movement, but you got a guy in Jaden Ivey who's a bucket getter. Because the Knicks need bucket getters too. Knicks run into problems when they're going down and the other team is coming back and Knicks can't get a bucket. Somebody who's explosive who can get to the rim, he may not be able to shoot, or you lock him down on the outside, he can still get a bucket by dunking on somebody or getting an efficient layup. So you can do things different ways. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to rule that out, because that makes sense too. And shout out to my man Cully and Josh, aka Uncle
I'm laughing
Julio.
at that. You're wrong. It's hard. It's hard. I'm over here. See, I'm so used to how you run the show, right? You don't never be when you be in the when you be on the panel and you over here trying to click in some of the good comments.
Yeah.
I'm trying to click on some of the guys' good comments, and I'm realizing I'm on your show. I don't. I could take the day off today. I don't have to worry about clicking on comments. I'm over here trying to click.
And to that, Ron, I wanted to ask, because I did read something in the chat. Is it true to you guys, or is this just a myth? Is it true that free agents do not want to play for Tibbs? Do you guys think that?
No,
I don't think there's any
this past season, you had a couple of guys who said they wanted to come play for the Knicks. That's where it to be so dysfunctional at. You got these guys that want to come play. You hear about it, and then to come to find out that the front office never made the phone calls. So it's guys that want to come play for Tibbs. I don't buy that now. I don't buy that, because a lot of guys said they wanted to come play for the Knicks this season,
I don't think that's
and the Knicks never even made the phone call and reached out to none of them guys. Right. No, because it was other point guards that we could have went. You had Shooter that was available. It was point guards that was available that could have been serviceable to us, and the Knicks never even made an attempt. They never even tried. Never even tried.
I don't want to say that I think I think that I don't think that's the overwhelming thought around the league about not wanting to play for Tibbs. I think there's a certain type of player that doesn't want to come to New York and play for a guy like Tibbs because Tibbs may run you into the ground. But I think there's another type of player who says, hey, I know I'm good in this league. If I go play for Tibbs, I know one thing, I'm playing. So Tibbs going to give me 30 minutes. I'm going to get mine. So there's guys who know that, hey, if I go there, I know what the Knicks got and don't got. If I go there, that's an improvement. Tibbs going to play me. I'm going to get my numbers.
That's facts, Ron.
That's the way you got to look at it. And there's some guys who don't have a problem with Tibbs. It's just that I think the issue is the Knicks. The Knicks are not a good team. And no matter what, people still had the jury out. Like, oh, they made the 4th seed. But you know what? This was a year with no fans. A lot of things was going on. People were sick. You know, was that an aberration? Was that real? Is this the real Knicks?
Toronto was playing in Tampa Bay.
Right. So people were still not really like sold on what the Knicks could do. And it didn't hurt. Should I say it didn't help the way they went out. Like Atlanta made quick work of us. So that definitely hurt them.
Well,
so,
Ron, would that be true? Would that be true to a regular free agent or to a different superstar free agent who do not want to be worked so hard?
Well, okay, look at it this way too, Marvin. How many free agents are out there that are young free agents who are still just ready to get money and continue to grow their game? If you look at the level of free agents that are out there that people might target, there's not many that are young like that. They're a little older and they've been on teams. So why would you want to come to the Knicks who's still building and still trying to figure out their identity? You want to go like Bradley Beal would want to go to a team that's already playoff bound. Like, I want to win now. So that's the other thing. It's also about the class of players that's out there and, you know, who you're dealing with and where they would want to go. Now, if this was a year this coming up where you got guys like, say Donovan Mitchell, maybe not Donovan Mitchell because he might want to win now, but he's 25, so he's still young. But you would really have to find the right fit of guy who's not necessarily, he's not looking for a championship right this minute. He wants to get to a good market, be on a good team, and get his money. Like those guys, usually when you hit around 26, 27, 28, you start to say, now I want to be on a championship contending team. You know, but I don't think that the Knicks have that luxury. And plus, this free agent class is weak. I mean, we talked about it earlier in the year. The guys that are really coming out, there's not a lot of strong players that you want to go after. And even if you could go after them, the Knicks don't have money. You know, that's the thing. Knicks don't have contracts that are crazy, but they used a lot of their cap, so they just don't have the money.
Yeah.
Ron, you said something earlier about Jaden Ivey. You know, the Knicks need bucket getters.
Right.
What would we plug Jaden Ivey at if we was to draft him? What would you plug him at?
Well, honestly, that's another reason why I don't want Jaden Ivey, because another thing that I wanted to bring up when I was talking about RJ is I think RJ needs to go back to the 2. I think you need to get the hell away from RJ at the 3 and allow this kid to get back to where he can be strong. Like at the 3, he's a good player and can do some stuff. He still needs to improve on everything with his game. But at the 2, he can be dominant with his strength. He's stronger than a lot of these shooting guards. He's bigger than a lot of them. So he can enforce his will a little bit. And that's kind of what RJ's game is. You know, people say like, you know, some guys can score effortlessly and it's easy to them. RJ's not that guy. RJ works for it. People said it in the chat. People said it on the panel. RJ got to work for his buckets. But at the 2, it's less work for RJ. RJ can bully through them dudes. And so I think that you need to figure out a way to get RJ back to the 2. And that's why I think it would be great if the Knicks could get one of these small forwards, these wing players in the draft. And I personally, if one of these wing players is there that I really like, I'm going to figure out a way to trade up. If I could trade up as high as 7, I'll try to do it. If Benedict Mathurin is there, I don't know if you consider him a small forward. I think he could play small forward. I mean, I think he's got a decent enough height. Let me just double check that. because I want to say he's 6'6", but he could be 6'5".
6'7". He's built at 6'7".
Ron, is them guys? Because I'm not a good on the draft college guy. So I got to stick to my strength. My strength is not that. But that's why I ask a lot of I ask Hardwell. Y'all guys that follow the draft and follow these players. Now the player that you're talking about, is he better than Cam? Now don't forget Cam is what, a ninth pick, right?
I don't think so.
So is these guys that you're talking about? Because I'm agreeing with you as far as if you move RJ to the 2 guard, right? His natural position. Then you probably won't get a tired RJ in the fourth quarter where he can't hit the side of a barn because he ain't got no legs. You won't have that. You'll have Cam guarding that other player's best player where he's not part of the offense. He'll just get his and flow. Is these guys better than Cam that you're talking about? Because you got to keep in mind that we also got Cam. Are these guys better than Cam? Are they better than Grimes?
Right. Well, the thing is, it works out fine because to me, the Knicks have a lot of if whatever moves you make, you're going to have some questions. You're going to have to make some changes. If you move RJ to the 2, now who does that impact? Fournier, because Fournier was playing a lot of 2, but Fournier is 6'7", so he could play the 3 as well. I'm not saying you want to put him there, but he can do that, right? But Grimes is stuck. Grimes can play the 3 as far as defensively. He can handle playing those type of guys. Offensively, he's probably better suited at the 2. So if you put RJ at the 2, then Grimes should be his backup. If RJ moves to the 2, then now you're looking for a 3. So I would say you would start Cam, right? And then whoever, if you draft the 3, that 3 could be the backup who could play some minutes, and you interchange with him and Fournier while Fournier is still on this team. Because Fournier don't need to play that many minutes. Fournier is turned into a specialist, if you ask me. And so if you get a young rookie, that rookie is not beholden on playing a bunch of minutes either. That rookie can get 15 minutes as he grows. And who knows, he might play himself into more minutes, and then Fournier might become expendable. The point is, that's a better problem to have than having like 5 shooting guards. You got to get rid of some of these smaller players that don't have any interchangeability.
So how do you walk into a boardroom with James Dolan and say, hey, by the way, guys, I'm paying this Fournier guy $78 million. I noticed y'all only pay him about 6-7 minutes a game. Anybody want to explain that to me? I don't think their job. I just don't think giving Fournier the money you give him and say that he's going to kind of blend in between 2 and 3 when you need him 15 minutes a game. That's not realistic at all, Ron.
No, I agree. And that's why, that's the thing, G.I. That's a good point. Problem. And that is why, fortunately for us, as bad as Knicks fans were looking at Fournier, by the time that the end of the year finished, Fournier showed you his value, and he showed the rest of the league his value. He broke the Knicks single-season three-point record. He had over 200 threes. 200 threes in the NBA. I mean, it's happening more now, but it's still rarefied air. Okay, that was like look at a team like Miami who's got Duncan Robinson. Now, say what you will about Duncan Robinson. Duncan Robinson struggled as hell this year to the point where they benched him for most of the playoffs and only were forced to play him now because Tyler Hero got hurt. But if you're going to look at the 2 guys, who's a better player? I know I said that, and it might sound a little crazy, but I'm going to tell you right now, Evan Fournier played better this year than Duncan Robinson did. So that also leads to his value. Is his contract a little hefty? It might be, but you know what? A lot of guys got good contracts in the league. And with the money going up next year, his contract ain't going to look as bad as it was. And for a contending team that may be struggling with some pieces as far as shooting, like, a team that could use Evan Fournier, Milwaukee. Milwaukee's guys like Grayson Allen and Connaughton, where were they with their three-point shooting? They struggled when Milwaukee needed them the most. You know what I mean? A team where you got a guy like Giannis and Drew Holiday, and you got a big like Brook Lopez, and you got Bobby Portis who can stretch the floor. A guy like Fournier can make big buckets for them.
What do you want back if you trade them to Evan Fournier? What are you trying to get back from the Bucks?
Well, I mean, that's a different story. Like, I don't know if there's something that the Bucks would have that I would want that kid that they got on the bench that didn't really play. Shoot.
I was gonna say Grayson Adams.
Nah, they can keep Grayson.
I'm only joking.
That's where you gonna end up back. He's a Tibbs type guy.
I know
he's
he
a
is.
Tibbs type guy.
He's a nut.
Who's that kid he's got like a poofy hair, like kind of like a flat top but he lit us up too in the past. Ah man, what's his name on the Milwaukee's bench? He's a young kid, but he can shoot a little bit, man. He's not bad. He can get buckets. He kind of reminds you of the same type of game that oh wow. All right, sorry, I'm gonna have to do this because I need to know the name, guys.
You know that's the bad problem, GI. Like you said, if you bring him in and you paying this guy $80 million, that's the bad problem with this team. That's how. And I even said it before. You want to know why they went with Randall? You just gave him $100 million. That's you paying him $100 million. You're not paying him $100 million to not be the focal point of the team. So they had no choice in the beginning of the season to go through Randall because he was the $100 million man. Now you $100 million in the hole behind that. So it's like this team is so dysfunctional. It's like we continuously make the bad decisions. You know?
Right.
Yeah. And to that, I'm sorry. And to that take worldwide. First of all, salute to Jay Boogie, and to that take worldwide. I wanted to say, I think you spot on when you say if you're going to make some move, address the moves that are critically needed for the team. If you're going to start adding players that you already have a multitude of, you adding more to me, you adding more issues. But if you just address that issue of what you directly need, then at least you subtract even the thought of should I play this guy or should I play that guy, because you're putting in the right players in the right position. So I believe in the right frame of mind, you should address exactly what you need. And I understand what you're saying, Ron, as far as the best player on the board. But if you do that, you might bring in another player that you already have multitude of players on your team. And is that a good thing for Tibbs?
Yeah, well, that's why I say, Marvin, that's why you got to get into a competition. And you know what? Those guys need to play and show their games in practice. And whoever plays the best keeps the spot. And whoever don't, got to move on.
Okay.
But then you still gonna have an overload of the same position. That I don't like that notion of the best player, because it always got to be, if this player better than the players that we have on this team. If not, then he doesn't need to be a part of this team. We need to move on and go find a player that's going to be better than somebody that you have on this team in order for you to make this team better. You can't just keep adding the same kind of players. You know, I don't. It's because it just feel like you're just gonna keep on going around in a circle if you keep on doing that. You know, you have to start adding positions of need in order for you to build the team. You know, we talked about Boston last night, and one of the things I see about Boston is they, prior to this season, they always had another go-to person with, they always added another star over Tatum and Brown, right? Whether you added Fournier, you had Kemba Walker there. You brought in Gordon Hayward, who was supposed to have been the star. You went and brought Kyrie Irving. They always had somebody that was number one over them, as opposed to just letting them two guys run the show. And look what happened. They're a game away from going to the NBA Finals by letting them run the show. So you have to add players of positions of need, not so much of the best talent, because the best talent don't always equal to winning basketball.
Right. No, and I agree with that. And I wanna get over to Jay Boogie and get his takes on stuff. But what I wanted to say is, I agree with you, L. But I do think that some of these guys that will fall in the top 10 are better than a lot of the players we got on this current Knicks team. I don't know if that's the thing. Will that person be there at 11 for you to draft? I don't know that. But I'm saying if one of those, like if Benedict Mathurin is there, or the Knicks move up and they can get him, he is better than 85% of the players on this team.
So he the real deal then.
Yeah, no, Benedict is real.
Okay.
And would you say, you know, the fact that we love Grimes' defense and his effort, and he got a pure shot, Benedict is better than Grimes, if you ask me. Could Benedict play the same type of defense that Grimes plays? No, Grimes is better defensively. But Benedict is a serviceable defender, and what he can do on offense is way better than what Grimes got. Like Benedict can take over a game.
What about Cam? Is he better than Cam? Is Benedict better than Cam?
Here's the thing. Is he better than Cam? No. Cam has better can be better than a lot of players in the NBA. Will Cam ever be that? That's the question. So Benedict can show you, I'm gonna give you what you think I'm gonna give you right now, and I'm gonna grow and hopefully continue to get better. Cam is always playing with our emotions. We don't know what Cam is still. We keep seeing flashes of Cam, but Cam can't do it consistently. So I don't know. But I can tell you, I don't know what Benedict, we don't know how any of these players' game is going to be once they get in the NBA. But I'm telling you, that kid got game. He's got the physical attributes. He's got the leaping ability. He's got a good jump shot. He's got heart. He's got a fire. So stuff like that, I think that's the stuff we need on this team. And he's got basketball smarts. I'm looking at that a lot, guys. I'm looking at not just athleticism. I'm looking at the Knicks need smarter basketball players. So, and even like when you say need, where why out? And I'm sorry, Jay Boogie, I'm gonna get to you, brother. When you say need, I mean really, Jeremy Sokan is a need. He's the guy we could use in this team right away. You plug him in at the small forward / power. He'd be small, but plug him in at the small forward position. This dude does all the stuff that you want on the basketball court to get everybody better. He can't shoot, but he can do everything else. So is that a need? Yeah, the Knicks don't have that. They don't got anybody who does what he can do. So that's what I'm saying. Like, they really got to look at what they think they need and what's best for this team. I just want the Knicks to get better. Don't just give me the same old stuff. I don't want to see, dumbness. Just give me somebody who makes sense.
Tell me where you go. I just want to know where they go. It just makes exactly. Just make it make sense.
Right.
Whatever you do, make it make sense.
Right. So shout out to my man Jay Boogie. Thank you for joining. What's going on, Jay Boog?
Yo, shout out to y'all, great man. I'm glad G.I. finally started speaking because I'm a fan of G.I. and I don't see him as much. And when he do come on, I look for him to entertain me, man. And I'm glad you finally started speaking, man, because you're a working businessman. You know, we know that you are the Hudson Belts. You are the Macy's of the bow tie, so we don't get to see you as much, man.
Right.
But shout out to y'all great men, everybody in the chat. Right now, pause. I'm doing my best selection of, the Chuck. I'm on my couch. Pause. I'm I'm entertainment Chuck because I haven't seen him in a minute. But just to throw a little bit more fire, a little bit more fuels on that dude. That dude is better than Cam, point blank, because he's explosive. He has effort. He won it. He has different levels. You know what I'm saying? He's a game changer. And every night he's going to bring it, especially on his bad game. He's still going to bring it. A lot of people can't bring a game, when they're having a bad game. They don't know how to go do other things, when certain things that that is their bread and butter is not working for them. They tend to shut down. He don't shut down. Point blank, he don't shut down. He's a game changer. And if he comes over here, find somewhere for Cam to go. Point blank, find somewhere for him to go. Do not, do not waste his time and his energy and his effort on this team trying to stash him somewhere and make him fight. No, he's going to come straight to the door and take it. He's the type guy that'll come in there to practice. When you start off with shirt and skins, and the dudes that's not on the team, they skins, he immediately will put a jersey on. I want to put some more fire on y'all talking about Ivy. I watched Ivy all season long. They moved Ivy to the side, to the 2 guard, because so many teams were sending double teams at him. You know what I'm saying? They was forcing the ball up out of his hand early before they got the offensive set. So they figured if the other guy handled the rock and let me play on the side, maybe I can receive the ball and penetrate the offense like that. But when Ivy comes into this league, watch out. He's another John Morant, but he's bigger and he's a little bit faster. He runs a 6'4" late. The boy can get up and down the court. The boy can rebound on one end and get to the basket with 5 dribbles. He can do all those type things. So people that think that dude is not a point guard, just wait till he gets to the league next year and he's one-on-one and ain't but one person in front of him. He don't need a pick. Move, get out my way. I can go left, right, dunk on you at will. I'm just working on my mid-range. My 3-point shot is a little bit, but I can make some free throws. So I got a little things I could develop. But you talking about it being explosive coming next year? Man, congratulations to the team that go get him. And Lord knows if he go over there and play with that boy Green, watch out over there for years and years to come. That backcourt is going to be crazy, you know what I'm saying? But I'm listening to what y'all saying. If I don't get somebody like that, don't fall late to me, and I don't get my man CeeLo, which is Dyson, I call him 4, 5, 6. If I don't wind up with him, I'm taking the next best thing smoking, and that will be a big. I will take Mark Williams because Leon, you know, you used to be a free agent, so you got whispers, you know what I'm saying, with your free agent. You got friends. Use your right friends, because the other friends you try to make relationship with are not the type friends. You got free agent friends. Talk to them. Find out, is Mitch going? You know if Mitch is going. So if he's going before we draft, that means we need to handle that situation before that time comes. Salute to Sim. He always say, I wish that we could deal with free agency before the draft, and you know what you could do. But at this point in time right here, we're blindsided. So Leon, you got to use your plugs. If Mitch is gone, go ahead and grab a big man. I love Mark Williams' game. He reminds me of a very young Rasheed Wallace. He shoots well over 74%, I think, at the free throw line. So that means he has a jump shot. That means he has form. He's an offensive Capella. Point blank. Next year is not no bigs. Next year is a bunch of wings and there's a bunch of guards. This year, you know what I'm saying, it's only a couple of bigs. So why not me just go ahead and get a big, you know what I'm saying? If I can't get a point guard to solidify this team, that I know I got a big that's going to solidify my, you know what I'm saying, my center front for years and years and years to come. That's where I'm at. I don't want to make a false move and try to force nothing, go get something and trade picks, you know what I'm saying? Especially with something in that 23 draft. I don't want to force nothing to go out of hand to bring something on this team. And when I can be patient and wait and get it next year. I do know we need a point guard, but it's not many point guards in this draft. This is a very weak draft as far as dealing with point guards, you know what I'm saying? But next year, it's a crop of point guards coming out, at least 5 or 6 of them, and a lot more wings, you know what I'm saying? So we can set our eyes set maybe on that, but don't miss on this right here. You can't continue on chasing things when you got some pieces that's already there. We got a lot of small forwards. We got a lot of, couple of power forwards. You know what I'm saying? We got some shooting guards. You know what I'm saying? We don't have a point guard, but we have enough if we just allow Quickly to go ahead and continue doing his growth and thing, at least for 1 year till we bring a major thing over here. You know what I'm saying? But if we trade for somebody to go get a leadership point guard, leadership, not vet. Leadership. I don't want no more of these guys keep coming over here and getting our money because we got money. You can't come in here and lead and bring our locker room together. I don't want you over here. I put in the chat. This is not a hotel stop. You know what I'm saying? You're not paying for a 1 year stay and moving on. You know what I'm saying? I need you to come over here and show guys what it is how to play this game in basketball, how to be a leader, how to, uplift somebody when they're down, how to secure the locker room, how to be together as a team or organization. That's what I need, and that's what I want. I don't want nobody just going to come over here and get a point guard and he getting a check, you know what I'm saying, and he ain't showing nobody nothing. I like D-Rose, but D-Rose don't talk to nobody. You know what I'm saying? If you don't watch and see what he's doing, you won't learn. But nowadays, you can't watch and see what he's doing because he's always injured. So it's time for him to move on. Give me somebody that at least if they can't be on the court, at least they can show them and teach them something while they off the court instead of having this come in and don't have a conversation with them or nothing like that, man. I need leadership. But if I can't get them type player, I'm all right with getting a big, man. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm all right with calling Charlotte. Let me trade back. Let me get them 2 picks, 13 and 15, and figure something else out. You take this right here, 11. Let me do some other things. Maybe I could trade 2 of them picks and get 1 pick for another pick next year in 23. You know what I'm saying? It's things that we can do, but just don't panic, man. Don't panic. Leon, please wake up. Don't sleep. Don't snore on me. Open your eyes, get you some coffee, whatever you need to do, you know what I'm saying? Get you some no-dos, but make sure you woke and you paying attention to what we got going on, because this right here is real important. It's going to set us off where we need to be in the right direction, but you got to handle your business, man.
Listen, I'm with you on that, Jay Boogie. The Knicks need to give themselves the best opportunities to get players on this court. And if Mitch is leaving, then you're going to need a big in some form or fashion. We don't know who's going to be out there in free agency. And even if they are out there, there's no guarantee they want to come to the Knicks. You might think Kelly Olynyk might be out there. I don't know if he will, but he might be out there. That don't mean the Knicks going to get him. He might say, listen, because Kelly Olynyk is a journeyman player. He might say, well, you know what? I always wanted to go to Sacramento. It's my hometown or whatever. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
It's time to quit then.
Right.
It's time to quit. If somebody say, they'd rather go to Sacramento than the Knicks, it's time for me, Jay Boogie, I can't speak about it. It's time for Jay Boogie to hang his hats up on, you know what I'm saying, supporting and loving the orange and blue. God may love me.
I hear you. I mean, I honestly think what the Knicks should try to do would be point A for me. is go out there, and if Portland is, probably going to get into this again tomorrow, a little bit more in depth. If Portland is interested in Julius Randle, tell Portland, listen, give us the 7th pick, give me that kid Eubanks, and give me whatever else we need to make the money match, and let's do that. And I would be okay with moving on from Julius in that case, giving Obi the keys at power forward, keeping my 11th pick. So then I got 7 and 11, and trying to see if I can move 7 and 11 to Utah to get that boy Donovan. And if Donovan ain't if Utah's not with it and they don't want to talk about that, fine. I keep 7 and 11, and I draft the best possible talent that I want, because I think at 7 you may not be able to get, one or the other, but I think either Ivy or Mathurin, one of them dudes is going to be there at 7. I think you get one of them dudes, and then with 11, because you're losing Mitch, that's when you get your big. You can get Duran or Mark Williams or whoever it is. Then you taking care of 2 spots that are in need, and then you still got your 2nd round pick, and then whatever little money you got left over, because you're going to be spending some money with 2 first round picks. You paying them a higher salary, you spending a little money. Then you use whatever you got left over. Bring some people in for the vets minimum or whatever that can fill out other positions on the court. And if you're fortunate enough, maybe you can package and trade, Burks or Noel. One of the guys got to get out of here. Figure out a way to trade, some of those guys to free up more space on the team, and go from there. But I think that's what they should do, because I think even if the Knicks aren't able to make a big trade, if they're able to move up in the draft and keep that 11th pick and get 7 or something like that, and you get yourself 2 picks, even if your scenario trading down to get 13 and 17 or something from Charlotte, whatever it is, I'm with that too, because it gives you 2 opportunities to bring in some young talent that is pretty good, because this draft is not as bad as people think. It may not have all the bells and whistles on it, but it's got some good players here, and especially on a team like the Knicks that don't have a bunch of talent at every position. They can use some of these players. I don't care what nobody thinks. Knicks need some talent. So, yeah, man, I don't know. That's what I think about that, and I'm in agreement with Jay Boogie that you do have to make some moves and look at some stuff, because there's players that you could possibly get as long as you willing to wheel and deal. You got to be willing. Nobody should be untouchable.
No doubt. And also blessings to my man Worldwide L, man. You know what I'm saying? For your health and everything, your strength amongst you and your family. You know what I'm saying? I know how that situation could be, man. I'm glad you're okay and your family doing good and everything, man. Blessings to you, and blessings to any and everybody else out there in that world that still go across and come across this situation, because we still fighting it. It's an everyday situation, you know what I'm saying? And you never know when it may sneak up on you, how it may sneak up on you. But you know what I'm saying? When you get it, you know what I'm saying? Do what you got to do and, get on back, man. So just want to send some blessings out to my man, Worldwide. I haven't spoke to him in a minute.
Yeah. It definitely take a little toll on you, Bugs. And here it is, 2.5 years later, and this is my first time. So, I'm in the restaurant. I'm around everybody.
Right.
So, it definitely takes a toll out of you. It's something that I never experienced, and I've had the flu before, but it's something different.
Yeah, it sounds like it's tough, man. I mean, I'm like I said, I hope for the speediest of recoveries and get all that stuff out your system. No lasting effects. I think that Jonas Felicianis is probably going to be out there. Yeah, but his price tag is just too high. It's too rich for our blood. But he's a nice center to have. But yeah, I think he's just too rich for our blood. So we can't mess with him, unfortunately. Paris Doug, you said if we get 7 and 11, you got to go get Ivy. Yeah, well, if Ivy's there at 7, I don't think he will be. I think Ivy is going to go in that 4 to 6 range somewhere. So it is what it is. But I wouldn't be surprised, man, because some people might like Mathurin. He's moving up, and Dyson is moving up too. So this draft could be a shocker. We don't know what's going to happen. I'm just really worried about the fact that some of these guys have to be a little bit more work. You know what I mean? Like you got to put some time. Like when we drafted Mitch, but it was okay because Mitch was a second round talent. It was like fool's gold. Whatever we get from Mitch is beautiful. But in the first round, you need to hit if you're going to take on a project. That project you got to know. Like we already did that with Kevin Knox. You see how that turned out. It didn't work out too well.
Yeah, you gotta watch. You gotta watch out for Houston, man. I'm telling you, Houston is a sneaky team situation. They can grab anybody at 3, and then they also know that over there in Portland they're looking for a vet, so they could come back and offer their big man. What's his name? The slim
Christian
guy, Wood.
Christian Wood.
They could offer him for that 7th pick. You know what I'm saying? Houston is sneaky, man. You gotta be watching and pay attention to everybody around, man. Because when we think we trying to make moves, there's some people out there trying to sneak and trick the whole draft.
And you ain't lying, Jay Boogie, because I was just about to say when you brought Houston up that's a possibility because they might be losing Christian Wood because you know. He wants money, and Houston is looking at things in a different light. So they could do like a sign and trade type situation with 7 with Portland and take Portland's pick, and then you're in a different position. And then I think they could draft with 3. They might wind up drafting Jabari or Chet, and then still get some dynamic guy at 7.
Yeah,
and then they're gonna be tough.
Yeah, you got Joe Dumas over there. You got somebody, and see that's the thing about it. You know, when you have somebody, what makes your organization great is when all heads can become one head and see alike and be alike. We still don't know where our office and Tom is at. The one time we heard Leon speak, he told us at the end of the season, we still gonna continue to build this team through the draft. If you're telling me you're going to constantly continue to build this team in the draft and you got somebody on the bench and Tom is talking about, I need ready now players, I'm trying, that you're not on the same page. We have to be on the same page. Either you're going to build with the young youth and play the youth, or you got to bring me some serious players in here. And I don't mean no bus terminal guys. I don't need them. They got to figure it out, be on the same page. And that's what's making some of these guys, these other organizations, even look that much better. You think Greg Popovich ain't looking at that boy Davis from out of Wisconsin? He fits perfectly in his system. He's another young Kawhi Leonard. You know what I'm saying? Without the braids, cornrows. He's a young guy of him. So I'm just saying that because Popovich only going to pick what fits in his system. Tom don't have that outlet. He's not getting what he want. And I don't know, man. I just need to be on the same page, man.
They discombobulated. It's bad, Bugs. Because I don't know what like I said, I don't know what this team is gonna be next year, Bugs. I really don't. I don't know. And for me to sit here and act like I know, I have no idea. Because like you said, if it's gonna be win now, then you gotta go get win now talent. Right. Evan Fournier is not a win now talent. You see what I'm saying? Kemba Walker is not a win now talent. So y'all dropping the ball. These is not win now talents. Burks is not a win now talent. So this organization is dropping the ball. What are y'all doing? Y'all gonna develop and develop. Then there's no need for us to go out there and sign nobody in free agent if you're gonna develop what you got. Hold on to your bread. Build through the draft. We don't have this team. We lost, and it's bad because we don't know where we going. We don't know where we going. We don't know where we going. Where we going?
Facts. Don't know. We don't. And shout out to May 4th. Appreciate you. G Robinson. Appreciate you. White Falcon 44. What's good? Salute
shout
to
out
y'all.
to the people.
Make sure y'all hit that like button. Show your love. Show your support. Appreciate y'all. And thank you to everybody once again. Because we talked about it before, but we hit the 700 mark as far as subscribers go, and now we are like 740, 747, 748, something like that. The numbers is going up. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in and supporting. But White Falcon, you know what? I've been saying it, brother. I am not. Like, before it was a little joke, but I don't mind getting PG-13 here on the Knicks. He handles a lot of issues that we got. We still have some struggles, but you get me PG-13, I can get rid of a lot of dead weight. Problem is,
Paul George is not going nowhere.
They
have not had one healthy playoff scenario together yet. Him and Kawhi has not finished a playoff. They have not lost in the playoffs together yet. So before they break that up, they're going to see about that. Because I know for a fact, if Kawhi don't go down, they knocking Phoenix off. And then probably going to knock Milwaukee off because Giannis can't. He that's his kryptonite. Kawhi is his kryptonite. He don't even mess with Kawhi. You know, but
you ain't lying.
But they're not going to break that up till they find out they can't win with him.
You took the words out of my mouth, Jay Boogie. I was about to say that I don't think they're ready to move on from him as of yet. I think they still want to give it another go. And then on the flip side, even if they were ready to move on, that's a lot of money. Like, Paul George is scheduled to make $45 million, 45 and a half next year. And the following year, 48 and 7. Ooh, that's a lot of money. So, you know, that's
they gotta win. That team has to win because the Clippers got a lot invested in that team. They done gave up some picks, so they got a lot invested in that team. And if that team don't pan out, then it has to pan. They have to see what they got first. I agree with Boogie. They got to see what they got first. But
and breaking news for y'all too. By any means, it doesn't matter. By any means, John is going to the Clippers. I'm letting y'all know that. And if he's healthy and he has Kawhi and he has PG, because PG is his man on both of his sides, Lord, look out. I'm telling you, look out. And he's already, I think I shared with y'all during the season, he was 7 pounds. I do know now he's 11 pounds lighter. He's back to that quick John. Wow. Not that muscular one that wanted, the bully Kyrie and all that because, you know what I'm saying, he felt that's the route he needed to go. No, he's getting back to that speed wall. So I just wanted to share that out there.
Well, I'll tell you, if he can get himself back into that level of shape and stay primarily healthy, no one says you got to move miracles, you can move mountains. But if he can play, I give him if you can play 60 games out of an 82 game season, I think any team will sign up for that. And let me tell you, the Clippers could use him because I gotta say, let me get Don P back in here. I gotta say, man, as much as I thought Reggie Jackson was something interesting, this dude, I'm not sold on his game. He's very inconsistent. He don't show up when they need him the most. So if you can get John over there, John Wall, that is, guys, if you can get him over there to help that team out, why not? Why not?
Put Jackson at the scoring role, 6 man off the bench.
You made an interesting point about Reggie, and that just goes to show, just somebody being athletic and playing the point. That's not all it takes to play the point guard.
No.
You gotta have some type of IQ.
Yeah, and to your point, Don P, the other thing about Reggie is his shot is terribly inconsistent, and when his 3-point shot ain't going, he don't do enough to affect change to get other baskets and other things happening. So that's why I'm not sold on that dude. He's not the guy you want running your ship. You got to get somebody else over there.
That's a fact.
It's good, baby.
Yo, what's good, Jay Boogie?
You man, try to give me a bottle of that Don P. You know what I'm saying? That's all. No, I don't drink. I just want a bottle. I go to the club and tell the waitress, yo, keep that cold ice water coming. And tipple from water.
I'm. Let me just say this again, guys. I know I'm not. I don't want to sound like I want to give this guy away, but if there's any team that shows interest in Julius Randle, I think we need to really aggressively pursue that option. It's one thing for the Knicks to go out and ask around and see if you want my guy. But if you coming to me, I think I really gotta work on cultivating that relationship.
For anything, Ron? For
Not anything, but
okay.
I think we gotta talk. We need to talk. I think the Knicks better not be stupid about this. Don't be.
I believe they have the conversation. I just don't believe it to be for anything. That's what we got to pump our
Let me
brakes
tell you
at.
something.
See,
If the
I get crucified, Ron, for saying that I don't want to trade him for anything. I don't want to trade that away for nothing.
Not for anything. Hold on. Let me just check one thing. Damn, I can't really do this. Stealing my thunder. You know what? Forget it. I ain't gonna say nothing else. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I gotta save my content.
You know, that's why I said you gotta trick Julius. That's why I think I shared that with you before. You gotta trick Julius. You gotta bring Julius back into a comfort zone where he wanna rock. See, that's why I'd have been like worldwide. No, come here. No, you sit down, Wes. I'm gonna send Julius over here for this lottery pick. Not to make the pick, but you know, to see what place we're gonna get. Get him comfort being rocking. Let him know, you know, this is, you know, back, you know, this is your squad again. Help get him in his zone where he'll play good and feel good about rocking. And just as soon as he turn up in that trade deadline and his value go up some, I'm trading him. But you can't trade that man now. His value is down. And like you said, you know, we can't run at people about seeing what you want for Julius, because now they know we're desperate. Now they're going to try to hit us with the sink. You know what I'm saying? We need people to come back at us. But for them to come back at us, they must see that Julius is back to being the MIP Julius. He's on the verge of making the All-Star. And just as soon as that trade season come around that All-Star, man, I'm trading them. Get him out of here.
I'm gonna tell you I'm gonna get my scenario tomorrow because it's a little bit more. It's a real scenario because I'm gonna look into the money, right? But when I give you my scenario, you might say that these players are not sexy, but you'll know that these players can ball in the NBA, and that's all that matters to me. It's about the Knicks getting better and having better overall talent. And these players that I'm asking for from Portland, they can play. And then the kicker is that 7th pick, because if that 7th pick turns into an Ivy or a Mathurin, that's what we're lynching the trade on. And to me, that's when it's all said and done, that would be enough for me to be happy with Julius being up out of here. But it's not going to be for nothing. You may say you'd like to get something. I mean, people may want to trade Julius Randle for somebody like a James Harden. That ain't happening.
Yeah, James Harden, nah.
Just give us something that we can use. You know, give us a something in return that we can use that has value to it. You know, his value may be down, but his numbers hold value. It does.
And we might be able to even make the trade that much bigger or a little bit more tantalizing for the Knicks if you're able to give them Julius and like a Burks. Say what you will, you put Burks in his regular role. He's a good ball player. And they lost McCollum, so they could use a little extra shooting guard flow from a guy over there. But I don't know where they're going because Portland I don't even understand that. Portland's trading everybody away, and now all of a sudden they're interested in Julius Randle. Does that make sense? That's confusing as hell to me.
And they might want quickly over there. They might want
him. But I was gonna say before you go, Dom P, I know you want to say something. Unless maybe the Damian Lillard McCollum thing wasn't as nice as we thought it was. Maybe that wasn't the Knicks that they really liked as much. Maybe it's not that they're trying to rebuild. Maybe they're just trying to retool.
Yeah, I'm with the retools part. Because why would you want to rebuild with a player like Dame Lillard on the squad? It's retooling, it's adding pieces to that puzzle and trying to complete the puzzle. So maybe it fits into what they want to do. You know, maybe he say, well, bring Randall over here and I could probably, you know, me and him could do some things together, you know, because I want that 20-10-5 over here with this team. You know, I don't want no one wants the BS that comes along with Randall. And it was just only the BS that was this year. So maybe can he fix his wrongdoing? Yeah, because it's all mental.
No. And let me tell you right now, brother, Julius Randle goes to Portland. Julius Randle's going to ball out. We're going to be like, damn, why couldn't Julius do this for us? He's going to be in a different system, in a smaller market, not as much pressure, and his coach is a different type of coach. He's gonna let Julius do whatever the hell Julius wants over there.
And he got a floor leader. That's more important. You know, a floor leader will change how, you know, it'll change Julius' whole perspective of the game. And that's even if we got one over here, his whole perspective of the game would have changed. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna help sweeten the thing up for Portland. Matter of fact, you know what? For real, because y'all can keep your 7th pick. Let me get that 23. Give me 23 and something else, because I know you're a late lottery team next year. Anyway, with that, let me get that 23.
That's a smart one too, right there, Bugs. That's how they used to catch the Knicks. They used to do the Knicks like that. They're like, give me, we gonna win. So the Knicks would be like, yeah, we're gonna give up a 1st round pick, thinking that they're gonna have a winning season that season. But the teams you traded to, like, nah, y'all gonna be a lottery team.
They're gonna be a lottery team.
Yeah, that's
man. How do you feel? I mean, C-Mac, he talked about the 2023 draft, next year's pick. But so how do you feel about the fact that now that it's I guess it's common knowledge now that the high school kids ain't coming out in 23? They're not coming straight into the NBA like we thought they were going to before. Because that does change things.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel about that. I mean,
I don't know. I don't
believe it. But I just found out a couple days ago. I didn't know. I haven't been paying attention, but now I'm seeing it everywhere, so I know it's real. So
can they take the homeboy that went and played in the G League for the year coming from where you from? Overseas somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Can they take that route? Can they take that route?
That they can do. That's the workaround. You got to go play with the G League Elite or whatever. Yeah, you can do that.
And then, are you a free agent, or do you have to go into the pool? You
got to go into the draft pool.
So you have to go into the draft. That's what homeboy do. That's what. Yeah. So you still got to get drafted, but you be just playing against NBA competition. So in hindsight, the NBA will get a better look at you to see if you're even ready to be even on that, to take it to the next level.
Right. And keep in mind, I didn't want to cut you off again, Don P. My fault, brother. But keep in mind that NBA G League Elite team only holds a certain number of spots. And so if you don't make the G League Elite team, you can't play in the G League. That's what that team is for high school type talent that is ready to move on to the next level. But the NBA is smart about it. They don't want a bunch of high schools giving up on high school and just moving on. So they only limit it to a certain amount of team on that can be on that roster and on that team to play.
But okay, with that certain amount only being on the team, they still ain't pulling the stoppage of going overseas, right?
No. You can still do that.
So I mean, if the kids don't come in here at 23, that's still not going to hurt nothing. Even with that crop that's going into the college this year, it's a big lottery this year. You know what I'm saying? It's just that the high school kids being able to come straight in was making it that much more. So you was expanding rate the 14 lottery to about 22 as a 22 lottery pick. That's what you was doing. It's still a big crop coming in here next season. A lot of players is coming in here next year. But if you can still see them rocking, doing what they're doing, hey, it ain't going to change. I don't think it's going to change too much. It's just that you can't get some of them guys that you thought you would get 23. You know what I'm saying? You have to wait to get them in 24.
Yeah, I mean, but it's just tough because for some of them guys ain't built to play overseas. Some of them young dudes, they like a fish out of water. They fall from home. It works for some guys that got that intestinal strength and that fortitude that I can play anywhere. I could block everything out. Some guys can't do it. Some guys go over there overseas. They be homesick. They not the man. They don't understand it's a foreign country. They're not getting the love that they would expect until they get out there and really show it. So, but you can't show it if you don't feel comfortable. Yeah, it's a whole bunch of stuff.
You know what? I'm gonna expound on what you just said, Ron. You made a good point. Two players who went through that. Exactly what you said. That's talented. Emmanuel Mudiay. And Jeremy Tyler.
Oh yeah.
Emmanuel
Jeremy Tyler, right?
Jeremy Tyler, and to a degree, Brandon Jennings. To a degree. You know what I mean? So yeah, you're absolutely right. I feel like that's stunning a lot of their growth. Because when you play overseas, they expect for you to get straight right away.
Right
away. There's no development or nothing, at least from what I know.
That's interesting. Red, I wonder who you're talking about. An overseas prospect who worked out with the Knicks last Monday was unranked, and after his workout with them, he became the 49th overall in Sports Illustrated. Wonder who you talking about. So yeah, but that's the thing. You're right. Like, it's just, you have to be a certain makeup to go over there and succeed. And then the flip side, a guy who's already established, like a baller. You saw Marbury go overseas and ball out, get a statue and everything. Because he I knew who you was gonna say, Red. Yeah, you know,
that's a different type breed, though. You know,
right,
New Yorkers,
right.
We used to traveling, going
right.
out. You see more New York people in any other states than you see anybody else. You know what I'm saying? We travelers. We go all over the place.
Yeah, and I'm still waiting, guys, because I know there's people who've been hitting me up on Twitter and stuff, wanting to know how Kai Sato's workout was with the Knicks. Honestly, they haven't really released any information or said how it went. I mean, what you just put in there is a good indication that it might have went well. But keep in mind, he's also working out for other teams, supposed to work out for the Chicago Bulls and other teams. He's actually supposedly going to be working out for half the teams in the lottery. So, I mean, good for him. At least he's not worried about showing himself. And I appreciate his game and his talent. I know he's not as sexy of a pick to some people who want like a true big that can come in and bang and do all types of stuff. He's more of a finesse player, a Tony Kukoc from the center position, if you will. But we'll talk about it tomorrow. But I like him, and I don't see him as being such a bad idea at 42. And if the Knicks somehow can get 3 picks total, like two picks in the first round and that 42, I'll definitely draft Kai Sato. But whatever, we'll talk about it more tomorrow. Anyway, I don't want to get sidetracked. So Don P, I didn't mean to cut you off before, bro. I know you just mentioned something. But was there something else you was trying to say before? I hope I didn't lose you.
Nah, I agree with what Jay Boogie was saying about what he would do with Randall. You know what I mean? I had the same thoughts. What I would have done was basically the same thing. Tell Obi, like, listen, you show me what you got during the last part of the season. I'm going to play you more, but right now I need to showcase Randall. I need to showcase him. His value is low. I need to showcase him. According to trade deadline, Randall's doing good. We could get something that's valuable that can contribute to our team winning, and you could be a starting power for it. That was the only thing I was gonna say. I forgot I was gonna say something else, but that was my major point right there. I agree with Jay Boogie.
Ron, you staying on for a little while longer?
Yeah, I probably got a little bit. Yeah, I'll probably be on a little while longer. I'm doing a little while longer. Normally I would have got off, but we're not doing the show on Monday night, so. You know, I'm gonna talk.
No, I'm hanging. I'm not going. I'm hanging. That's why I want to run to the store.
I'm gonna talk today.
I gotta re-up on a few things real quick. I ain't want to log off. So
no, you good. I'm gonna talk a little bit today. I'm gonna talk a little bit tomorrow, and then we won't be doing anything until the NBA report on Thursday. So I figure, you know what, I'll spend a little time chopping it up.
I'm gonna run to the store. Don't kick me out. I'm just running to the store.
All right, no problem, brother.
Hey, yo, also shout out to them Wolfpack boys, them NC State boys that was putting in that and doing that damage in the combine. Them the type guys that had guys that was ducking that combine because they knew them type guys was guys that can come in and give you some, you know what I'm saying, some Bones Highland treatment and come up there and get their stock up. So they was ducking them guys from NC State, man. I think his name Seymour and Smith, something like that. Yeah, they was in there putting that work in there.
Yeah, no. Shout out to them. You're right about that. That is true. That is true. I just wanted to say to Red, no, I was saying if the Knicks trade to get another pick in the draft in the first round. I think, unless I'm incorrect, I think the Knicks only have 2 picks in this draft. They got the 11 and they got the 42nd. But if they make a trade with Portland and keep their other picks, then they could possibly have 3, which would be nice. But I think they only have 2. Just wanted to give you a heads up about that, and anybody else who was curious.
You know what? Oh, I remember what I was going to say. You said, why would the Blazers get Randall? And the thing is, I think somebody expounded on that. You know, Damian Lillard, he wants to win.
Mm-hmm.
And he's hungry to win specifically with the Blazers. And I mean, you can't deny Randall's numbers that he's putting up. You know, some could say it's empty stats. I happen to agree with that, but nonetheless, I mean, the numbers don't lie. It is what it is. He's putting up numbers. So I mean, that'll be good beside Dame right there, for sure.
No, I mean I think so too, man. I think and when I say this, guys, because I know there might be some fans that are watching and feel a certain way about Julius. Maybe like, yo, Julius is the man. You know, I don't want to turn my back on Julius. I don't necessarily think the Knicks are trading Julius. I think he's going to be here, and I'm okay with that. But Julius's mentality got to change, and the Knicks got to figure out a way to use Julius to keep him happy too. You got to pause, stroke the ego, and then Julius has to figure out how to handle himself when it comes to his team and his teammates. Because say what you will about the stupid stuff that happened with the fans, the stuff we saw going on with the coach, with the stat guy, and all that stuff with the laptop. All that stuff is nonsense. I don't like any of it. But most importantly is how it looks to the fan about how you're dealing with your teammates. Now, apparently, RJ, Obi, they've all come out in defense of Julius and said he's been a great teammate. He's talked to them on the side in practice. They've done different things. He's bigged them up. He's championed them, their efforts and all this stuff. Okay, that's fine. But I need to see that on the court too. Don't act a certain way, behind closed doors and give us the impression that you ain't there. Your teammate fall on the floor. Pick your teammate up. He's right there in front of you. What are you doing? Like Obi's on the ground. You see him in front. Pick him up. Like, what are we doing here? I don't know.
No, you're absolutely right, and that's why you don't have to be necessarily a great player for us to be lifelong fans of you. Look at John Starks. You know what I mean? Look at Latrell Sprewell.
Mm-hmm.
Now look at, to a degree, Allen Houston, or just the numerous Knicks players that we have in the past. They're not per se all-stars, but just the heart, the passion, just the attitude that they bring on the court.
Hi, Ryan.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, Ryan.
She wanted to jump up in the screen and say something to you, man.
She got the floor.
Yeah, she knows where her daddy be up on these podcasts. She wants something.
I want your hair.
No, mommy gonna do your hair.
Yeah, I can't do it from here.
Okay. Hey, pardon me, man. But
no, you good.
Okay, man.
I want to go haircut.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Don P. Continue what you were saying, brother.
Nah, man, it's just that attitude. Like that, as far as us being fans go, like that means a lot to us. Somebody's mentality more than anything. You could be as talented as you want to be, but that's one thing we don't deal with. As far as being Knicks fans, we don't deal with that diva mentality, especially if your play not fitting your attitude. That's just not gonna fly with us. So I just don't see how that's gonna be repaired in future seasons.
I agree. Listen, man, that's what I'm talking about. This is what we're gonna have to. Is GI still here with us? He might be doing something. He in and out. All right. So what I wanted to ask you guys, because I know that unfortunately we just got to look at it for what it is. That there's a chance the Knicks can make some moves. There's a chance the Knicks make no moves, and the chance of the Knicks making no moves is high. So we gotta look at it for what it is. Do you think that if the Knicks make no moves, do you think Emmanuel quickly will get the start at point guard? And are you comfortable with him starting at point guard? Because I don't have a problem with quickly starting at point guard as long as we get ourselves an adequate backup. Alec Burks is a backup. Got to get somebody adequate that's out there. What do you guys think? I'll go to you first, Don P.
Yeah, we got to see what we have in Deuce McBride as a backup. You know what I mean? He's still on the team. Why not? When Tibbs said that Alec Burke was the best available point guard that we have, it's like, come on, like you insulting our intelligence. We all know that Alec Burks is a natural too. He's not a facilitator by no stretch of the imagination, and it clearly shows. So, just the short answer to it, yeah, I'm cool with quickly starting at the point guard. You know, he's putting his work in the gym. He knows what he needs to work on. He knows what it takes to be a point guard, and he's going chemistry with, most importantly, Obi Toppin, who's cutting and slashing more than any other Knick player that we had. So yeah.
Okay. What do you think, J Boogie?
This is where I'm at with it. If Julius is on his team and Rose is healthy, I prefer Rose to be in that starting role because of Julius.
Mm-hmm.
And the second reason is, if Julius is not on his team, then yeah, I want Quickly as that starting point guard, because that tandem of him and Obi is they're rocking together. They're developing together, and they're learning more and more about one another. So that's what I'm looking at. You know, if Julius is on his team, I prefer Rose to be there. If Julius is gone, yes, I would love Quickly to be up in there, because I want our pace to turn up for real. And them guys is not, they slow Quickly down. When Quickly can just push the rock and everything, he out there with his mans and he out there with them other young guys that can run. Quickly game is a whole lot better, you know. So I'm in between. I got a yes and a no. I hate to have it like that, but if Julius is gone, Quickly's my man. If Julius is still here and Rose is healthy, then I would prefer for Rose and Julius to still stay together, because Rose can break down the defense and he can find the more open guys more quickly. If he break it down, if he don't see that lob, he's gonna look to score. So, you know, that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, no. Salute to King Imbert. Salute to J Money. IQ over the last 23 games, meaning post All-Star break, games slowed and minutes increased. IQ averaged 16 points, 5 rebounds, 4.8 assists, and shot 44%, 38%, 85% from the line in 27 minutes per game to give stats when he got to push the pace. I agree. I will say, IQ's defense definitely improved a lot throughout the course of the season, and towards the end of the year, he started to become much better at managing the game on the court. I think the only problem I have with IQ, and I'm taking away the fact that I don't feel he's a natural point guard, because I know he is different. He's a different type of point guard, and he can become better at a point guard. But what he really needs to show that he hasn't showed yet, guys, is how to orchestrate and facilitate with the starters. Like, we see him doing his thing, but a lot of times when you look at who's on the court, it's bench players, it's that second unit. You might see a mixture of RJ. You don't see a lot of RJ, Fournier, Julius Randle with IQ. It doesn't, we saw a little bit of it because they were forced to because of the pandemic stuff and health protocols, but you didn't really see a lot of that. And when you did see it, it wasn't as effective as when IQ's out there running with the young guns and running with the bench mob. So he needs to work on that before Tibbs will even think about putting him in the starting lineup. That's going to come in practice. You're going to have to see some strides there. I get that. That makes sense, because that's one thing I could say, and I see your point, Jay Boogie. You know how Julius Randle is. You got to show, he got to be able comfortable deferring to you, allowing you to run the show, or else he's going to want to do it himself. And we know how that turns out in the end. Not that it wasn't good 2 years ago, but it's just he's not as efficient with it. When you're averaging like close to 4 turnovers a game, it is what it is. So, I don't know. I'm not really sold on Julius with the rock in his hands as much as it was in the past. And that goes from, this is all stems from Tisdale. Yeah. I'm like, why am I saying Tibbsdale? Like I put the two coaches together. Like
they are together.
Yeah, facts.
They're doing the same thing.
It's like, it's just really tough to go from no system to a system, but it may not be the right system. And I think that's part of the reason why the Knicks look so damn good. because you had a coach who ran no system. He just let them play out there. You're looking for offensive sets. What are the Knicks running? No one could tell me because no one really knew what the Knicks were running under him. And then you get Tibbs in here, and Tibbs has a system, but it's just not that good of a system. It just seems better when you didn't have a system before. You give a team with no structure some structure, so they do excel at it. But after a while, when the rest of the NBA starts to catch up to you, they start to see, oh, they like running this. Oh, they like doing this dribble handoff all the time. They like doing, and when you stop this, they're going to do this. You know how many times the Knicks try to do that dribble handoff? The other team will come stop it, and then they know that the person with the ball has to make that first pass to get up out of there. They jump that pass. There's just so many different things the Knicks do that is predictable, and it's a part of the reason why they struggle. Like, it don't take much to figure out the Knicks' offensive system. It's just not that complex. That's what I was going to say. I forgot earlier. I forgot who said it. Was it L? No, it was L. L was talking about how he wishes the Knicks got back to the way they came into the league. You know, how they came into the game preseason shooting threes, moving the ball. First game against Boston, which I was at, which was a great game to watch. You know, we couldn't stop that boy Jaylen Brown, but we were able to win in triple overtime. You know, what happened is the Knicks came into the league this year with this whole three-point mentality. We're going to move the ball and shoot more and more threes. You can't sustain that with a team that doesn't have good three-point shooting. And that's the problem. You got guys we got guys shooting less than 40% from the field. These are not good shooters. Say what you will about RJ. He's an improved shooter. You know, and in moments he can really, you know, get hot. He's kind of streaky. Not a great shooter. I was sometimes getting mad at Quickly because as good of a shooter as Quickly looked like he could be a great shooter. But sometimes he's very inconsistent with his shot. And we're looking at him like, why? The problem with Quickly, he's a rhythm shooter. He's got to do one dribble, two dribble. He can't just catch and shoot and be in the flow of the game like that. That's not the way he plays. Just like with Julius Randle. Notice when Julius Randle, his catch and shoot is not that great either. He's got to put the ball down, get a couple dribbles, get his rhythm going. And he also needs to see the ball go in the basket a couple times. Then he gets hot. Knicks need guys who can just flat out shoot. You don't need a bunch of them. One or two is good. But I don't know who those guys are. You got one in Fournier. Yeah, Fournier, sometimes he doesn't have it. But for the most part, Fournier is a really good shooter. He's probably the best shooter on the team. I would say he's even better of a shooter than Quickly, even though Quickly has great numbers. And it's funny because even though Fournier is a good three-point shooter, the dude misses free throws. Like, what do we got going on here? This guy can't hit free throws. Quickly is like in the top in the NBA in free throw shooting. It's this Knicks team is funky, man. It's funky. I don't know, guys. I don't know. It's a wild team, bro. Jay Boogie, what do you think about the fact that, say the Knicks, say you don't get any of the guys that you really want. You don't get the Matherins and all these guys in the draft. And at 11, a guy like Branham is there, Malachi Branham, who's not a good defender. He's a little undersized. But he's 6'5", I think. Let me just double check that, guys. I want to be right about his height. Malachi Branham.
He's from out of Ohio State, right?
Yes. He is. He's 6'5".
Didn't he play in the combine?
Did he play in the combine?
Either he played in the combine or his workout wasn't good, something like that.
I don't know if he played in the combine. I know he was definitely there to do team interviews.
If it wasn't that he played in the combine, it was somebody he worked out, and they was and the message was that his workout wasn't all that good. Something like that.
Okay, so last year I'm just reading an article real quick. Last year, the only Buckeye to participate in the NBA Draft Combine had to earn the last-minute invite through G League Elite Camp, and that was Dwayne Washington Jr. So, I don't know.
All right, so I don't know too much about his game, you know what I'm saying? But if it comes down to it, I mean, a guy like him, I'd rather just take my chances with a winner. Give me, you know what I'm saying, a Baji from Kansas. Give me somebody I know that has a work ethic that could do all multiple things, is a good listener and is gonna learn and is gonna be willing and will play. Who's a MVP, a regular season, and a MVP and a champion. Give me him, man. I mean, if I'm late like that, you know, and all them guys is off the board and off the table, you know. But it's no reason for maybe somebody like that guy Baylor not to be there. The guy I can't think of his name. I hear a lot of people talking about him. But
so Jay Boogie, yeah, he I don't know if he played in like that combine game that they do, but he did have a pro day at the combine.
Yeah, they said it wasn't all that good.
Yeah, but see, here's the funky thing about him. Even though he had a really good interview, maybe his pro day wasn't all to be expected. However, he did score 17.7 points on 54% shooting from the field and 44.7% shooting from the three.
So you're saying maybe he's a better in-game player?
He might be. He might be. You know how guys sometimes, you know, with tests and stuff, when they all eyes on me, you get a little, you know, it might be.
Darko Milicic.
Oh, you're right.
He was one of them.
But
where do they got him rated at?
Let me see.
In a mock.
Where the mock drafts got him right now. Because you know what? I'm looking at, maybe it wasn't him, because I'm looking at some people like Matt Babcock and other people that saw him in Chicago, and you know, he was saying like at this point, I think there's a strong possibility that he will go in the lottery. So I think maybe his combine wasn't that bad, his workout. Maybe it was all right. Let me see some of the NBA mock drafts and see where they got him. I know he's definitely on the board for being there at 11 when the Knicks draft. We know that, but whether or not that's how some of these mocks look at him. Chat. Keegan, Daniels, Mathurin. That's changed a lot. This is one of them mock drafts that's definitely out of date, man. They got Benedict Mathurin going to the Knicks at 11. So, right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Yeah, this draft is old, man. This draft is kind of funky. They got him going 20 to the Spurs, which I don't know why the Spurs would want another guy like him when you got the young cats over there, DeJounte, and the other two young dudes that have similar games to his. I don't see that. That to me, that also looks like a bad pick. But and like Agbaji, they got going 17 to the Rockets. I mean, that could happen. And Mark Williams going 16 to Atlanta. Like this mock draft is too crazy for me to even look at. I don't like this one, guys. Sorry.
Well, I always feel like this, man. If you're not top 10 lottery and you don't go to the combine, which is this draft right here is labeled as being a weak draft compared to a lot of drafts. So if it's considered as a weak draft and you got a lot of these guys not even performing at the combine, and I'm somewhere like where this guy's at, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going in that combine. I'm going to bust somebody. I'm getting ready to take full advantage of these weak guys and let them know, yo, I'm out here because I can do this. The other guys is not out here because they scared. I got to flip and play mind games with them just so I can raise my stock. His stock is not moving up, and and none of these guys played in the combine, and he ain't playing the combine. But these other guys that's listed in the top 10, you see them, they constantly shifting. One day they 7, one day they 5th, one day they 9th, one day they 6th. You know, they constantly shifting. But if you're not shifting in that lottery, You should have been in that combine. He should have been in there. That's the way I look. So he ain't making no name. He ain't try to make no name. He ain't try to showcase nothing to nobody. You know.
No, you know what? Yeah. No, he balled out. No, he balled out for what he did. Yeah. I'm looking at it. They're saying he had a good combine. The issue with him. So, and I'm just looking at NBADraft.net, and they got him going at 14 to Cleveland. So I think that's actually pretty good and shows his talent, because his talent is one-sided. He's offensive based, straight offense. His defense is a lot to be desired. So that's what you got to think about. For a guy who is straight offense, being projected to be drafted 14, I think is pretty good. But it just shows you why he's not in the top 10, because that defensive side is lacking.
You know what's crazy? You said that the same thing can be said about that dude who's projected to be number 3. That power forward dude who plays like Melo.
Oh, Paulo Banchero?
Yeah. Same thing.
Well, he might go number 1, actually.
Yeah, he may go number 1, but his defense is trash. Offensively, he's gifted. He create bench matches, but defensively, nah, he ain't it.
Well, you know what? Here's the funny thing about him. And I only know this because we did the draft special, and I was able to, with the help of The Poetic, we did a little breakdown of some of his defensive numbers, because that is a question mark with regards to him. Another thing that's a question mark is his motor, because when he's on and he stays in the game, but sometimes his motor goes up and down. And I said, like, he could be, I don't know what the best of him could be. I don't know what that comparison. At his worst, I think he could be Tobias Harris. It wasn't a knock on Tobias Harris, but that's the type of game he's got. But defensively, his defense against other power forwards in the paint is pretty damn good. He runs into some problems when you put him out there on the perimeter, but most guys do. But so there's certain issues with his game, but he could be special if he really locks in and decides to dedicate himself. So Paulo he's interesting. I see your point though. Shot clock violation. What's good? So I don't know, man. I'm just saying, like, who's the guy that see, this is the guy that's tricky with some of these guys that can shoot and light it up in college. Then they get into the NBA, they become one-trick ponies, and then you don't even see the best of them. Who's the guy that's on Boston right now who used to light it up in college, a really good shooter, and Boston don't even play him? He's a shooting guard.
Oh, I know you. You talking about the dude that came out of Vanderbilt? I know you talking about. That's my man Stackhouse work.
Yes.
Yep. I know you're talking about.
That's the type of guy you got to worry about. That's the type of guy is scary in the NBA, because they do one thing really well, then they come into the NBA and they can't really play defense that well. And the defense is like, okay, I mean, on the other opposing team, this guy shoots threes, so let's make him bring the ball into the paint. Let's see what else he can do. He struggles there, then he winds up on your team's bench.
See, I thought you was talking about Jimmy Fredette before you said Boston.
No, Jimmy Fredette is a good example, though. He's another example of that.
Yeah. But see, that's what happens when you take advantage of a weak draft. That was a weak draft.
There you go. Aaron Naismith. Thank you, Delano.
That was a weak draft. So, going out there and get in there. He went lottery. He went in the first round. So, that's what I'm saying, taking advantage of a weak draft. Some guys miss their opportunity, to get a chance to raise their stock up, especially it's this week out there. What are you ducking? What are you hiding from?
Let me ask you this. Do you think this draft is as weak as the 2013 draft?
Who was in that 13?
Giannis.
Went the second round, didn't he?
Giannis, Michael Carter Williams. I think Michael Carter Williams went number 1.
Randall was in that draft.
Oh, that's the Anthony Bennett draft.
The Anthony Bennett draft.
Ooh, that's the rough one.
You think it's weak like that?
Well, hold on. I'm gonna read some of the names, so we'll see how if you think this is weak. And I'm looking at it. It's interesting. So this one is Anthony Bennett, Victor Oladipo, Otto Porter Jr., Cody Zeller, Alex Lynn, Nerlens Noel, Ben McLemore. McLemore is another guy like that could be like a Branham Malachi because
I don't even need no more. This draft is better than that.
yeah. Kentavious
That's why
Caldwell
when you
Pope,
kept
Trey
saying
Burke.
weak, I was like, it can't be weaker than that draft.
Nah, this draft to me seems better than that draft.
Yeah,
Giannis
it's
is
solid.
obviously
It's
a
not.
standout though.
Yeah, it's solid. It's real solid. You just don't really see superstar potential with at least 5 players. Maybe 2.
Hey, Worldwide came back. I'm gonna jump off, man. You know, wrestle and play with my little one, man. I just wanted to come by. You know, I come through on Saturdays and rock with my guy, man. Another great, setting of sitting down, having lunch with you, my brother. Love and appreciate you always, man. Continue on doing what you're doing. I'll be in the chat listening to y'all to tomorrow's show. Worldwide, that's my brother right there from the same city, from the same borough, but we both living in 2 different states. That's my brother right there, man. Man, send me a bow tie, man. Don P, very on. Shout out to the chat.
Which color you want on that bow tie material?
Huh?
You want the black? You want the blue and orange one?
Nah, I want a white linen. I want a white linen bow tie because I never seen one.
I want a green and white one. I want a green and white one. Gi.
Gotta throw the Jets in there some kind of way, man.
The thing is, if I got a white linen bow tie, you'd have to wear it on a linen shirt. That's the only thing, and you only want to wear white linen. So that's the only thing about might have to do a blue linen bow tie on a white shirt. How about that?
Hey man, I'm gonna do something swagged with it. Trust and believe that. It's coming from you. Man, I can't just put on anything with this something I got from GIs. You crazy? I gotta look like the 18th hole.
Let's do it. Let's do it. The 19th hole is even better. That's when the drinks flow.
That's okay. Yeah, that's right. That's when the drinks flow. The champion is he's granted.
Yeah, got his green jacket on.
Yeah, man.
Well,
hey, man, y'all guys have a great weekend, man. Blessings to y'all, man. Love y'all brothers, man.
I don't get a chance to hang out too often on Saturday, so I'm hanging out with my brother Ron. I don't get a chance to hang out too much. I see my man Gammo in the building. Shout out.
In the rain, it's
Bird
like
up. Shout out Gammo.
Yeah, man.
Gmo in the chat.
Yeah.
Yo, salute to Gmo. I can't wait to get on the Legion's joint next year for the games. Yo, Legion, don't be trying to let me up, yo. Drop that link so I can get up there, yo. Salute to Gmo, my guy.
Yes, sir. Yo, Gmo, man, always a pleasure, man. It was good tuning into your show the other day. I've been like, whoa, where you been, man? I know you've been busy, so it was good to see you have your show. I like the breakdown as usual, and hope to see you do a little bit more, in the next couple of weeks or so, because I know you've been real busy, man. But it's good to see you. So if you guys haven't, obviously tune into Legion of Knicks podcast. He's got more content, man. More great content. Tune in, man. And then when the Knicks season is going, he's there doing watch-alongs for every Knicks game. He does some college basketball watch-alongs too. So definitely.
Yeah, he had the greatest. Gamble got the greatest. If you go back to his show when RJ hit the game winner.
Oh yeah,
that is the most classic.
That
hands
is a
down watch along
reaction
that I've seen. Is definitely the best one. That Gamble did. That was the best reaction to that shot.
That was dope, and I was happy because I saw it live when it was happening. I was like, look at
that was hilarious.
I was on the panel.
That was dope.
That was funny. Definitely classic. Go check that out. That's definitely classic one. Definitely
I need
one of the best play-by-play reactions.
Shot clock says same Gmo who said ain't nothing special about Luka. I need to get Gmo and my boy John from Still Knicks Fans in the room together to talk about Luka because they're both not the biggest of fans, but it's okay.
Neither. I'm not really a big fan of Luka neither.
Hey man, listen, Luka's talent is undeniable. But is he a complainer? Is he a whiner? Does he make too many faces? Does that take you away from his talent? Yes.
Let me ask you this: you think Luka will be able to play in the 90s?
Would Luka be able to play what?
You think he would be able to play in the 90s where there was more contact?
Oh no, they beat him up, man. He'd still do his thing, but he get beat up, bro. All that complaining, they be popping him in the
gotta remember though, but let's slow down though. You gotta remember the point guards in the 90s, were built like Raj Strickland. Remember, there was a bunch of little guys, Kenny the Jack. Yo, if Luka would have showed up at point guard, they would have been like, nah, he can't play point guard. They'd be like, nah, he can't. He'd be like, nah, I can play point guard. So you can't, let's not sleep on that either.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Although, listen, back in the 90s, there was a guy named Magic who was a 6'9" point guard.
Magic is really 80s. By 92, he retires.
Yeah, but you know, I still see him in the 90s. Maybe 80s was his heyday, but that he had moments in the early 90s.
I know that what's that? The dynasty of the Lakers, whatever that series they got was hilarious. I enjoyed watching that. I enjoyed it. It gave me. I don't know how true it is. I was too young at the time. I don't know. Gia, how true is that? How true is that series?
Which one?
Which one?
The Lakers series on HBO.
Which one? Oh, you know what? I might binge watch that this weekend. You know, y'all know I don't get to watch much TV, man. I'll be on TV.
I binge watch it. This is how I watched it, G. I was home with COVID, so I happened to be able to watch it then. And I think I probably watched the whole series in one day.
You know, I saw the first one. I only saw the first episode where it looked like they was debating on whether they should draft Magic Johnson or not. That was the only one.
Yeah.
I know Jerry West.
Yeah, I'm just gonna grab something to drink real quick.
No problem. I know Jerry West is trying to sue him now. He's upset with the depiction.
So it's not true. So it's just in other people's words.
There's never. It's always never 100% if it's on HBO or something, unless it's a documentary. And once you see they got actors involved in the play line, you could tell it's not a 100. But they said it's called Winning Time. Delano, what up, bro?
DSJ, what's up, bro?
They said what you call it? They said obviously it's not 100% true, but you know what he says, they don't make the buses look bad. The buses look good. But you know, they made Jerry West look like a drunken maniac. They really
it was funny. I that's why I wanted to know if anybody would acknowledge, because I was too young, so I could go back and I could watch.
Oh no, we wouldn't know. Remember, we didn't. Only in today's era. Remember the media. You know, and in New York, you had to be New York and LA, you had to be careful. So you write a story like that in the 80s, and you know, you don't have no protection. You're not getting another article. So you don't,
it gets deep. It gets to the Gordon Hayward situation. I mean Gordon Hayward. What's the name? Spencer Hayward. Gordon Hayward. Spencer Hayward. It gets into that. It goes into his life. You know, so it kind of goes into these guys' life too. You know, goes into Kareem a little bit. You don't really go in. It goes into Magic, but it kind of shows you Magic as bless you. It shows you Magic as a sleazeball. You understand what like a real big sleazeball behind the scenes, not so much on the court. So that's why I wanted to know. I wanted to touch with somebody who had knowledge. How true was that? Because we didn't have social media back then.
No, we didn't have social media and the articles. You know, if they got in trouble, they were writing something. They wasn't writing that much scandalous. But then too, let me fall back a little bit, because remember, I'm from the media in the 80s and early 90s was very regionalized. We were still picking up print and getting on the train. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they wouldn't have time, and it was about, if you know, especially in New York, it was about quick turnaround. There's no way you could get a New York beat writer could get an article in New York and get it to California. Remember, we only had face mail. We didn't have email. There was no internet. So news was very regional. So really, we only learned about the Knicks. You know, you didn't get to learn about other teams.
We learned about it.
And like because the Knicks,
yeah,
this is very important. And because the Knicks media was so big across the world that everybody had to know what was going on in New York, people in Minnesota, people in Texas, everybody had to order the Wall Street Journal. They needed to know. And they needed the New York Times because they needed to know what was going on in the big market in America. So because of that, the beach writers got to write about the Knicks. And so you could hear about the Knicks all over the country all year long, which would make the biggest players wanting to play in these big media markets because they know their mother while although they're from Oklahoma, mother could pick up the New York paper with ease in Oklahoma and learn all about them. That's why being in the market before the internet was important. Now the internet has got rid of all of that because you could just www.com and find out anything you want in any market ASAP.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I that's a good series. Check it out. Check it out though, GI, because it gets deep, and I want to know how much of that was true with the whole Lakers situation. Because it was pretty cool. I enjoyed it.
Well, let's hope they do. Let's hope they do one day on, the days when Stephon Marbury was running the hallways and Isaiah Thomas, and let's see what that looked like. And the lady who sued the organization, we can tell you that was true, and that would be pretty salacious too. Because when we're reading that articles, reading that lawsuit, I can't believe they took that to court. That should have been settled out of court. There's no way they should have let that go to court.
And think about it, even in New York at that time when the whole Marbury situation was going on, New York was a great place to live at that time. We was tearing the streets up. I know I was at them years. The tunnel still was rocking. So they need to do something with that. And mix the tunnel in with that too when you talk about the Knicks.
But guess what? We still wasn't winning nothing then either. All excited about the team. Be it all in the clubs, fancy point
all in the videos,
all in the videos, fancy point guards. Isaiah, we got the Hall of Famer Isaiah is running the organization. We got all this clout and cachet, and we the Knicks, and we ain't got nothing to show for it, brother.
Speaking about the clubs, how'd y'all felt when Joakim Noah admitted that he was clubbing and partying too much? He couldn't handle New York.
I mean, out of anybody for it to happen with, I'm not surprised it was Joakim Noah, especially after we saw what Joakim Noah said in that infamous press conference when they were in Cleveland. It's like, Cleveland? What's in Cleveland?
Yeah.
There ain't nothing in Cleveland. Yeah, so I'm not surprised that Joakim was partying in New York. I mean, I don't know, bro. That's just another professional star in the New York market that may or may not be a good fit for. I mean, I will say that I think one thing, we got a declining Joakim Noah. Unfortunately, I think his game was a lot more past its prime than we had expected. It's not the first time that's happened. We did the same thing with Antonio McDyess. Antonio McDyess killed the league for so many years. We get him on the way out. Grandfather status. You know how it is.
The list go on and on and on. We can do so many. Even Steve Francis, Penny Hardaway, Tracy McGrady. The list goes on and on and on. Jeez, that's why I say I'm at the point like, where are we going, Ron? Where are we going as a franchise? What are we doing? Even as a fan base, what are we doing? Sometimes we just got to look at it for what it is. And I try my hardest to get through to my bro Hardwell because it's a business. At the beginning of the day and at the end of the day, they all they care about is filling the seats. And if they could listen to the fans and say, all right, well, let's put something out. What the fans say, go get this player, and we went and got that player, and look what the results were. The fans still go and pack the stands. Right. So even us as a fan base, what are we doing? What are we doing?
I was just gonna say to D Coolest, you could throw Jason Kidd in there, but I'm gonna give Jason Kidd love because listen, he did give us that one season, got us into the playoffs, a 54-win season.
Jason Kidd is the best point guard we had the last 10 years.
And we had to focus J.R. Smith. That was the first time we seen J.R. Smith focus. That was that game when Melo would come out the game, J.R. would come through, and nobody couldn't guard him. Nobody. That's
and he shot his highest percentage from 3-point that year. Yep. And Melo was drawing double teams. He would set Melo up for the double team. He would set the floor right. He would set the spacing right. He would say, Melo, go to work. If they double team you, kick it out here. I'm gonna hit this thing. And he would hit that thing. And people would look and say, you can't stop the Knicks. You can't stop the Knicks.
Yeah, look at the names. Look at the names. Maurice Taylor. Man, look, I remember when Knicks when they got Baron Davis. What are we doing?
I know,
What are we doing,
man.
Think about it. I keep, this is my homework every day, and I try to. What is this franchise doing?
Yo, you know what?
Going.
That's crazy because I remember when we had Stephon Marbury. I think we had Steve Francis at the same time. Jamal Crawford. We had a bunch of people who quote unquote can play make, but we didn't really have shooters on the team like that. You know what I mean? So
Knicks are known for getting some good players at certain positions and then not having anybody else anywhere else. They can't.
yeah,
They always struggled at putting a full team together because you only can get a certain number of guys who wanted to come here at that time.
Well, there
we were
you
a
go.
bad team.
That was my point, and I'm glad you brought it in, Ron, because I was like, we missing the point. We missing the point. We missing the point. We went and got the one player. And we kept, and then we would set up. We would trade for that one player. We would spend our first round draft pick. We would take on bad contracts to get the one player, and we would say, okay, we got money this summer. We're gonna go out in free agency and get another player, and everybody would be like, yeah, nah, we're not playing in New York.
yo, that's true.
You ain't lying.
That's true.
You ain't lying.
That's why we need to pump our brakes on
next year.
trying to wait for the players.
So then the next year, that player had to go into the season by himself, no leverage, because you got junk around him, expecting to get two players to play with the junk and be competitive. That player's got to go into the season next year by himself and then loses it. And then the media says, how could you let us down like this? You know, Stephon Marbury, you were supposed to be better. Amari Stoudemire, you were supposed to be better. You get the list go. Spreewell, Houston, you guys are supposed to be better. Look, you all just let us down. Carmelo, you were supposed to be better. When at the end of the day, it's the whole way to Knicks. So I'm going to be honest. If I really want to win a championship, and we said we really want to win a championship, first of all, what would it matter if you moved heaven and earth next year to be quote-unquote competitive? The Celtics ain't going nowhere. Do you see their team? They don't need to. Everybody's like, all right, what they going to get in the offseason? The Celtics don't need to do anything. And I'm going to be honest, they've been that way for a few years now. And guess what has happened for a few years? By not being drastic changes. They're getting continuity. They're learning that someone is crunch time and there's 2 minutes left in the game. You know what every player is going to do. You look at each other and it's like, yo, that's my dog. I already know how to go to the well with him. The Knicks keep changing everything. And in the first 3 months, the season don't work. And then we scrapping the rest of it. The biggest mistake we can make next year, if whatever moves we make, it don't work, the biggest mistake we can make is winning 30 games next year. I'm sorry. I know y'all saying there's no such thing as tanking, but guess what? The team who won 30 games gets a worse pick than the team that won 15 games. The NBA hasn't fixed that. So you can say NBA fixed tanking. NBA fixed tanking. What did the Knicks do the last 2 years? Last year we went out and went to 4th seed, so we got the 20th pick. This year we tried to fight and be competitive and got the 11th pick. The 11th pick is right outside of 2 or 3 picks from getting a really good player that could change your franchise. How many years are y'all going to be telling me in November, G.I., you can't roll the tank, G.I.? G.I., what you rolling the tank for? No, G.I., you got to chill. You don't tank. And then in the offseason, y'all sit here like, oh, we got to trade up. We got to trade up. Nah. If y'all just would have lost 6 or 7 more games that was irrelevant to you anyway, you would have been getting the Ben Mathurin. You wouldn't even be worried about Ben Mathurin. You would say, at least we could get Ben Mathurin. Maybe they'll overlook Jaden Ivey and he could slip. But at a minimum, hey, we'll get Ben Mathurin. Now y'all like, we got to trade up to get Ben Mathurin. It's the worst we can do. We can't leave without leave. We're not going to get Jaden Ivey. So at least get Ben Mathurin. And so to keep winning these meaningless games, don't tell me next November when it's looking bleak and I start rolling the tank. Y'all like, G.I., you're not a true fan. Don't roll your tank. Nah, G.I. don't want to be sitting here on Memorial Day weekend with y'all crying because we got the 11th pick and there's limited assets to get at 11. I'm sorry for that rant, fellas. I love you.
Listen, it's warranted.
I completely.
That's fine. If we know we going in that direction, G.I., that's fine. The problem is us as a fan base and them as a franchise, they don't never tell us what they wanted, what they're doing. So they try to keep us in the dark about what they do. You know, if that's the case, if you're gonna go through the draft and you want to get them players, then yeah, then let's go ahead and go get them players. Don't go out there and sign a $80 million Evan Fournier. Don't go sign. You know what I mean? Don't even go and give Julius $100 million in that case, if that's what you want to do. You see what I'm saying? But that's the problem is they don't tell us what they doing. We don't know what they want to do. So even as a fan base, that's why I say as a fan base, we got to pump our brakes on wanting the quick fix.
No,
Can't
no,
be a quick fix.
No, I'm gonna be honest. Dolan has made a serious mistake. So because what you're saying is you're saying, GI, if what you say makes sense, you're right. Then why do I have any good players? Why do I have anybody expensive on this team? But look who you have. Look who you have. These guys aren't losing the middle, and the what you call it is real. The the NBA salary cap is real. You gotta be at a certain percentage of it, or you get fined too. So you have to give the money to somebody. Go back to the Sixers days. They used to trade for any old body. They would take, in fact, if you need to get rid of a contract, just trade them to the Sixers because they needed salary. Remember, they would have 3 first-round draft picks, 2 second-round draft picks. They would have the number 1 pick, the number 6 pick, the number 25 pick, and they would just acquiring, and they would just go take on anything. Here's where the mistake the Knicks are making. They want to tell the fan base because they want to sell them expensive tickets. So we got a product for you on the floor. So that's why they're signing. That's why they're giving. I'm sorry, brother. I promise I'm gonna land the plane because I've been running my mouth. I know, but that's why they're giving them that $80 million. That's why they're giving Julius $100 million, so they can say at least you got a $100 million player. That's why they're giving Fournier. But what they're doing is now, and then you hire Tibbs as a coach. Look how our coach wants to win. You can't tell us we're tanking. There's no, but you're not giving him enough to win. You're hoping that he comes in at 20 games and you get that, but something happens where we're winning an extra 11 games. They really are trying to tank. There's no way you could tell me that they think this is a competitive team. With Kemba Walker, who thought? I mean, to expect that Kemba could be healthy and Rose could be healthy all season. Then you got the perfect storm. Both of them were.
Listen. You make a great point, Gi, and I'm only in a disagreement with you because of the fact that I think the Knicks are going to be pretty good next year. I think that we lost a lot of games that we should have won this year because of poor game management in the fourth quarter. Poor game management. I guess you could say it started in the third quarter because remember we had.
Well, Ron, what did we do to clean that up?
That's what I'm saying. This past year we didn't do anything, and we haven't changed anything yet to.
And we haven't addressed. We haven't addressed anything.
I feel like we will. I think we have to as a front office. I think your main job. If I'm a front office person. The main thing I'm looking is what we did last year. How many games could we have won that we lost, that we had those games? If I just take that alone, that helps my job. If I say I'm going to do this and that should take care of these 10 to 15 games that we lost that we could have won, if I can bring 10 more wins to this Knicks team, guess what? We're a playoff team. So to me, that's what I would focus on.
See that's the other side of the coin. That's the part of then you want to know why they bringing this regime back because you can point to things like that. You want to know why they bring the Tibbs back because they say, all right, them 10 games, but then you look at the talent of the team and say, well, this is the reason why we didn't win the 10 games because the talent of the team is not there the way it's supposed to be. So it's a lot to go. It'll drive you crazy, but if you dig deep and you go within the game, you'll come up with so many answers on why this team is unsuccessful.
But I think go ahead, my man. Because
no, it's all good. You can go, man. Go ahead.
No, I talked twice before you talk once. Go ahead.
I appreciate that. I agree with the first half of what you said about continuity. I think that's something that a lot of us really don't touch on a lot is continuity. Or at least I haven't really heard it like that. So that's a very important point you made. The second half about the tanking, I think that kind of delves into the whole continuity thing. It's about building a culture. You know what I mean? I think it's like we cheat ourselves whenever we want to tank. Yeah, we get the good player. I understand the logic behind that, but at the end of the day, what are we teaching our young players? That it's okay to lose, just so we can get some talent in. You know what I mean? And I think that if anything, that'll hurt us more so than help us. Tanking just to get good players. I want to build our team like the Raptors build their team. I want to build my team like the Bucks built their team. You know what I mean? I want to build my team kind of like how the Sun, not the Suns, the Warriors built theirs. Theirs was just through going through the growing pains, continuity, and just like you said, figuring things out by just developing chemistry with one another. As
Right.
opposed to like cheating the system, thinking and getting a really good player, but the culture's messed up. You know what I mean? Because we're teaching our players, yo, it's cool to lose just to get a good player.
Right. Right.
That's what.
Yeah, JW, that's the point right there. We blew a lot of 20-point leads, and forget the 20-point leads. We lost a lot of closer games, and we had some 2 to 3 point games that we lost too. That we lost by 3 points or less. Those are tough losses, man. We had some games. One of them was the Brooklyn Nets. We lost to the Brooklyn Nets by like 2 points in Brooklyn in that game. Whatever when it was the last second game where they ran that little curl play and Fournier actually hit a 3 to tie the game, but we still wound up losing. But, stuff like that. Those are tough losses. But I wanted to just point out to Francisco Carrillo's point or idea about, the Knicks having a playoff game for the number one pick to let teams that don't make the playoffs earn it. I actually think that to make that even more interesting and more fair, maybe not do it with everybody, but you still have a certain lottery, scenario selection. You just start with the 7th pick. Whoever the 7th team is with the 7th worst record, that's when you do the lottery ball thing between 7 and 14, because I think 14 is the end of the lottery. So from 7 to 14, you throw those lottery balls in the mix, shake them up, do that whole thing, and you figure out who's going to pick between 7 and 14 in that order. But from 6 to 1, that's 6 teams, which you can have a tournament of those 6 teams, and it's 3 games of whatever. I don't know how many games you want to make it, but you can make it like a little tournament with those 6 teams, right? And it makes it interesting and fair because those are the 6 worst teams in the league record-wise. But in order to get the top draft pick, whoever has the best record throughout the tournament, that best record in the tournament gets the first pick. So you have to fight in order to get that. And so that's interesting because these teams are already bad, right? And then you make it even more interesting because you say, we're going to make it so that these teams can't load up, right, before the tournament to make their teams better. So you make stipulations like, whoever's on the team has to have played with the team this amount of games in the last 60 days or something. So you can't just go out and say, I'm going to get these guys right now to help me win the tournament. That way they're a part of your losing team. So they were thinking just like everybody else. So it's really about just who fights the hardest in the tournament to get the first pick. I think that would be a great idea.
I agree. That'll definitely bring the integrity of the game up because we do have a lot of teams that think already and that just throw in the towel all for getting the worst pick. So I think that would throw the integrity of the game all the way up, and it makes for good entertainment.
Yeah, I think that would be interesting.
Let's bring back the lottery balls and let us see who put them on the thing. Let them go around like the lotto and have the numbers to shoot up like that.
That's another thing. I wonder why they don't do that no more.
The old good way we used to do the things back in the days. I like that. I like to see that. And when they gotta pick the ball pop up and they turn it around and they show who, you know what I mean? That's exciting. Not the way because this way it seems like it's fixed. It seems like it's fixed.
Yeah, because we don't know what's going on.
No, and you don't have a player from each team behind them when the balls is picked. You have one player representing the Players League or something like that. That's back there doing the balls or what? Pause. I didn't even say it like that, but you know what I mean.
I got you. Yeah, I mean you're right. Like we don't know. It's very true. Like it's all looks kind of funky back there. And we don't know what's going on. Maybe in the back where the Knicks have representatives like Brock Isla. That's just him dropping off the check. All right, yo, listen, we already talked. Knicks gonna get the 11th pick. Where the 50,000? No.
Yeah. Why? Because you think about it like this, Ron. Why should they reward the Knicks? Tell us why they should reward, or tell me why they should reward the Knicks.
Well, honestly,
what have we done to be rewarded? But
we haven't done anything to be rewarded. You're right about that.
Time and time and time. So why should we reward y'all with a number 1 pick? Because all y'all do, y'all gonna mess it up anyway.
True, but I will tell you one thing. I think the NBA knows this, but they're just not. It's just a different animal, and they've cleaned up a lot of the illegal stuff that was going on before. But I think the NBA knows that if basketball is good in New York, it's good for the league.
I was just
Problem is, there's just nothing you can do about it right now.
How many televised games they had? They had more televised games this season than any other NBA team, right?
Right.
I'll go figure on that.
Well, that's crazy because the Cleveland Cavaliers, right after they lost LeBron, they got back-to-back first-round number 1 picks. Back-to-back. Like, that's crazy.
I mean, certain things happen that are crazy. Look at what happened with the Bulls. The Bulls got the first pick with Derrick Rose, and their chance of getting the first pick was like the lowest ever. I don't know what it was, but it was really low.
I question that. That's a frozen envelope case right there, man.
Hey, man. That's how it is. And it makes sense. It makes sense that they needed that. We saw what happened with Chicago. Chicago was right back on the map. And when basketball was going good in Chicago and the type of rivalries that built with other East Coast teams, it was a good look for the NBA. I don't know. Salute to look at this. Look at these guys. Look at these people in the chat, man. Salute to y'all, bro. Salute to Soul Finger. Salute to Knicks Nation 112, where the players dwell. Thank you, man. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, I think that I think if we're being honest with ourselves, the Knicks are a team that still needs a lot of help, but they're not as bad as it seemed, man. This year was a really bad year, but some of this could have been avoided. Front office made some mistakes of who they put out there. Tibbs made some mistakes of who he chose to play over other guys. And the mental stuff with Julius didn't help. It's just a tough year. And the pandemic stuff with this health and safety protocols, all that it was a tough year, man. We surveyed 100 people. I see you. What's good? Yeah, man. I think next year is going to be a better year. I just feel it, guys. And I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not blowing smoke. I'm not saying Knicks is winning 50 games. I'm not doing all that. I don't see it. But I do think they can win 40 games. I think they'll be better, and I think they'll make the playoffs. And I just want them to be a better product. Like, get me back where I was the year before. I'll play Atlanta in the first round again, but I have a feeling that will be a much better team against them if they even there themselves. Atlanta ain't that good.
Because this team, I said this team is like it wasn't having fun. This whole season seemed like the team never was having fun.
We need
and I think the year before that we marveled at the fact that they was having fun. You know, even when they was losing, this team was still having fun. And you seen they come out there, they'll lose, but they'll come out there in the next game and they'll correct the mistakes and play better or play harder. This team didn't have no heartbeat the whole season. You didn't know what it was doing. It was just up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. That's things I point out as well as I hear you pointing out too, Ron. You know I'm on the show pointing them out all the time. I'll be arguing. They be thinking I'm crazy. My points don't make no sense. Leave it up to Hardwell. I defend it because it's right there in front of your face. It was more than just Randall and Tibbs for this season. So I can't sit there and say, okay, that it was Randall and Tibbs is the reason why we had to lose the season this season.
No, hey, listen.
Know what you know.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I just want. Well, no, it's still there. I'll remember. Go ahead, L. Whatever else you want to say.
Which one?
No, I just wanted to point the shot clock because it looked like he get mad because he hate that narrative that the Knicks need Theo Pinson. I'm gonna tell you right now, man. Say what you will. I know Theo Pinson looked like a clown. He looked like a cheerleader on the sideline. What he was doing with for Dallas with the Warrior. I don't know how much that mattered. Towards the end, that's a different team. That's a different makeup. What he brought to the Knicks, how he made the guys feel about themselves. how they had fun in those press conferences after games. They were having a good time. It was less about basketball and more about them having a good time playing with their brothers. And you could see, notice you had a good mix of players, a good chemistry. They were playing great basketball. They went on a great run. You don't go on great runs if you're not having good chemistry with the rest of your teammates. So they had a great run, right? Of course, they fell apart in the playoffs because, you know, they got a team. They kind of overachieved a little bit. But then you go into this next year and you see that the team lacked chemistry. You got people going back and forth. Oh, Julius Randle has issues. Why isn't Julius Randle sitting next to his teammates? Why is he all the way over there? Obi's on the floor. Why Julius ain't picking him up? Oh, why Julius is mad. Fournier is going over there trying to console him. Why is Julius pushing him away? You know, like this all time. I know Julius is the common factor here, but I'm just saying you just could feel that the team is not as together as it was the year prior. To me, it's not just about Theo Pinson, but you got 15 players on the team. All 15 ain't playing. Why does it hurt you to bring back a guy like Theo, pay him his little money, let him sit on the bench, and big up the team? Get people going. How about, you know what, the other thing about Theo, he was standing up cheering his team on. And that got the rest of the guys standing up cheering. These Knicks players, I mean, come on, man. You
heard a lot of grumbling too. Like to keep it a buck, you heard players like grumbling, like, oh, like the kind of players that we got on the bench. If you had a Theo Pinson, it probably would have changed the morale of the bench players, because let them guys, when them guys started playing, it was like they wanted to kind of take a stab at Tibbs, which I always feel like, to me, that's it is what it is. So
I mean, come on, man. We instead of Theo Pinson,
morale.
What was the dude we had? What's the dude with the dreads? What was his name?
I don't know his name. I don't know his name.
No, what the hell was his name?
Was he light skinned?
I don't know his name.
No. He was dark skinned with dreads.
You talking about Reggie Bullock?
No.
No. He played on the G League team. I mean, not G League, but he played with this team. He got cut. He was a veteran that played with a summer league team, and I can't call his name.
Wayne Selden?
Wayne Selden, that's his name.
Yeah. Come on, man. We could have kept Theo Pinson. We didn't need Wayne Selden out there. No offense to Wayne Selden, but Theo Pinson gave us something special, man. As far as morale.
Yeah, you need the morale. And we didn't have that this season. The team, I felt they didn't have it. I felt like they was griping about, like everybody was griping from even RJ at times. You know what I mean? Everyone was griping about something. Like no one was like, "Don't worry about it. We're gonna be all right." And the players that was saying it was unfortunate was the players that was hurt. It was Derrick Rose saying it. Guys that didn't have a really impact or was away from the team. So then it's bad.
Yeah, and you could say, listen, if Theo, I'm gonna get to Soulfinger. If Julius Randle is wilding out and having them crazy moments on the court, Theo Pinson ain't gonna stop that. But maybe if Theo Pinson is there, Julius is in better spirits overall throughout the season, so he ain't as much in his head like that. He ain't even getting to those moments because they're having a good time. They still having fun out there. But don't get me wrong. When Julius was going the way he's going, ain't nobody getting in his face and stopping him. You notice that whenever Julius was going through his moments, you didn't see RJ go to console him. Let that dude do what he's going to do. I know Julius.
Yeah, let him do it.
I'm good.
Yeah. I've been with him 3 years already. Like, let him go. Yeah,
So
that's how he
him.
treated him. That's how they treat each other.
And yeah, shot clock, that is not what I'm saying. I'm not saying Theo is the reason why the Knicks sucked and had bad moments. I'm saying that helps the overall energy of the clubhouse and the team. The year before, we looked like a unit. Last year, we looked discombobulated. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. One of the things about that team,
the Big 15.
Right.
Last year, yeah. Soulfinger, what's up, bro?
What's going on, fellas?
It's so many the things around the league that was being said about the Knicks, not this the season when we won the games, was they didn't beat themselves. They didn't beat themselves. And this season we beat ourselves. So it's all the little things that didn't show up this season that should have shown up. We beat ourselves. They said the Knicks was a hard team. That was coming from players and coaches that played this. Yeah, it was a empty arena or whatever. But they said the Knicks we didn't make a lot of turnovers. Look at how many times we made bad turnovers and crucial points of the game this season. How many times you seen Julius throw the ball throw the ball into the stands? How many times you see RJ get a shot blocked? How many times you seen quickly make an indecisive decision that he shouldn't have did? How many times you saw Obi get lost on defense? So it was multiple things that was going on with this team that just contribute to their overall bad play. It was bad. What's up, Sofinger?
What's going on there, L? Dunn, was it Dunn? My man, is that Dunn P? And you know, it's GI and my man.
Yo, what's up, so?
Last but not least, Ron. Hey, appreciate it, fellas. I saw you on. I was listening to you as much as I could. I had to work today. I had to get a little OT in.
Okay.
Start getting the holiday money now.
Right. Yeah, man. I'm chopping it up for a little bit longer. I'm a little tired myself. I'm gonna get up out of here soon. But yeah, man. You know what you think about what's going on with the Knicks? I mean, we were talking about, like, the main story of today's show was RJ, and if he's the right person for the Knicks to build around. Is he overrated? Have we seen the best of him? You know what I mean?
Well, see, the thing is with RJ, I think he can get better, man. But the problem is he's got to get that work in. You know, I said it with Freezy yesterday. RJ, you know, a lot of people, you know, some people, you know, you got those saying RJ. People don't point out what RJ doesn't do, vice what he does. Look, one of the main things I'm on RJ about is those free throws, man. Free throws are something vicious with RJ. He's got to be able to hit those things. When he gets ready to go to the line, I'm ready to put on my top hat and paint my face white and sacrifice the chicken and goats so he can hit them jokers, man.
Right.
You know, that's one of the things. But he also has to get better with his efficiency. And it's going to come with time. He has to develop at the speed he's going to develop at. We can't say, look at RJ and say, well, look at Ja. Yeah, Ja exploded. And then you will look at, before it was Zion, but now it's Ja. Ja's the one. Zion he's hurt. He's been hurt for the last, 3 years, 83 games. 3 seasons, 83 games he's played. So you don't hear people talking about him as much. He's always injured. Now he's going on this shift. Now we're looking at Ja. I like Ja. I like Ja in the draft. He's athletic, and he's a point guard. And you can't tell me, if we didn't have the second pick, that Ja wasn't going to be a Knick. Ja would have been a Knick, but that's not the case. We got RJ. RJ's not as athletic. Well, he's not athletic. He gets compared to a Jimmy Butler. I think he's a Jimmy Butler, Paul Pierce type of cat, because you remember Paul Pierce wasn't super uber athletic. He was crafty. That's going to come with RJ developing. He just got to keep grinding. He has the mindset. He's got to continue to get better. And being moved to small forward didn't help him. I think, this is my opinion, being moved to small forward hurt him. It slowed him down. Can he play small forward? Yes. But are you looking for him to play small forward for a season? No. Put him back to the 2. And what the front office needed to do is address the issue with small forward. That's something we didn't address really last year, because what you do is bring in another 2 guard in Evan Fournier, RJ to the 3. And then you bring in Kemba, have him running point. So you come with 2 defensive deficient players because you're trying to open up, you want to shoot more threes, but you didn't totally address the situation we had. And then it hurt RJ and his development. Just my opinion.
I mean, listen, I agree with that. I mean, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, I think the Knicks need to really focus on getting that small forward. Whether it is you decide to make Cam the starter, if Cam's still on the team, or if you decide to, hold on one second. I got another gentleman I'm gonna bring in a little bit. Whether you decide to, make Cam the starter if he's still on the team. Either way, I still think you need to go out there and get yourself another small forward and put RJ back to the 2 where he can be most utilized, most comfortable, and he has an advantage. RJ's big, he's a good, pause. He's a pretty good sized player. They say he's 6'6" still on paper. Coming into this year, they said he had grew 2 inches. I don't see it, and I think at the end it still wound up he was 6'6". So I don't know where that whole 6'8" thing went, but point is 6'6", that's a little bit more of a you know, like a good height for a shooting guard. It's not really the best height for a small forward. Small forward 6'7" to 6'8" is a better height. So, but his strength wise, he can really dominate and be more aggressive at the 2 with that type of size and that strength. So put him back to the 2, make him feel comfortable. Go get yourself a real 3, and maybe you got something you can work with. And then you got to figure out what you're going to do with the absence of Mitch, because if Mitch is out of here, you're going to need some type of big that can give you some type of value. He's got to be able to rebound and play some defense. And if he can score a little bit, great. But he got to do those other 2 things. Let me get my man, Uncle Freezy, in the building.
Yo, hey everybody.
Hey, Uncle Freezy.
Hey man, how y'all today?
Yo, what up, Freeze?
Yo,
What's up, Freeze?
Hey, boss, what's getting ready for this Javante Davis fight tonight?
Ooh,
Yeah.
Who got the money on?
I'm gonna say Davis because the power aspect of it is undeniable. But I'm gonna say Davis late. I'm not taking Romero. Hey, or Romero ain't no joke, bro. He ain't just wake up. He ain't no soup can. You know what I'm saying? You know, he ain't no inflated. He ain't no inflated sucker like Errol Spence. You know what I'm saying? He ain't no inflated dude like Charlo. Like the dude Tank Davis ain't no joke.
Errol Spence the real deal, man. But all right, we're not gonna get into that.
Yeah. Man, I just came in to see Ron, see how Ron was doing. I ain't trying to start no
nah. You good, man? Listen, man. I've been rocking for a minute. And you know, it's nice of you to join us. We've been chopping it up on this RJ thing and talking about his value, if he's overrated or if the Knicks are making the wrong move by kind of building around him. And really, we don't really know the case. Are they building around him or are they building with him? We don't know what they're doing yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I heard somebody crazy say they want Johnny Davis to go with RJ. So you have like a whole squad full of unathletic dudes, the most unathletic starting 5, because Johnny Davis ain't nothing but a shrunk down RJ Barrett. You know what I'm saying? You want a 6'3" RJ Barrett? And then I don't know. I don't know.
Hey, I mean, but sometimes, look, sometimes talent is undeniable, right?
Right.
If you can bring in a Johnny Davis, and Johnny Davis is DeMar DeRozan for the Knicks, okay? Say he turns into DeMar DeRozan for the Knicks. Then the Knicks can say, these 2 positions, I'm not going to worry about. That means, I guess, RJ would be the 3. Johnny Davis could be the 2. You get in a situation where you say, can that work with Julius? I don't know. So then you say, let's move Julius. Let's get us another piece somewhere else where we're deficient. Maybe that's a big. Maybe it's point guard, whatever it is. Then you put Obi in the position. At worst, you get from Obi is a guy out there who plays in the flow of the offense, who moves the ball, is not a ball stopper. And so we have some pace, right? So I'm saying there's no real bad option when you try to make smart moves. Does the move in itself, does the Knicks get less athletic? Yeah, okay, they do. But that doesn't mean you can't get athletic somewhere else. If Cam is truly healthy, that's somebody who we know can ball out if he's truly healthy and we give him the spot. Well, I don't know what they're going to do at center if we're losing Mitch, but these are all questions that you can get answers to as long as you got a direction. Just throw scenarios out there, make a move, and then go off of that move. You can't be scared to play. If you're scared to play, you ain't gonna win nothing. Okay, that's like me. I'm always saying, "Damn, I wish I could win the lottery," but I don't play the lottery. So how am I gonna win? So
gas price is too high, bro. I would play the lottery if I had to spend all my money in gas.
You know, into the scenario. So what would you do with Alec Burks and Quentin Grimes if we was to get a Johnny Davis?
Knowing that, are you asking me?
Well, you know what? It's a little. It's for the whole panel. What would y'all do?
If what? I'm sorry.
So if the Knicks was to go out and get Johnny Davis, which I don't think they would do, I would hope not. But
Yeah,
if to
with
get
your
Johnny
head,
Davis, what would we do with Quentin
yeah,
Grimes
done.
and Alec Burks?
Well, Alec Burks would go. I don't care what. I would even take a loss with Alec Burks just to get him up out of here. And I don't mean cut him. I would trade him, but yeah, I would have to make a move to get Alec Burks out of here. And with Quentin Grimes, if I could keep him on the team, I'll keep him on the team. But listen, I wouldn't be opposed to moving him with another piece in order to get some value somewhere else. And here's an idea. It's not ideal. It's not what most people will want to see, but I'm not opposed to it. As long as you build smartly and put the right pieces on the team, putting Johnny Davis at the point guard. Not saying Johnny Davis will be the point guard. Put him at the 1, put RJ at the 2, put Cam at the 3, Obi or Julius at the 4, and then you figure out what you're going to do to fix that center position, which is where maybe Burks or Grimes comes into a trade scenario where you go out and get yourself a serviceable big man if you can't get one in free agency.
Man, we can't trade Klay Thompson Jr., bro. We can't,
hey, listen,
can't trade Klay Jr., bro.
Listen, come on now. If you bring in more guard help, then some guards become expendable. The point is, when you don't have it, he looks a lot bigger than a ham sandwich to me. But
he's a ham sub. He's a foot long.
Yeah. Oh, listen. Hey, pause. But I'm just saying, the more and more I think about it, my whole theory and thought about the Knicks getting a true point guard, when I look around the league, I don't see a lot of it anymore. And so if you want to say you don't really need that, but you do need smart basketball players who move the ball, and you can't have a lot of ISO stuff going on on your starting team or your bench team if you're not going to have a true point guard. You got to have guys that move the ball. So that's what I would do, Don P. I don't have a true answer for everything they would do because I'm not sure. I really don't know what the Knicks front office is capable of. I'm not. Maybe tomorrow I'll have a better idea when we do the draft special because I don't know about their salary cap too much. But I'm going to find out a little bit more tonight going into tomorrow. So I'll see what type of money they're working with. But because that's the whole thing. If you're handicapped and the Knicks got no money, then you already know you ain't going to be able to bring in no valuable free agents at any position. You're going to have to bring journeyman players that might be able to give you something. So if you're dealing with that, then the only thing you can really do to truly upgrade is by trade.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Johnny Davis as a talent, where do you see him? What do you see his potential?
I guess I'll let somebody else answer this question because I look at Johnny Davis like a not as polished version of Devin Booker, like a Devin Booker when he first came into the league. Because Johnny Davis what Johnny Davis does bring to a team, I believe, and from what all the draft prognosticators, I always wanted to use that word. Anyway, what all the draft people have said is that he's got dog in him. He's a beast on defense. He's got a lot of heart. His 2-point game is solid. His 3-point game needs a lot of work, and he doesn't have athleticism. But as long as you can get to the rim and get your shot off in the mid-range, you don't need athleticism if you're really good at one thing. Notice that DeMar DeRozan, who was athletic coming into the league, he's lost a little of that, but he can still dunk. But you know what I mean? Like that athleticism, he's lost a little bit. But his mid-range is solid. So because he's got that, he can always go to it, and you're gonna see him in the league until whenever he's ready to go. But he's carved out his niche. Devin Booker, we saw, when he came into the league, they said, well, the dude can't shoot threes. Well, we know he can. All he did was keep working on that 2-point game, and now he's a much better 3-point shooter. But the 2-point game is where he lives. Some of these guys make sense, but it's just you have to find the right niche, and he has it. It's just what can the Knicks use it? in Thibodeau's offense, I don't know. Thibodeau wants guys to shoot threes. He don't care about guys who shoot two. And Mark Berman said that recently. And if that's true, then why would you even look at Johnny Davis? That's the problem. Like if Thibodeau wants guys to shoot twos, why bring in Johnny Davis?
So Ron, would you say Ben Mathurin would be the better pick, right?
Ben Mathurin is definitely the better pick.
I mean, I'm saying it because now as I see it, Freeze got a smile so big his ears in his mouth that I said that name. So, yes. but I'm with Freezy on this one when it came out to it. I would like Benedict Mathurin. I like Ben Mathurin. I think he would be a better fit for the Knicks because he can play both the 2 and the 3 at that position.
But isn't he talented to drop on to us though?
But no, see, and that's the thing. If we stand in pat, I'm just saying that if we stand in pat, he's not going to be there at 11. We would have to be aggressive and go get him. You see what I'm saying? That's the only thing. We would have to be aggressive and go get him.
Is it worth it? Is it worth it?
Yeah.
Mathurin?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay.
I'm so done with being scared of taking a chance on a guy and watching all these other guys go to other teams that we've had a chance to get. Like, you can't tell me the Knicks couldn't have got Donovan Mitchell when Donovan Mitchell was there. Obviously, he got drafted afterwards, so we could have got him.
There. Yeah, we could have gotten him. Yeah,
like you gotta be willing to make a play for somebody who had Benedict Mathurin can shoot, right? I'm not saying he's the best shooter in the NCAA, but he could shoot. You've seen it.
I'm saying he's the best.
Yeah. Okay.
Yo, Ron, that's why you got to be careful. That's why you got to be careful with going after the best talent available. That notion. See, that's why you got to be careful with that. Because if you do that, then you want to know why Donovan Mitchell didn't get drafted by the Knicks, because they went for what they thought was the best talent. Right.
I see you. I see your point. I see your point.
See,
okay.
You got to be careful on that.
I see you.
What's up, Free?
Okay, I see you. But what I will say about Mathurin, and this is why he checks all the boxes, is he the best defender? No. Is he an adequate defender? Yes. Can he shoot the 3? Yes. Can he shoot the 2? Yes. Is he a decent free throw shooter? He is. Is he one of the most athletic guys in the draft? He is. Does he have heart? Is he a physical specimen? And is he a dog? That's what all of that. He checks all them boxes. That's enough for me, man. Put him on the Knicks. Let's go.
Yeah. Ben Mathurin was a good. I think he's a good fit. That's just me. I like that young cat, man. He got, like you said.
He is his player comp. So I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead, Freezer. Because I was low key trying to throw you that no look. So you can.
Yeah, I got it. I'm still in the air with it. I got hang time, bro. So his player comp, based on Group Intellect, the dude that does prospect breakdowns, he said his player comp is Jason Richardson. You remember the dunk contest winner? Jason Richardson, the dude that shot about 38% from 3, 20% from 3. You know what I'm saying? If we had a Jason Richardson type cat to this vanilla offense, bro, you're talking about, the world is his oyster in New York. Because cats love Obi, and all Obi do is dunk and shoot threes, right? If you bring in Ben Mathurin, who dunk and shoot threes, bruh.
I mean, we need more athleticism.
Yeah, I think, and Ben Mathurin is 6'6". I don't see why Ben Mathurin couldn't be the Knicks if the Knicks got him. We're talking hypotheticals here. I don't see why the Ben Mathurin couldn't be the Knicks version of an Anthony Edwards type.
Yeah.
He has that type of skill. Maybe Anthony Edwards is a little bit more polished. That's why he was the number 1 pick. But
I mean, I'm all for us being aggressive to go get him. You have to make the right package to go get him. You have to see where he's going to fall, how far he's going to fall, because, I mean, it's going to be a lot of moving parts. Because if I'm not, correct me if I'm wrong, but Detroit wasn't looking at being the 5th pick, correct?
No,
they weren't looking for that. They were looking to move up.
Right.
And And I bring up Detroit because Detroit it's like a twofold thing when it comes to Detroit and us. Because one, we know Detroit wants Mitch, and they got the 5th pick. And I'm not saying, before anybody starts saying, oh, you talking about trading Mitch to Detroit. No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying when it comes to that is Detroit wants Mitch, and they got the 5th pick. I'm not trying to trade Mitch to Detroit because the way I look at it, I would like to hold on to Mitch. This is me. This is me speaking how I feel about it. I would like to hold on to Mitch because I think Mitch is a good piece. Granted, he's been severely underpaid, and the way he's been used is only to stand in front of the rim, do whatever.
So we don't know what else we got going. So my thing is,
do what you do to get Mitch if we can, but I don't know. Mitch may just be like, I don't care how much money you offer me, I'm out. I fear the dark horse team trying to make a move to get him because I can see him actually going there. Pat Riley sliding in and trying to make a move to get him in Miami, especially after seeing how undersized they are. They play good defense, but they are undersized. And then the other thing is that 5th pick, see what you can do. Because we got nice young pieces. You know, I know some want to run Obi out of town or whatever, for whatever reason. I'm not trying to run Obi out of town. I like Obi, what he can bring. Just work with him. So I'm saying he can't play defense. He only does this, he only does that. He's only been in the league for what? Going on his third? He's going to his third year. Yeah. He's going to his 3rd year. So we're looking at him to turn into Stoudemire Matrix within a year. You got to keep working to develop. Let's look at what he can do versus what he can't do. Yeah, he's gotten better.
But Soulfinger, my thing is I never said replace Obi.
Oh no, I'm not saying that.
What I'm saying is as a compliment
yeah.
to the Knicks' current backcourt. Because right now you have unathletic dudes like Grimes is not an athlete. RJ is not an athlete.
You need that athleticism.
Yeah, you add the athleticism to the backcourt. You know what I'm saying? And then the black backcourt and front court complement each other.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I want to keep Obi because that athleticism he brings is something. That's something we need. When the last time we had an athletic player? So, I mean, because right now it's currently constructed on this roster. Who are the athletic players?
In the backcourt?
I mean, just in the team in general.
It's all of our front court players are athletic. Jericho, Nerlens Noel, Mitchell Robinson, Obi Toppin, and Randall's to his extent. Randall is athletic, but he's just not the vertical athlete. Yeah. Randall is athletic. He's just not. He just don't have hops like Sims and Obi, but he can do. But Randall, quickness and all that other stuff like dexterity. Randall is a really good athlete, just not hops wise.
Yeah, he doesn't have a high flying, but he can do the other things. And I'm saying is, if you look at how it's built, we have no real balance athletically throughout the team because it's too heavy on the unathletic side. You know what I'm saying? So we need to have a balance. Right. But we also need wings too. We need to add another wing. And we got Cam, you know, and Cam is still improving for a lot because his potential. Potential can get you fired. I understand that. But we gotta not. I would say that the front office shouldn't be scared to make that move. If you got an opportunity to jump on Ben Mathurin, do it. See, you know, if it's within reason. I'm not saying sell your soul and give up whatever, but it's got to be within reason. You're gonna have to break some eggs to make an omelet. I understand that, but within reason.
Mm-hmm. And what direction will this team be going in? I want to know the direction. See, we just keep adding players, and it's not equal to winning the formula. You know, it's not equal to a foundation. So where are we going? So if you add that player, what's his name?
Who? Oh, what? Ben Mathurin?
Yeah.
Him. And what's the other one? What was the other one? What was the other one? Davis?
Johnny Davis. Yeah.
Johnny Davis. All
right, so if you add these players, these is not point guards, right? So you're just adding another wing player to a team that's already stacked with wing players. Where would this franchise be going?
Right.
Well, I mean,
when you do that,
I
Like
don't
where
want
we
to take.
go. I just want to know where we going. I want to know where we going.
I mean, if it
And
was up
if
to
we
me,
add same players that we already got, then we just keep going around in a circle because we're not really moving forward.
well,
We just
no,
keep
but
adding
that's
the same
the
players.
difference, Al. These guys is not what we got. They're better than what we got.
So you add them. All right. So let's say we add them, right, and then we take away some of the other players, and then you got them along with who? So you got Davis along with who, or McAdoo along with who? Who you have? See what I'm
Well,
saying?
this
Because
is
even
what
we could play GM, but we still don't even know what direction this team is going to go in.
you're right, and that's why I'm saying it's really up in the air. Like it looks crazy right now because we don't know what the hell they're thinking. But if it was up to me, and if I had it my way, it's tough to say because the Knicks got to do a lot of maneuvering because Mathurin looks good on the board to a lot of teams, for example. But it would be Mathurin would be my number one choice for what we could use right now. If it was up to me, I'd figure out a way to trade up to 7, and there's still no guarantee you're going to get Mathurin at 7. He could go at 6 right before you. You never know. But if I could get up to 7, and get Mathurin, I would take him, throw him at the 2. I would put RJ at the 3. I would keep Obi at the 4 because I'm trading Randall to Minnesota, and I'm bringing that boy D'Lo up in here. And I'm running with D'Lo, Mathurin, RJ, and Obi. And then I'm figuring out a way to replace Mitch at center somehow. And if I could move Mitch in a sign and trade to get some value out of that, whatever. I'm wheeling and dealing right now. And I'm staying young so that I may not be going all in to win now, but I'm putting a better product out there so that we got wins and possible playoff opportunities. Right. That's what I would do.
Who's running who's the point? Who's the point? Now we know we need a point.
D-Lo.
This is
that would be D'Angelo Russell.
So getting D'Angelo Russell, letting him run the point, adding these other guys. As long as we know where we want to go, you know. I'm okay as long as it looks like we're heading in the right direction.
That's
like
what
G.I.
I would
said.
do.
If you're gonna tank, then tank. If you're gonna go and win now mode, go and win now mode. But don't BS. That's where I'm at with the team. Don't BS me. Don't just keep on bringing the same players and we not going nowhere just to say, all right, I went out there and got that player. You know, just to pick some seats in the stands.
Right.
You know, don't do that. You know, do something that we could say, okay, I see where y'all going. And, we got something to look forward to. You know.
Yeah, and keep in mind when I'm doing something like that, I'm automatically saying to myself, I got to give these guys something they want. So that means if I want to get that Portland pick without giving up Randall, I got to give them Cam. I got to give them Grimes or something. I got to do something to entice them to get that 7th pick. Same thing with getting D'Lo from Minnesota. You know, if I'm trying to give them Julius to get D'Lo, you know, you got to give up something. You got to figure out a way to make it work. And first off, if you get Benedict Mathurin here and you're able to figure out a way to get D'Lo, you don't need Grimes. You don't need Cam Reddish. I'm just saying, like, you got to give up something to get something.
Yeah. So I'm looking at just real quick. I'm looking at that. Like I said, Ben Mathurin, what he can bring, but my concern for the team is the wing situation. Is my main concern is what's going to happen with Mitch and wings right now. Can Randall get traded? I mean, anybody can get got. That's what I look at on this squad. Anybody can get got, but I'm not sure what we're gonna do. You know, although we're looking at trying to bring a point guard in, let's see how things fall. But we got those. We got to figure out what we're gonna do with him so we can start making moves. And then, as far as it comes to Burks and Noel, those contracts are tradable. So you know they may not trade during the draft, but I figured before the trade deadline ends, those movable contracts you can probably do something with, man.
Soulfinger, you sound kind of low. Like your voice is a little muffled.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, I had to adjust the mic.
Who is the Knicks point guard? Who is the Knicks point guard?
I mean, right now it's up in the air. I mean, because you still got D Rose.
So how?
I mean, we're not
how
definite right now.
Our point guard don't help this team if you don't have a point guard.
Oh no, we need to get one.
You saying a lot. You saying a lot in the chat, shot clock, but you the one that's not really making no sense. If you don't have a point guard, we don't have a point guard. So you need a point guard. So that's how you got to fill a position of need. That's how you do it. So a point guard will help this team because you don't have one. You don't have one at all on this team.
And the other thing is, to Shot Clock's point or his question, if you watch the Knicks and if you're a Knicks fan, you've seen a lot of Knicks basketball this year, especially those 20-point debacles, those losses. You witnessed the stretch in that West Coast series when we played the Lakers, Utah, all these teams in the fourth quarter when Julius Randle had the ball and no one else was able to run the point, and he was facilitating. He was doing horrible turnovers at that wrong time in the game. Even RJ was a part of that, making bad plays, bad passes, turning the ball over. A point guard is supposed to be the ball handler because he's solid, because they don't turn the ball over in key situations. That's why a point guard is a necessity for a lot of teams. In today's NBA, it's a little different, but these guys on these teams are good ball handlers. So teams like Golden State, who we point to because they're in the playoffs now, who have the ball going through Draymond a lot, even though Steph is holding it. They don't really have that traditional point guard type of setup. Steph is like the shooting guard over there, and Draymond is the facilitator. Like when you got that, you don't got to worry about it. But the Knicks don't have. Julius Randle is not the best ball handler on this team. RJ don't have the best ball handlers on this team. Knicks got a lot of issues with the guys who do have the ball in their hands. And the other thing that you mentioned as far as Cam, who wants to give up on a 6'8" talent like Cam Reddish? Nobody. But you know what? If Cam Reddish is giving up on himself, if he's not putting his best foot forward, then he can't be here either. We made a trade because we gave up Kevin Knox for Cam, thinking that was going to be a better move for us. And it hasn't paid off yet. And the dude is due to get money. He's about to get paid his RJ, 4-year contract, whatever the hell, I call it the RJ contract, but you know what I mean. Like he's about to get paid. Nick got to make some tough decisions, and he hasn't shown anything that warrants us giving him money yet. Say what you will, people in Atlanta. I be in Atlanta Twitter on the Twitter Spaces sometimes, and I see how these guys think. They were mad about the trade when it came to Cam, but after a while, then they start to turn. Oh well, when you really look at it, Cam wasn't doing much, man. We expected Cam to do more for us, and he didn't always show up. Yeah, when guys got hurt and there was no one else, Cam had his moments of showing something. But for the most part, when we depend on Cam, he wasn't there. That's why they went out and they got Bogdanovich. That's why they went out and they drafted Hunter. They did that. That's why they got, my man Kevin Huerter. They got all these wing dudes because they wasn't getting what they wanted from Cam. I'm just saying, Cam is a good player. He has great talent. He hasn't really showed it. It hasn't translated on the court. We haven't seen the best of him yet. That's all I'm saying. Let me see. Kelly said the Knicks want to give up on a 6'8" wing like Cameron. That's who. Yeah, well, the part of that is also I think Cam doesn't fit. And this is look. Knicks made their bet. Now they got a lie in it. You made that decision when you decided to make Thibodeau your coach, and Thibodeau don't like Cam. I don't care what nobody says. Cam is not Thibodeau's type of player.
He's not.
So that what are we gonna do? we in a bad spot right now. We got somebody who's talented, but we may never really see it, because then every time Cam gets a moment to shine, he gets hurt. Don't forget that. Can Cam stay healthy? I would love to see the best of Cam.
No, the other thing is with all this, I don't like talking about trading for this and trading for that, but you look at teams that have a glut of point guards. Now, would you knock on OKC's door, see what's up with somebody there, see what you can shake loose?
Well, my fault, Cully. I was just going on a rant. I didn't remember if Huerter was there before or after, but I do know Bogdanovich came after, and I know they drafted Hunter after.
And Hunter came after as well.
Yeah,
and that's how
I wasn't sure about Huerter.
And then also you got they had what's his name? I want to call him the Rooster, who we had before.
Having a senior moment, Ron.
He plays forward. He kind of play power forward and small forward for him. Came out. We drafted him. European kid.
European cat. You know what I'm talking about.
In Atlanta.
Man, now I can't remember. Bagiani.
Not Bagiani.
Not Bagiani. The hell's his name?
Gallinari.
Damn it.
Hey, thank you. See,
listen, man, I turned 45 not too long ago, man. You know I'm at the senior moment.
Yeah, I'm having a senior moment, man. So so yeah, but yeah, that's the thing is they kept drafting wings and Cam became expendable. So a lot of times it may be a situation that you got to find the right team for him. But it was dueling. I mean, Tibbs didn't want, we traded Kevin Knox, a player that wasn't getting anything. He wasn't doing nothing but shaking the cooler over there full of Gatorade to getting a player that you won't be looking to play from Atlanta. So, and then now you put him in. Now I hate that he got hurt because you can see on down the stretch to see what could possibly happen. Because I did want to see the Cam and RJ on the floor more. That way you can put RJ back to the 2, put Cam at that 3. So,
I see what you're saying. First off, let me tell you something. Sherwin, you're completely wrong, brother. You can't tell me that a team with D'Angelo Russell, Benedict Mathurin, Obi Toppin, RJ Barrett, and you don't even know who the center is because I didn't tell you who the center is. You don't know who is going to be. If I'm trading pieces, I'm getting somebody back. I'm not going to just give my players away and not fill the holes and needs I got on my team. So you can't say what a team will win. You don't know who's on the team yet. I didn't round out the roster. You got to give it a minute. Shout out to Feet Sports. I see you, brother. I can't wait for tomorrow's show. It should be dope. So shot clock. If you don't like the fact that you feel like what a point guard is not going to be a necessity for the Knicks, what do you think the Knicks could use? What do you think would make the Knicks better? I hear your argument, but I don't hear your solution. Give me a solution so then I could say, you know what? You're right. I wasn't looking at it from that point of view. Maybe what the Knicks need is this player, and that changes everything. Because right now what I do see is the Knicks had a terribly inefficient team. They barely shot 40% from the field as a team itself. They got a lot of guys who aren't good shooting threes. You got guys who aren't the greatest ball handlers. You got a turnover machine in Julius Randle. You're building a turnover machine with all the usage that RJ's getting. So I need to know what's a better solution. I'm with it. I'm not opposed to anybody giving me good ideas, man. I want to look. I'm a Knicks fan. I want to see this team get better.
Ron, can I ask you this though?
Yeah.
Let me. So how is getting D'Lo not a positive step when, for one, he is an expiring contract, almost $31 million.
Mm-hmm.
So you give him a 1-year tryout. You know what I'm saying? If he looks like he's going to be, the point guard of the near future, you can sign him to say a 2 or 3 year deal, right? And if he's not, then you can let him walk, and you have, almost $31 million in cap space, right? That's a net positive. The other positive also is for a lot of Knicks fans, they want us to play the kids and let the kids determine the future and not play the veterans. So you bring in D'Lo to orchestrate for all these young kids that you have. So the Knicks fans that are in the chat that says, hey, play the kids and let the chips fall where they may. This is exactly what you're getting, and cap space, and a short-term solution at point guard if the point guard is not the guy. If he is the guy, now you have a long-term solution at point guard, right? So for all the people, for most of the people that were in the chat that asked you all these things, what about playing the kids? What about making a clear path for the kids? What about cap space? What about the solution at point guard? You get all these things. You know what I'm saying? I don't see how, in that scenario that you just mentioned, where any of this is bad or would be frustrating to anybody in the chat, because it offers a solution to the questions they ask you specifically in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Because you trade Randall to unblock the path for Obi, because there were some people in the chat clamoring for Obi, right? So with you trading Randall, you clear the path for Obi. Obi fans, y'all got what y'all want. For the fans that were talking about the point guard situation, you get your near thing and your far thing at the same time. If it doesn't work, you can let them walk. If it does work, you can re-sign them, right? And then you play the kids,
right?
And
right.
So it seems as if for some of those, maybe the chat is wanting like more than what they're asking for. And if you're wanting more than you're asking for, just ask for more. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what it sounds like to me. But what Ron said makes perfect sense in a everybody gets what they want type scenario. And it makes basketball sense now, because now you don't have to force RJ to be a primary ball handler. You don't have the problem with Julius Randle hijacking your offense, right? You get young guys to play off a veteran point guard, right? Tibbs gets his veteran point guard that he can trust. You know what I'm saying? My only concern is that D'Angelo Russell does have a tendency to be injury prone. That's the only thing. And our issue with point guards being injury prone is documented, and we don't have to get into Kemba, Derrick Rose, and them injuries. We don't have to get into that.
Right. I mean, my whole thing is, if the conversation is always going to go to that, because as a front office and as a business, these teams, there's a reason why expiring contracts are valuable. All teams are going to look at the notion and the idea of investing in that, because it's an investment. You get the expiring contract, it comes off your books. You don't get penalized. It doesn't hurt your cap. It's a business move, right? And people are talking about Russell Westbrook as an expiring contract that is floating around. Who would you rather have on your team, Russell Westbrook or D'Angelo Russell at this point? I'd like D'Angelo Russell. Exactly. You can get something out of him.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? Like, you can get something out of him, and basically, if it don't work out, then his contract comes off the books. You don't got to sign him, but at least you get a player that can still play in the league and might be able to help your team. And he's a point guard who's a facilitator, so that's not a bad look. I just want you to understand. Back to you, Shot Clock, and I'm not going to keep going back and forth with you, but my point is, we're up here talking about different scenarios and different things with regards to the Knicks. It's okay for you to have a different opinion, but if you have a different opinion, don't just go against our opinion or whoever's opinion you don't like without coming back with your opinion and a solution. That makes no sense. You can't just disagree with somebody for the sake of disagreeing. Just come back with something that we can rock with. Listen, you're welcome to come up on the panel. It's fine, man.
You're always welcome.
I love to
you're always welcome to come
say.
on my show. Since I don't get no word in on my show, because it's not my show. I got a co-host, so that's part of being a co-host, and part of having good screen etiquette is letting other people talk. So
right.
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
Shot Clock, you're always welcome. You watch my show, you're always welcome. We keep it a buck on my show, so you're always welcome to come up on that panel any day you want to, boy. Because I've never said IQ is our point guard. I've never said that. I said if that's the direction the Knicks is going in, then that's the direction they're going in. But you got to let us know as a fan base in what direction we're going in. We don't know which way this team is going, and that's facts. So which way we going?
Well, and you know what? And to Keith Turner's point, so this is why you do this, Keith Turner, because you say to yourself, you're saying we get these expiring contracts to save money for players that don't want to come here. And we all know that the free agent market, when it comes to New York, some of these guys are scared to come to New York, or they don't find New York attractive enough to come here. It is what it is, right? But then that's when you say you get D'Lo here, for example. What if D'Lo comes and balls out, right? Then you have a choice. Either I look at somebody in the free agent market and we're going back and forth and I can bring him here, or D'Lo knows he's already been on the Knicks, so we can give him a little bit more money than anybody else. And if he balled out, we keep D'Lo. Nobody else wants to come. All right, we got a player, and he played well for us. You got to give yourself some flexibility. The point is just to continue to get better. Right now, we are not a good team. I don't care what nobody says. Do I think we'll be better next year? Yeah, but that doesn't mean we're a good team. We still could be better next year and still not make the playoffs or get smacked in the first round.
Right.
But I just want to.
So then we know why we lost. We know why we lost this year because we're not a good team. At least we know that, right? We all can agree.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
We all can agree on that, right? We all can agree that this team wasn't a good team. This is not a good team.
Right.
That just keeping it a buck. We just, when you look at this team, anybody that knows basketball know this team just wasn't a good team.
And the smart money is this, man. We have to as fans, we have to realize that cap space is not just for free agents. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Cap space is for slotted draft picks. Like the number 1 pick and the number 13 pick don't make the same amount of money. Right? So if you want to trade up in the draft, you have to fit what that person's slotted salary would be in your cap space. Also, you have to consider if free agents don't want to come here, you can trade for a big salary with your cap space, right? Say, for instance, it's De'Aaron Fox, and all Sacramento wants is draft picks. If we have D'Lo's money coming off the books, we can send them those draft picks without sending a salary to match because we can absorb De'Aaron Fox's contract into the cap space that was made available by D'Angelo Russell's expiring contract. So expiring contracts give you the flexibility to do any number of things, or you don't have to go out and sign one major guy. You can sign for $30 million. You can sign 2 or 3 pieces. Say one's 15, the other one's 15, or 3 guys. You know what I'm saying? 15, 10, and 5. It depends on how you want to do it. But it gives you the flexibility to do what it is that you want to do. Right? That's the main thing with cap space and with the scenario that Ron mentioned. I think it's super smart. I think what you just said, bro. I don't know if you ever get credit for saying smart stuff and enlighten the Knicks fans, but what you just mentioned, giving us the possibility for us to, bro. Currency gives you the flexibility to do everything. So I didn't.
Yeah, I can't. Yo, Freeze, I can't help it. I'm just looking at shot clock. Like, I ain't even gonna front. Yo, you now I really know that you don't like. He's saying how we not a good team, but we beat good teams. Because you beat a good team makes you a good team.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, shot clock. I'm sorry, my brother, but I'm sorry. I'm leaving you alone. The rest of you got it. You got it.
Because
you got that.
I wouldn't say that's necessarily
who was the worst team. Who was the worst team in the league? Detroit was the worst team in the league, right? And Detroit beat good teams too, right? I'm leaving it alone. I'm leaving it alone.
Yeah.
Orlando beat good teams.
Orlando beat good teams. Orlando smacked the Knicks.
Orlando beat us.
So, yeah, I mean that.
I'm leaving it alone. I'm leaving it alone. You got it. You got a shot clock. You the greatest. You the greatest. You know what you're talking about.
I mean, listen. It is what it is. I'm not going to spend too much time going back and forth on it no more. I asked for a scenario where I could see a difference of opinion with regards to the thought. I didn't get it, so I'm moving on. I don't think that. There's
got a lot of feedback going on with you.
Yeah, it's an echo. I can hear myself.
All right, let me. I'm gonna come out and go back in.
All right. Damn it. JJ said something, and I was just about. Oh, yeah. JJ said, "Who we jumping in front of? Who we jumping in front of from teams that made the playoffs or play in this year? Someone tell me." So I don't know if you know, but I think JJ. I don't think that Charlotte was that good. I don't think Atlanta was that good. So you telling me the Knicks couldn't have jumped in ahead of Atlanta and Charlotte? Yeah. Charlotte, I call Charlotte the Jekyll and Hyde of the NBA. One week they good, 1 week they bad. That was all season. If the Knicks had their stuff straight, they could have easily passed Charlotte, and I think they could have passed Atlanta too. We just had a different level of dysfunction. We were just
we had some
bad.
dysfunction going on. I agree with you on that, Ron. We had dysfunction going, but we also had pieces. And I go back to free agency. We had the wrong pieces brought in. Because the front office, I can't really complain about what they did draft-wise. It's free agency, and that's where we really, really came up short. Bad on that free agency, man. Bringing in the wrong type pieces. Because, we know we needed a point guard, and point guard was we got Kimba off the bargain off the 99-cent rack.
Right.
As he has coined it, shout out to AD, bone on bone. That knee was done. And also, Kimba's not a Tibbs type point guard. Tibbs doesn't like small point guards. He wants some bigger point guard to play defense. And then Evan Fournier. So it wasn't rolling. And it's a lot of blame to go around for I'm not gonna blame. I can't point my finger at Randall without pointing my finger at RJ, without pointing my finger at Burks, without pointing my finger at whatever else. It's a lot of blame to go along. Because you put Burks in a position where he wasn't able to succeed. Burks is that you run around Burks at the point guard, and you're saying Burks is our best. He's our best chance to win, but yet you got a young point guard and Deuce is sitting there. Granted, I'm saying just don't throw him to the wolves, but you should be giving him more burn. And it wasn't until people started getting injured and the virus hit that some of the younger guys got in. Grimes basically kicked in the door. It was no ifs, ands, buts about it. You had to play him. And then on top of that, you didn't have a backup plan because D Rose got hurt. Because he was going to play D Rose. He was going to ride D Rose, but that ankle and everything was like, no, player, I ain't doing it. Mm-hmm. So it was just all over. The front office. It's from the front office all the way down, man. This is just the blame, but it's.
Hey, let's not get it twisted. We got talent.
Yeah, we got talent. On the team. With you on that. We got talent, man.
Yeah,
we got talent.
I have no reason to think that we won't get better on that team.
Yeah. We just got to make better moves in that free agency, man, if you're going to bring somebody in. But you got to clear out some stuff, man. Like, I'm for if you got to save Tears from Tibbs. You're going to have, I like Burks, but you're going to have to get rid of him. Because if he got Burks, I guarantee you, he'll throw Burks right back in that same position and run him for 40 minutes a game. There's certain moves you got to make.
And yeah, I want to expound on.
I gotta get ready to stab out, fellas. Ron, thanks for having me on today, my brother.
Always a pleasure, man.
Freeze, would you be upset if Rolly win tonight?
No.
Would it be an upset if he win?
No.
Okay.
No. The only reason why I say Tank win is because Tank is basically the Mike Tyson of this division. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
Okay. That's it. I agree. So long as we know boxing, right? So
right.
He wins.
Right. I just watched this morning. I watched Spence and Sean Porter again, and I watched Terrence Crawford and Sean Porter again this morning. I watched Danny Garcia and Errol Spence too this morning. Yeah, man. So I be watching them guys, man. They better watch out for Bruce Simmons. That's all I know. And it's coming for somebody.
We're saying for another boxing show.
Yeah.
We're looking out, y'all. Ron, I hung out with you all day, my brother.
I'm out too. I'm gonna get out of here, man.
Yeah, man. I'm about to wrap up.
So got Toe Finger, Ron, Freeze. I see y'all guys later. Don P, good hanging out with you, Don P.
Hey, man, nice meeting you, brother.
All right, my brother.
That was a good point that I was just thinking about. And once again, not to go back to your shot clock, but I just thought about the fact that, a point guard really does matter for this Knicks team, because when we did win 41 games and made the 4th seed, some people said that the MVP of that team that year, Julius had the most improved player, but they were saying that it was Derrick Rose and how he helped us to get to the playoffs, everything he did. So that is a point guard, and we needed that help, because without Derrick Rose, there was games where we would have lost if it wasn't for Derrick Rose, which goes back to JJ, I know you were concerned about this team and you don't think we're going to be too good next year, but Knicks lost a lot of games after having 20-point leads going into the fourth quarter. You know, it's not easy to lose games when you're up 20 going. You got to, like, it's not easy to even try to do that. Like, if your team is out there playing, like, it's hard to give away a game like that. So we had a lot of dysfunction, but you can make some changes to turn things around, man. I'm not, like I said, I'm not sipping the Kool-Aid. I just think the Knicks will be a better team than they were this year. And I don't think that's hard for them to figure out a way to change that.
I want to respond to Sherman where he said, keep in mind, like a lot of people was hung up on Jalen Brunson. I get it. And they down D'Angelo Russell. That's cool. But keep in mind, he had a Brooklyn team on his back with a bunch of nobodies. He led that Brooklyn team to the playoffs. It was him. He did it. So as that everything everybody's talking about D'Angelo Russell, y'all got to keep in mind the coach got him playing the 2, and he's averaging 18 points and 7 assists at the 2. Who else is doing that at the 2 besides James Harden? Who else is doing that? And it's the most realistic trade that we can make because the Timberwolves, they have their issues with D'Angelo Russell. He doesn't want to be put at the point. I mean, he doesn't want to be put at the 2. He wants to play the point guard. He wants to facilitate more. That's our biggest need, more than anything, a facilitator. That's our biggest need. Do we need a bucket getter? Yes, we do. Do we need somebody who could defend the paint? Of course we do. We have to fulfill those needs. But the most important thing we need is a facilitator. And we don't need a point guard who's just going to aim to get a bucket every single time. The only open man on the court whenever he has the ball is himself. We don't need that. We need somebody who's going to get others involved. So that's where I'm coming from with it.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think guys are kind of like, first off, D'Lo, I'm jumping around a little bit, but I just want to say that D'Lo is not washed. Do you see that he can be a little inconsistent? Yeah, but I also feel like he fell back being in Minnesota now that Anthony Edwards is there. You know, because Cat is the alpha and Anthony Edwards is definitely an alpha, and so automatically that drops D'Lo to third. And I don't think D'Lo actually, he don't look good playing that third fiddle. I think D'Lo got to be a number 2 somewhere. I don't think you really want him as a number 1 anymore.
Number 1, yeah.
But as a number 2, I think he works. And for the Knicks, I think he could be that number 2 for us. And even if he was a number 3, like just in theory, I think it would be different. At Minnesota is just there's 2 straight alphas over there, and D'Angelo just doesn't fit in as well. Because you say, what can he bring to the table? Well, you saw what D'Angelo Russell did with the Nets, and the Nets were balling when they had him over there. Okay, and he was a big part of that. So I don't think that if you would to move him to the Knicks in this situation, I think he would help. And I'm surprised I'm even saying this because I wasn't the biggest fan of D'Angelo Russell, but I have to be honest. I look at his game and I can see how the Knicks could use it. But I get it if you guys aren't sold on it. I'm just saying he's an option. So, yeah, man. This
I like that option better than the Westbrook.
Oh yeah, definitely better than Westbrook. I feel at least. And maybe who knows? Maybe you'll see a better Westbrook if he can get himself out of LA and go somewhere else.
And I know you rolling up out of here, but there is he's asking to be traded out of LA.
Right.
You know, he had the ball taken out of his hand, so he had a horrible game. Me myself, I'm not the biggest Westbrook fan like that, man. I never have, because you know I'm looking at basketball IQ, because you got some I've seen say, hey, bring him to the Knicks, and I'm like, why? We got if you having fits about Randall and his 4 turnovers a game, and you manage to get Westbrook in here with his 6 turnovers a game, you're gonna lose your mind. But then if you're on IQ for his shot selection, then what about doggone Westbrook shot selection? So I'm not feeling him. There's other options out there possibly, but it's on the front office to make these moves, man. They got to go out here, pick up the phone, shake the trees, and see what's going to fall, and actually go after somebody worthwhile.
Because, like I said, we know we need a point. We do need a point guard, and we do need a point guard. And our small forward situation is not the greatest. You know, so we need a wing, but we got all these. And you want to put Grimes at the 3, but we're undersized, and that's part of the problem. Cam is what, 6'8"?
6'8".
He's a 6'8" wing. We're undersized as well. When you look at that, man, we need more length and athleticism. That's one thing I like about the Raptors. They're long and lanky and athletic. We need to bring in long, lanky, athletic players to help with us. And then you got to figure out what you're going to do with Mitch, because you paid his people that were bagging him up. And cats on Lucas Samanic, you paid him more than you paid your starting center.
Horrible. That was a horrible idea, horrible move. Don't know why they did that. Yeah.
So you know, I don't know. It's just one of those things. And as you see people talking about Dyson Daniels, he's what, 6'8" point guard, Australian kid.
Yeah, I think he's about 6'8" as well. Yeah.
Yeah, if he's right there, you know, it depends on how far he falls down of his in run shot. Jump up. Will you be willing to jump to go get him? If the others are off the table, would you be willing to do that? I'm not willing just to say kick Deuce to the curb or whatever, because you got to give him his time. We don't even know what we got in Deuce. But to have a long point guard, you know, because I don't look at the talk of, you know, well, Deuce did that in the G League, but then you're looking at, well, Dyson Daniels averaged this in the G League. Go get him. When Deuce was averaging 30 in the G League, and I think Dyson Daniels was averaging 10 to 12, something like that. We downplay some. I've seen people downplay it on Deuce, but up it on him. So, which one is it? You know what I'm saying?
Somebody
no shot, but
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander as a possible choice for us.
That's a guy who might be out there. Yeah,
and I would be and I'm down with that too. You know what I'm saying? He's a veteran. He's a young vet, very young vet. He's what, 6'6", 6'7", something like that, or is he 6'8"? He's long. You know, and that's somebody that can push the pace.
Here's the other thing before I get up out of here. And I know, like, D'Lo, for example, he's not a good defender. I got it. Fine. Understandable. Whatever you're trying to do to better your club, if you're smart about it and you're trying to, don't get me wrong, I would think building an NBA roster is one of the hardest jobs to do as a GM. It's tough. You got to figure out how to maximize the best bang for your buck. You're working with a limited salary cap in most cases. Not everybody's got money. So putting all the pieces together is tough. But if you go out and get D'Lo, if it's me and I'm going out to get D'Lo, and I know he's not a good defender, and I'm putting him at point guard, one, is he a better defender than Kemba Walker? Yes, Kemba is a sieve. Okay, that's already a better look for us. I'm saying to myself, I got to get stronger defense other places. Grimes is a good defender. Is he the best defender? No, there's other defenders that are better, but he's adequate. So if he's on my team, I'm going to use him in those circles, right? At small forward, RJ has regressed in defense, but can RJ get better at defense once again? He showed it in the past. Why not? It's not that he's not washed. He's 21 years old, so he can still continue to, become, or at least be an adequate defender. He may not be locked down like a Jimmy Butler, but he can still be a very good defender. Can I still go out there and trade for somebody and bring somebody in who is a defense first type of guy? Yeah, you can still build around guys in your backcourt that can play defense. You can get guys in your front court that can play defense to make up for inadequacies. But you need scoring. You need guys who can get buckets too. And if you look around the league, a lot of your favorite point guards and guys who line up at point, Donovan Mitchell, Steph Curry. I just had another name in my head that I'm just forgetting. Whatever. Kyrie Irving. These dudes don't play good defense.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you got to make up for that somehow. You bring that guy in because you know he's a person who can get buckets for you. So that's one thing you don't got to worry about. With D'Lo, I will say his turnover to assist ratio is not bad, and he's pretty good at facilitating. And plus, he can score. So I'm bringing him in for that. And then I got to figure out ways around my roster to shore up my defense because I know he's a liability there. You just got to figure out the best way to do it.
And can I throw this out here in regard to
Go
D'Lo?
ahead.
He's already been in the city before. He's already been in New York. He was over in Brooklyn. So he knows what it is to carry a team. And then when he came out, he was known. When he came out of college, he was known as a distributor, but also as a person that can get buckets. You know, so and he's on his last year of his contract, that $30 million. It falls off after that too. So then now it's kind of like a win-win. I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with D'Lo. There's just other options out there than looking for the Westbrook. You got D'Lo. I'm calling up OKC and I'm going down the line. What's up with SGA? What's up with this one? Even if I know the answer is going to be no, I'm still going to ask. As a president in the front office, I got to ask. I got to try. You know, I'm shaking trees over in Orlando. What's up with Anthony
Suggs?
Yeah, what's up with Anthony? So I would ask anybody, all of them. I don't care. You're just gonna tell me no. Closed mouth don't get fed, man.
One last thing I'm gonna say, and I'm out, is we talk about D'Lo's defense, and rightfully so. You know, he has a reputation for being a horrible defender. However, this season, again, depending on which Wolf fan you talk to, D'Lo has dramatically improved on his defense this past season. You got plenty of YouTube videos addressing his defense, purely his defense. He's one of the best on the team. I know it sounds crazy, but it is what it is. There's videos to support that statement. But I understand he has a reputation for being a bad defender, but this past season he has shown that, you know, he can defend. He definitely can defend. I mean, he's no worse than Alec Burke, and that's the only reason why Tim Thibs brought Alec Burke to the starting point guard position. He felt like with his size alone, he could defend.
That's true.
Yeah,
that is a true
I
point.
I would, like I said, you just got to shake the tree, man. There's guys out there. You got, like I said, SGA was one a lot of people were talking about before early on. D'Lo, his name's starting to come up now, like I said. I'll just shake the tree. I mean, you're gonna hear the Fox name come up again. You're gonna hear Brogdon's name come up again. You know, Brogdon was one before with all those injuries and everything, and he's, you know, with all the moves they're making over there. So it's just what move you got to make a move to make sense. You just can't make it out of desperation. See what I'm saying? You got to make the move, make it the right person. Anybody, I'm down for, you know, if you're gonna bring somebody in, just don't bring in a Westbrook.
Right.
I mean, seriously, don't bring him in. I know many are talking about, well, because he's on the last year of his contract and he falls off. You trade Randall, and I'm like, well, why would we want to? You know, I wouldn't want to trade Randall myself right now. I mean, trade Randall for Westbrook to get more money, and I understand you want to open up the money for the free agency because coming up, was it 2023, 2020, after this season, free agency is supposed to be wide open. But who's to say that it won't happen again? Because during the pandemic, a lot of cats stayed put because they wanted to get the money.
Right. Well,
so we don't know. I wouldn't. Like I said, only reason I would move Randall if the situation with he and the fans and everything got worse than what it is right now. Let the man do what he had to, because like I said, I can't just blame Randall for the season. You can't, because it's more than Randall wasn't just the problem. It's all up and down the board, left, right, all over the place, man. We regressed, like you said earlier, Ron. We regressed. Yeah,
I mean, look, the team needs some work. They have to pick a direction that makes sense for next year, and they got to put together some type of game plan. And if that game plan don't work, to switch it up, but then work off of that. It's got to start with one piece. And it looks like because the draft is first, they got to figure out what they're going to do in the draft and see how that plays out and then go from there. And I just think that there's things that can be done that may not be as sexy and as ideal for everybody. But once you do it, then you know you have to figure out what your next move is. But it sets it up, right? I'm going to go get D'Lo. Then that means I need this. Or I'm going to go get Mathurin, or I'm going to go do this. Whatever it is, you figure out what you're going to do. And then that's how you determine what you need next. It's got to start somewhere. We don't know what they're going to do yet. And I know Keith, I saw you were talking about the fact that you keep hearing he's 21, he's 21. Yeah, people are wearing that into the ground. But you know what? For the Knicks, it's tough because we're not, like I said before, we're not used to this, having young players that we're working with and building around. A lot of the guys we get are usually washed up NBA vets, and we get them at the wrong time. So the fact that we're not seeing exactly what we want from our guy, but he's 21, gives us hope that there's still a chance he can improve. Because I know Knicks fans would be sick if the Knicks trade RJ right now, and RJ goes to another team and balls out because he's in a better system that works for his game, and he has more freedom, and he just can learn and develop better on someone else. We're gonna be sick. So that's all I'm saying. Like, I don't know if this is the best of RJ, or he can continue to get better. I still feel like by the time he's 23, he's gonna be a star, not a superstar, but a star. So
I'm rooting for him.
Said, keep building.
I'm definitely rooting for him. But yo, thanks for having me on here, Ryan. For real.
Yeah, appreciate me coming through, Ryan.
Word.
Yeah, man.
Salute to y'all, man. Salute to you, Soul Finger, man.
Hey, same to you, bro. Yeah, I see you around. See you around in somebody chat here soon.
Yeah. And salute to the chat as well, yo. I'm out, y'all. Again, thanks, Ron. For real.
All right, Don P. Holla at you, boy. Holla at you.
All right, take it easy.
All right, brother. Soul Finger, once again, man, I appreciate you, bro. I'm gonna get up out of here. It's been a great show. And I thank you for being here with me, man.
I appreciate it, man. It was rather interesting stuff that was coming out. I'm gonna start getting things together so I can watch this fight tonight and go from there. So, and just a day at a time. We just gotta wait it out, man. That's the worst part of this period. You could talk about whatever, speculate what's gonna happen, but until we get the draft, until we hit free agency, it is what it is. There's going to be all kinds of things getting thrown up through the media and amongst the Knicks nation itself. Where you see, you have Nick on Nick crime going on, people firing up on one another over stuff. End of the day, everybody wants the same thing, a championship. That's basically what it is. It's just everybody got a different way of building it. But all in all, I look at it like this. Now, some ideas may be way whatever, but you see the end result is we all want a championship. That's all it is.
I agree with you.
Blue and orange. That's all it is.
Right. I'm with you on that, man. That's all we want in the end. All right, brother. Well, let me get up out of here. Thank you guys for tuning in. As always, I appreciate the love. I appreciate the support. We don't always have to agree on everything. But the point is, we have a conversation, we bring it to the table, we figure out different perspectives, and we move on from there, man. Listen, the bottom line is we all want to see the Knicks do better. There's going to be people that have one way of looking at it, and there's going to be people who have another way. There's a lot of people who want to win now. There's other people who want to see the kids play. It's all going to go back and forth. We're going to go, in different ways. But the point is that we're here to be able to talk about it constructively. Voice your opinion. We'll work through it, and hopefully we all can kind of the whole bottom line here is none of us work for the Knicks, so all this stuff is to appease us, for us to kind of think about certain things and make sense of what we see going on out there. But the Knicks are going to do what the Knicks do, and we just hope they do the right thing. That's it. I'm just hoping they do the right thing.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Yeah, man. Anyway, thank you to the chat. Thank you guys for tuning in. I appreciate y'all. Troy Flett, I see you. Thanks for tuning in. I think I got a lot of everybody else who jumped in later. I've been rocking for 5 hours and 22 minutes. Woo-wee. I won't be doing this no time soon. But this was a special one-off because I know we're not doing our Monday show. So thank you guys who have been here for the long haul. Appreciate y'all. Salute to everybody who joined me. Soul Finger, Don P, Jay Boogie, my man Marvin. G.I. was here. Yeah, man. Uncle Freezy. Thank you to did I miss anybody? So many people jumped in and out. I don't know if I missed anybody. Oh, Worldwide L. Appreciate you, brother. I don't know. I think I got everybody, but if I did miss you guys, I apologize with me. I've been going 5 hours, man. I've been having old man moments. So I appreciate y'all, man. Thank you. Sherwin M, once again, appreciate you in the chat. Thank you guys for tuning in. And hopefully if y'all, are available tomorrow at 12 noon, we're going to do our second part of our draft series. That should be pretty good and hopefully informative. And, thank you for always rocking and supporting us, man. Like I said, man, we in the Knicks community. We all don't have to agree, but we try to get along and move along and hope for the best for our Knicks team, man. I just want to see them continue to get better, whether it's a slow process or a fast process. I'm different. I don't mind being here for the long haul. I don't mind watching the young kids play, develop, and get better. Some people want to win now. I think the win now approach may not be the best, because if it flames out, then you stuck with a bunch of expensive contracts and guys that aren't going anywhere. And we've seen that for many years with our Knicks. So, yeah, man. All right. Let me get up out of here. I'm going to hit the outro. I'll see y'all guys tomorrow at 12 noon. Thank you for tuning in as always. Appreciate y'all. I'm out.
Be easy.